And the awkward thing is it picked up that preparing thing. So I believe, everybody, we're now live. This is where we've come. So the homemade nature of this, isn't it? Jim is here. I'm here. I'm going to do what I did last time, which is just awkwardly double check on another screen while Jim introduces himself.
Hi, yeah, well, that was great. While we're sat there waiting in the background, because there's anyone who's done this live stream to YouTube, there's a 20-second delay. And we were sitting there doing nothing. And I actually had the countdown thing going in the background with the big clock there, wondering what's happening while it's about to start. So hi, guys. Yeah, anyone who is tuning in already, we have a great lineup today. Martin and I are going to be catching up very quickly for the next 10-15 before our first comes in, live from Australia. So we have people from around the globe today joining us. 9:30 to 3:30. Martin, today we've cut the hour down a little bit. I think 8 hours last time was just a little bit of a stretch, wasn't it?
Well, also we're not that big and brave, aren't we, to try and do 24 hours like other people. It does make me think though, because the first thing I sent out about doing this sort of live stream was we're going to do a week of it, so it was going to be 32 hours of fun. And I realise now that would have been lots. But I think over the next few weeks we can do that much. It's fine. But yes, I'm looking forward to today. We've got loads of people, haven't we? We've got dozens.
Sorry, Martin. It's 32 hours of fun.
32 hours of
is
fun.
Is that your week? Like, is that a 4-day week? 8 hours.
It was a 4-day. Yeah, I was going to do it for 4 days. I was going to do. Well, yeah, I was going to do
a 5-day week.
4 days.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was going to do 4 days of 8 hours, and invite people to do this. But it really doesn't work, and I'm so pleased I didn't do it because it just would have been too much. Just to point out there to other people what we're doing it. Of course, we were first with the whole let's do a live thing. Just doing that bit as well. There we go. See, that's my nasty. That's it. I'm not going to mention anybody else. I'm not going to mention other groups. I'm not going to mention other forums. Do we run through who we've got today? Because I can't quite remember everybody. I can do the morning, as I've written it down. So we've got Steve Gard coming up first, haven't we? Followed by Adam Chambers from AptiChat. Then we've got Kevin Blair, formerly of IBM, now at Join Talent and Beamery. We've got Gareth joining us for a little bit from Carew again, partly because since we last saw him, his children have cut his hair. And that seems a really good reason to bring him back, if nothing else.
Yes.
We've got Akbar from Founders Factory. We've got Simon Clements from IBM. And then my list goes a bit squiggly. We've got Liam, who is from Limbit. We've got Mark Lennox from In-House, which is exciting. I've got Louis Cross from Collabs, and we've got Lysha Holmes joining us just before sort of around that lunchtime from Key Recruitment. And then we'll have a whole other list. And at some point, we'll share that list a little again with some other people. So now it's down to you and me to stall, isn't it?
For a little bit. Well, I mean,
these words stall. I mean, we could chat with the first guest is due at 1:45, and so it means boys and girls, friends and family, you're stuck with us for a little bit. What have you been doing, Jim? That's what people do in this stuff, is it? What have you been doing, Jim, since we last saw you?
Yeah, well, I've been up to. Do you know what? I've been really busy. I think, as the post said, I've been Zoom full, to quote a phrase, and chat Zoom, which I've been hoping that Eric is listening there and wants to use us as a nice little strap line and have us on. In part of the
trademark?
show.
Trademark it now. Trademark it now. Get some money.
There we go. Oh, it's already done. It's yes. But no, been busy chatting to a lot of people, and I think we've just gone through a bit of a wave and phases of this whole situation. Amazing, all the key workers, and I think a big shout out to all of those again. Regularly hearing everyone clapping on a Thursday evening, which is amazing.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't think people would still do it. I thought that everyone would do it once, because I'm a bit cynical like that. I think people are just as cynical as me. So I thought there'd be a big clap the first time, but the second time around I was like, can't quite be bothered. But yeah, it's good, isn't it? You see it here in the street. It's good.
Yeah, horns going, trains hooting. Yeah, been really been touching really to hear that. Probably the only noise we're hearing, because we don't hear many road noise or any planes really at the moment, which is quite strange. The weather has been great, which has been really nice here to get out in the garden. Lucky enough to be able to get out into the garden, I must say. I do feel for a lot of people that don't have that opportunity. But yeah, lots of different chats, different people going through different phases. And I think there's a real blurred line. We've always talked about that blurred line on social media between work social media and commercial media. And now sat at home, like my office and life and the weekend, even sort of trying to have some sort of structure. Is really important.
Well, you and me spoke on a weekend. We never speak on a weekend, and I wonder if that was that blurring as well. I know we were doing this, but the I've done that several times because each day sort of blurs into the next. I'm somebody that's used to working from home, and spend a lot of time sat on a Zoom or sat on a hangout, whatever. But those days, I think because people are sat at home, I'm not sure people have got those boundaries anymore. And whether that matters, I don't know. Maybe we'll get somebody else to talk about that who knows more than I do. I do agree. It feels a bit blended, more than it did before. And it sounds really daft. I use a horrible phrase now. People that work, employees. I work for me. Whereas I've seen a lot more from other people. I wonder if productivity, whilst people thought it went sort of down when people went home, I wonder if it's sort of gone up. The people are getting more out of their day because, quite frankly, they've got nothing else to do. It's not like they're off out down the pub or off out going to do something else.
Although saying that, I've seen lots of virtual pubs, dart matches, quizzes going on. I know Simon that comes on has a weekend quiz with friends, and a lot more things are transferred across virtually as best they can. Everyone having their drinks. We had Clare and Louise on the working lunch. It was Claire's birthday this week just gone, so a lot of us got online and all dressed up in crazy outfits, which was good to see. So that little mix has come through. I think has been quite nice.
So there's two questions, isn't there? We're going to ask people today. One, should we do a quiz? Because I said the other day we should do a live pub quiz. Needs to be recruitment and cheesy though. Be like, I don't know. I've got an idea of which logo is this? It's a well-known ATS. It's a bit shit. It'll be like work days. Sorry, I'm sure other ATSs are shit as yours, but anyway, it'll be something like that. And then, but I don't know how. So I saw somebody else do this, but I don't know how to get prizes to people because you obviously can have the quiz questions, because everybody sat at home. Do you know what I mean?
Amazon vouchers.
Oh no, I can work out the prize. No, I can get the prize, but I don't know how do you know who's won? Oh, I got them all right. Oh, did you? All right then. It's 50 quid.
Have it down the chat bar here. The name of the people.
But then it's just a race, isn't it? It's just a race who can. That's not pub quiz, is it?
Martin, no. you haven't thought about it as much as this. And we didn't think about this a lot at all, did we?
So, I wonder if it got really geeky suddenly. So suddenly I've got this type form where you complete a form as you go along, and then you submit the form at the end. I don't know. It just felt, and also because people can cheat, can't they? Because obviously in a pub, they if you're suddenly looking at a phone, everybody's like, oh, they're cheating. Whereas of course everybody's looking at a phone, so it has to be something else. I don't know. Maybe maybe a random competition to drive up subscribers, and membership to the emailing list for our tribe club set. Our tribe.
Could be. There was a darts match going on, wasn't there? A sports match, a virtual darts match. They're in their own houses. Don't really saw that at all.
No.
So the World Darts, I think they all had it in different people's houses, but one of the leading darts people, his internet wasn't good enough. So he got kicked out of the competition, apparently. I'm not into darts, but I noticed that come up on the news. I tell you what, that's one thing. I'm not watching the news that much.
It depresses me. I've stopped watching it. Yeah, I get a little ping in the morning. I read the sort of news headlines. Doom, gloom, bit of doom. Click over to see what the celebrities are up to at home, and those who've decided to post yet another self-isolating selfie from Mauritius or wherever. But yeah, just I agree. I don't watch it nearly as much as I used to, or want to. I suspect.
I think it's like
a variety.
It's a weekly catch-up, and I think a lot of people are commenting that all the news is bad news, and there's a lot of positivities going on. I mean, there was a post, and I can't remember who it was by Care Home, I think last week, and it was saying 3 of their elderly residents have come back all clear from COVID. They'd been in, and they're in their 70s. That's that little small chunk of news we're not hearing. And if I go back to the recession of 2008, all through that period, all we heard was the negative side of things. And it's important to understand, but there's some really great little positives. Firms are hiring in certain places, people are getting different roles, and people are thankfully coming through this. Unfortunately, people are lost all the way through it as well. But there's a lot of positive to take it. And that may be something to chat to people about the positives, and hear from Steve. And I know we've got Torin on from the States later. So obviously hear what's going on.
Yeah, there's a US contingent, isn't there, this afternoon? We haven't talked about that, but yeah. So in our demonstration of true global reach, we've got people in Australia first thing. We've got a bunch of people from the UK in the middle, and then some people from the US, and then people from Scotland. in the afternoon, the sort of last bit. Scottish people, and not Adam Gordon. Everybody,
No.
so stay tuned.
But
not
Adam,
Gordon.
hi Adam, everyone there. If you
we love you, Adam. Oh yeah, but
yeah.
You know what I mean. It's not Adam. There are other Scottish people. I know people only think of Scotland. I tend to think of Adam Gordon. There are others.
Yes, definitely there are. And this filling is a little bit trickier than it was last time. I think we had a guest. I think Gareth came in straight away from Carew. He's not coming back.
What we don't do?
He's probably waiting in the background already.
The best thing we should have done was the chat we did at the beginning before we put this thing live. We should have done that chat because that was far better. I just think we peaked too soon. We peaked at about 9:25.
Yeah, yeah. I think we came in a bit too early, didn't we? On our little bit of chat.
So note to self, everybody.
And look at that, on that timing, on that cue.
Just before it got awkward, just because there was a little pause. So, Jim, been gardening lately?
Yeah. I have actually been gardening.
That's
what to talk about.
We'll save that for later for the one viewer that's now left who's not switched off. Anyway, so why don't we bring Steve in? You know him better than me, so why don't you chat to him? And I'll frantically type some things on LinkedIn, and I'll still be here going, oh yeah. And that's probably the best bit. There we go. Because then it makes it look like it's slick and this isn't live at all. We can edit this out later.
Yeah, completely.
Are you ringing a memo? I didn't.
I was gonna,
no, there you go. So just joining now. There we go. Brilliant. Marvellous. He says
technology.
That's the only thing, isn't it? I haven't forgotten this from last time we went live, was the pause between letting people in and letting people in. Hi, Steve. And the silence when people don't realise they're live.
Yeah. Steve, you are live.
Live to the one viewer.
Yeah. There's a delay, obviously, from Australia here. It's taking a little bit of time to get all the way down there.
Is that what it is? I said that we've got 20-second delay on YouTube to stop you saying poo or whatever the word is you can stop me saying.
Oh no, he's now disappeared again. So that was Steve. Everyone.
Oh, Steve. I mean, that's Australia. That's my experience of Australians. They pop in. And then they go, and it's just, what
out again,
It looked like a good signal though, didn't it? Because he had a nice strong image. It's a shame we obviously couldn't hear anything. Note to anybody who's coming to join us later on, I did send you a link so you can test out your Zoom as well to make sure it works, because then it makes life a lot easier.
One of the things I wanted to chat to Steve about is he actually has been running a coffee shop where people dropping in, dropping out, and I was going to catch up with him about that thing. So he's on and off Zoom most of the time.
So it's a virtual coffee shop, so everybody's sort of... Oh, okay, let's bring back in.
Here we go. Maybe it was joined with audio, wouldn't coming on. And that's been the biggest thing with Zoom, isn't it? People not turning their microphone on. And then you're sort of going in the bottom kind of thing,
There's so many geeky things. Hey, Steve, you're live with us. Hello.
No, we're not getting you, Steve, at all.
We can see you.
It worked perfectly.
And that's the good news. And you're smiley, and we love that. And you're, that awkward zoomness of microphone. We're doing that thing. So now frantically around, we've all done that, haven't we? In that same position of frantically clicking on the button, clicking on the top thing, and there's preferences, and it doesn't work.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can, Steve. Hello,
yes.
How are you?
Sorry about that. I've been using Zoom all day. I thought I'd run out of credit or something. Sorry about that.
See, we don't charge for you to join us, and we don't pay you. Just in case somebody there, this is actually a little thing. You've timed it really nicely. We do not charge for people to come here, and we don't pay them. It doesn't. It's free. Just double check there, just in case anybody was watching. You thought we had to charge.
And on that point, actually, we must put up the link. Bill, who was on last time, and the work he done for the homeless, there is a link to support his work. And one of the things we want to do as a common thread is we're going to keep that link up so people can donate if they want to, anybody joining or listening. But anybody else who shares any good causes through the day, if there's any links that they want to put up, send them across to us. We'll put those up as well. So you and I have chatted, Steve, a couple of times, and you're originally from the south coast, down Portsmouth, Southampton direction.
Yeah, so I was born and bred in Hampshire, studied in Southampton. But moved from the UK January 2011. We moved to the Middle East, actually. We were 6 years in the Middle East, and now I've been in Australia for 3 years.
Wow. And we spoke briefly, so people know you a little bit. To give you a little overview of who you are, Steve, and what you do, so that people listening. those 2 people listening, maybe 3 now.
Well,
Actually, 10.
my kids are also watching it on YouTube in the lounge. So
that doesn't count then. So it's 10, and they're all, most of them are your children. That really isn't counting. Would they like to buy any software? Would you like to buy an ATS? I don't know. We'll talk about that later.
How many kids have you got, Steve? 9?
I've got 2 girls, and they should be getting ready for bed now. So we need to get to bed, girls, when you're ready. So I mean, my background, I've only ever done recruitment. I'm one of these people that didn't fall into it. I did an HR degree and actually really enjoyed the recruitment element of it, and purposely went into the industry. So I did about 10 years agency recruitment, and then always wanted to go sort of in-house. Wasn't much of a salesperson actually, but always wanted to go in-house. And I guess for the last sort of 10 years, I've been sort of leading and transforming recruitment functions. So my last role in the UK is with British Telecom, so BT. I have to always say British Telecom over here because there's another company called BT and it gets a bit confusing here. And my last role with them was relaunching their graduate recruitment and internship program after the global financial crisis. So that was an interesting, fun project to get moving. And then moved to the Middle East and transformed and worked with a big retailer out there. I then moved to AIG, and I was head of talent acquisition for Middle East, Africa, and India, and did a lot of work in India, building 3 very large shared service functions, and had to do a lot of transformation around recruitment processes there. Then moved to Australia, and for the first 2 years, I was worked for a company called Good Start Early Learning, one of the largest childcare providers, so 620 locations across the country. So running a team of 20-25 recruiters, again transforming recruitment functionality, capability, strategy. And then always wanted to go and work for myself. For the last year, so literally a year ago this week, set up Talent Rich. So Talent Rich is just me. And what I do is I go into organizations and I help. It tends to be organizations that don't really have a head of recruitment, but will have HR or recruiters managing recruitment. And I help them really transform and become more efficient around recruitment capability. So generally that means going in, doing a bit of a review of how they're currently operating, and then providing advice and guidance and roadmap of change and enhancements to really move recruitment and talent acquisition forward. So that's what I've been doing for the last year, but very much what I've been doing for the last 10, if that makes sense.
And how have you found the differences there between the UK market and the Australian market in that talent rich? I'm going to plug it again for you. The name, in case anyone missed it. So that how you find it, is there a big difference there? With the outlook and the way things are done.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. I mean I haven't been in the UK market for quite a long time, so I had that 6-year gap in the Middle East. So it's quite difficult to compare. I mean there's a scarcity of talent in Australia. Certainly around some of the software engineering, software development space. So yeah, it's difficult to really compare because there's such a big time lag between the two locations that I've been in.
Yeah, and you're running a coffee shop at the moment. Did I get that right? You had a coffee shop going, a live Zoom shop. What was? Yeah, there's a thread there. But Martin's had a shop before as well.
I had a real shop. I've done 2 actually. I've done 2 shops where. So when you can go back in the real world, don't just mess about with the virtual thing. Get everybody in a real shop, because then it's weird and it sort of works. I'll talk to you about. I'll come over. In fact, I'll come over and we'll do that.
I thought we'll come over.
Oh, we'll come over. We'll come over. Yeah, but then then I have to spend. Not only have to talk to you here. I've just got a vision of that really long flight where we just talk crap to each other.
I'll be
headphones. All right, you just never mind.
Well, I actually grew up in a shop when I was younger. So I lived in the very small hamlet in Hampshire, and my parents run the village shop. So I was up at the crack of dawn doing paper rounds and the odd jobs around the shop. So yeah, very much used to that retail environment. But yeah, I wanted something online where I could. It's a bit selfish as well. I want to communicate because I work from home. And I wanted somewhere where I said, look, here, Zoom is open, come and join me. Come in for a chat, have a coffee. I left it open for the first day, and I think one person turned up. So
that's always this. But I've got to say,
wasn't a roaring success.
No, it doesn't matter. That the confessions now, things that haven't worked along the way, including this. The answer is to just try these things. If you don't try, you just never know. And also, I felt if I didn't, there's some things I didn't do, and they probably would have worked if I just thought about it. So yeah, just do it. And the worst that's going to happen is you sit here talking to yourself. So
I was actually talking to somebody the other day. I actually think my appetite to try stuff in this has completely changed in this environment. We're starting to see much more. Actually, we always talk about what is the bigger picture. We're seeing what the bigger picture is right now, and just trying stuff and going for it. I've done it a few times with moving to Dubai. When we first went, I flew over for an interview. I came back and I said I love it. Got the offer the next day, and I said to my wife, "Do you want to go and have a look before we go?" She goes, "No, I trust you." So I took the whole family. The kids were like 1 and 2 years old at the time, and the first time they saw the Middle East was when we landed there. But we took that risk because you can always sort of go back and think, if things don't work out, they won't work out. But my appetite for trying stuff has certainly changed in this environment.
I guess the thing is also about it's the worst that's going to happen. You look a bit daft for 10 minutes and then it's gone, isn't it? I don't know. Yeah, some people do. I'll be honest. There's not a school of thought that works for everybody. Genuinely, there are still people I meet every day and say, "I'm going to do this thing." They go, "No, oh no," ooh. And it'll be a really minor thing. Nobody's going to die. Nothing bad is going to happen. It might waste a little bit of money if it goes wrong. That tends to be the biggest drawback. Is some of the things I've got have been quite expensive.
I think the whole our profession if you take the recruitment profession as a whole, we talk about video, which we spoke about last time, and the power of that and the adoption of it. Now more people are getting more confident to come on and have a Zoom. And it's I don't know about you, but like I'm dressing up today because I'm not getting a chance to go out and dressing up. This is my chance to actually dress up and do something.
Those are your pajamas, though, aren't they? So it doesn't really count with you.
Yeah. Well, actually, I ventured out the other day, all masked up, and I went to the garage, and someone was at the garage in their pajamas. Now, that's not a normal thing, But when I'm actually on a Zoom call with people are just chilled out. They're not dressed up. It's Martin and I were chatting first thing about that blurred lines between your work and your home life, and how the fact you're at home now, but all your family are at home as well. How that sort of mixed that over. I don't know whether you're finding that there with the shop. I mean, how did it go? Did you get people in? You said you had a couple of people drop in. Did you?
Yeah, I had a couple of people drop in. I should really sort of try again, really, but it just one of those things that didn't really sort of take off. So moved on to some other stuff, and it's all about right now I think it's just trying to find things that work, and I'm a big believer of just smiling through this, and we set up with a mate from another organization. We set up a Friday drinks and quiz afternoon online, so lots of organizations can come together, and people from organizations come together, and we do this quiz and we have a drink. Starts at Friday at 4 o'clock if you're interested. But we run.
It's about 5 a.m, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Other way around. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you've got lots of Australian listeners. So
yeah, but both of them. Yeah, but awkwardly they live with you. So.
But that's been great because we've collaborated and met. I've probably met more people in the last 3 weeks than I have done in the last 3 to 5 months. Just online, just by saying, hey, come online, let's have a chat. It's just.
Becomes easier, doesn't it? Do you also I find that the requirement for perfect webinars and perfect Zoom calls and no children in the background and nothing going wrong has also gone out the window, which is really helpful. I hope that stays. I've certainly worked in sort of corporate environments where it's got to be absolutely this and we must do this and that's just disappeared, and you can sit where you like and do what you want. It's much easier for me because it's all before.
Completely. Do you think going back when you said about starting that shop that it was quite early in everybody's journey through this? Maybe that's it. Maybe people are getting more accustomed to it now, as you were saying, Martin. More people more relaxed. Maybe more open to come in and join it. Because I looked at it and went, "Oh, coffee shop." Then I was looking at some of the times from here, trying to get a slot to come in and see you. But maybe now people are more open to it.
Okay, well, you've convinced me. I'm going to open it again on Monday. I'm going to completely keep it open, just so everybody knows what it is. Basically, it's just a Zoom room that you come into. You have to bring your own coffee, and we sit there and we chat. And it's, I think, you know, us all working from home, it's good to, I think it's great to be able to collaborate and speak to different people that you don't speak to on a day-to-day basis. And, you know, I'll talk to anyone.
Definitely. I think we're the same. That's why we've done this as well, Martin. Really, we chat to people all day, and Martin was saying, you know, I do a lot of work from home, and my diary is busier than ever. You know, literally from one Zoom chat to another Zoom chat to another Zoom to a call to a chat, and it's great. You're having chats about various things, and you're learning and picking up stuff, and you're understanding what's happening with different people. And actually, on that note, I think we've got Adam sat there waiting in the background as well. We're going to bring Adam in and.
So did you warn Steve? Because hopefully, so the idea, so what we found worked really well last time is we'd have a chat with people, find out something about them, and then a bit like that sort of, you know, sofa chat type TV show that you see, bringing the next person on and eventually we'd ask you if you still want to stay, and if you and that's the deal. You can choose when you leave. You can stay all day if you want, or all night, up to you. But at some point, you'll just want to go. So,
right.
Sort of works.
I'll stay for a bit longer.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, definitely stay. Definitely now. Oh yeah, we want you now. But eventually, yeah, when we met Adam, you might go, I don't want to. I'm off or whatever. So let me bring Adam in as well. Yeah. And then we also you'll get to see the awkwardness of people coming online and going, I'm in the room. Hello, Adam. How are you?
Hey guys.
See, no, you didn't do it. You didn't do that awkwardness. You went straight in there.
Oh, I've been doing this since I was 4 years old.
Oh God, that's your youth, youth of the world. I bet you had the internet your whole of your life.
He's got a jacket on as well, Adam. I like that. You've got you're suited up, ready.
I've got my pajamas on the wall. Yeah, you look comfy, Jim.
Oh yeah, this is the sofa. You know, I'm here all day, so you've got to get yourself comfy. Really, that's the one thing I did learn last time. I wasn't that comfy by the end of it. It was a long day of chats, but. So, buddy, yeah. So we're having a bit of introduction. Everyone, tell them a little bit about yourselves. I know you. Obviously, we worked together on various things, and did a great Facebook advert channel a week or so ago, where we had 24 people listening. What Adam knows about Facebook adverts is great. Blows you away. And Adam, Steve, I know we were listening to Steve there. You saw before, you know.
I was listening.
So Adam's here in Northern Ireland, but I'll let Adam give you a bit of introduction on what he does, what he's about, and the firm he works for, and we'll dive into some normal chats. Adam,
so I have an ad agency called ApplyChat, and we help recruiters who are struggling to fill their roles find candidates on Facebook. So we set up the advertising campaign, we set up automated pre-screening with the intention that they will get a steady stream of qualified applicants into their ATS. So, I mean, it's no cold calling, it's no manual screening, it's them sort of outsourcing a lot of the laborious tasks which they've done and putting it onto us on our automation, and we just find them the candidates. So, yeah, that's it.
I think we found a bit like we were chatting about the Zoom adoption and the video adoption, that we've spoke about chatbots. We had Martin Redstone on a few weeks ago. And, you know, I think people are now starting to go, what was that chatbot thing people could help with? Now people are starting to look at it. Are you finding more people chatting to you now about the use of chatbots and that kind of advertising, Adam?
Yeah, I've got like a pretty big agency want to talk this week. Like they're sort of a national brand. I think it's part of like the cost cutting exercise, because really there's the value of the chatbot, which is taking the workload off the people they have at the moment, but it also saves them having to hire 10 more people if they grow. So I haven't really found anyone firing people because they took on the chatbot, but as they double their revenue, for example, they would only need to take on like 20 or 30% more people because the chatbot's doing a lot of that manpower.
And Steve, what about you down there? What's the uptake on chatbots and that kind of thing in Australia at the moment? Is it big? Is there an uptake on it, or are people?
I think there's a lot of interest. I'm not sure if there's a lot of uptake. I've seen some, but it's I think it's one of those technologies which is people have been talking about and probably haven't gone as far as they want to quite yet. sort of dipping that toe in the water. But there are certainly organisations out there that are using it. I've seen some really good uses of it here as well.
Definitely. So you also did Facebook adverts as well, Adam. That was really interesting, and the power of Facebook adverts that we did. Tell us a little bit more about what you did there, because you're running a class as well, aren't you? Also, you're doing a little bit of where people can drop in and you can give them a little bit of insight to that. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm doing a bit of like coaching for people right now who have a bit of free time on their hands and they want to use that to learn something new. So what I would do would show them how to write a job ad on Facebook which stands out and which can compete against all the other ads which are vying for people's attention, and how to put in a good image, and then how to actually target their desired audience. Because it can seem like quite scary. It's a whole new platform to people. And really, I just take what I've learned and say, it's not scary. Let me walk you through the processes. So we did a webinar last week, and Zoom still hasn't given me the recording, which is really annoying. I'm still waiting for them to send me it. So once I get that, I'm gonna fire it out to everyone really, and try and help more people learn while they have a bit of time on their hands.
I must admit, for my point, Steve, I said to Adam when I came on that I've been lucky enough. I've talked about the power of Facebook advertising and the sort of the viewers that you have and how those people could be, work for your business. But I've had a great team around me, who've actually done all of that. I've never actually had to dive in and write the advert, so I didn't even know where to begin. So Adam basically was holding our hands from the very early stage. I think that was a really important thing, because I think, while we're going through this period where we can learn, there are things that we know about, we don't dive into. And some of the simple basics, and somebody like Adam, who's probably doing Facebook adverts since what, 6? You're doing chatbots since 4 and adverts since 6, which only looks like it's a couple of years ago, really, Adam. Look at that. The rest of us sat here now, you're just, yeah.
I'm 29, what do you mean?
Hard paper round.
Yeah, well,
I was working in Steve's shop when he was a kid. I was with him.
Someone asked me, it was yesterday, what year of school are you in? But I had my bike helmet on and my hairline's kind of receding. So I was like, you don't know what's underneath this helmet.
Oh dear. Excellent one.
So about the from the business perspective, obviously the world has changed and everything else. And I started to think about it probably yesterday. I've been, so I work for me, if you don't know, you guys don't know me. So I work for me. But the ability to go out and sell has suddenly changed a little bit, because we're going for that sort of awkward, let's not sell. But the reality being, if I don't sell, I don't make money. If I don't make money, I don't pay my bills. And there's that awkward cycle, isn't there? Is it, I guess the question is, are we ready yet? Are we ready to go, yep, sell? I think with this man, I was sharing, I won't say who it was actually, I was sharing an email I got from somebody this morning, which related to the word furlough and something else. And it just felt like a sort of a product, which was just for here and now for the next few months. What do you two, I mean, Steve and Adam, what do you find? Because you both work for you, if that makes sense. You've got, not an empire of people. Yeah. What are you doing for money?
Well, what I'm doing essentially is selling to people who have a need for what I'm trying to sell. People who I know if they buy it, I'll be able to help them. So I have had to pivot my business. For example, I was helping summer camps hire people before. Yes. That's gone.
Yes.
So I've kind of reignited the healthcare contacts that I've had in the past, and I've signed on with a hospital in Canada this week, and I'm also running my lead gen campaigns for people who are selling PPE. So I'm essentially I looked at my business, and so.
Do you feel that, is there an awkward, and I'm so pleased that you're doing that, but is there an awkwardness about doing that? Is there a perception that if you're selling PPE, for example, that you should be doing it for free? Or are people comfortable with, no, you're providing a service, you're enabling this thing, and there's a commercial venture in the middle somewhere? Same with the hospital, isn't it? The same thing, isn't it? Because that's sort of the other thing, isn't it, about charging and not charging? I don't know their answer, by the way. I'm just sort of asking your opinion.
Well, I think the whole PP economy is, there's other buyers who are gonna go to the factories and pay for it. So it's pretty much impossible to give it away for free if you don't already have capital or contacts. So what my sort of idea is, if I can help people who are selling it, who are reputable sellers, actually connect with buyers quicker and gain their trust, then the whole sales process is kind of shortened. So I would like to see it given out for free, but
it's tricky, isn't it? So, and yeah, because I think I talked about this last time. This perception also that. So Steve, I assume you're the same thing, that we charge for our time. We go and help people sort out their hiring processes, do something different, improve X, Y, and Z, whatever. And it always tends to be. I mean, I think I said last time, part of my unique is if anybody in Europe has said, "Can you come along and talk to us about that?" I'm like, "Yep, I'm on a plane, off I go," and I can't do that. But also the delivery of that service by default tends to be on site. You tend to be doing something with the people. You're getting people in a room, you're getting a whiteboard, and people will pay for that. Try and do the same thing on a Zoom call. Zoom, and that's free. You've got no cost. It's like, well, I've still got my time is still the thing that you're buying.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I must admit, the first couple of weeks when this all started, I was going through a phase of being shell shocked. I think there wasn't any other way sort of putting it, really understanding, how do we navigate around this? I mean, I had one contracted piece of work that was cancelled postponed till later. I had two very close signed contract signing that were postponed. It's like, crikey, that pipeline that I worked really hard to get to is just stopped. What do I do now? And actually it started to look at some other revenue streams as well, and started to partner with Stuart in Source Talent around bringing some of his training content to Australia as well. So we were looking at, okay, we're going to deliver this. I'm going to be on site delivering this, and again, we then had to go, right, crikey, what do we do now, because we can't deliver this online. Physically face to face. So we've managed to get that online fairly quickly, and we've actually, both of us are running some courses for furloughed and recruiters that have been made redundant. We're running that for free. Stuart in the UK, me in Australia here. But it's an interesting one. So I haven't really sold. I'm not very good at selling anyway, but I haven't really tried to sell because it hasn't felt the right thing to do really, and it's felt. I'm still not sure if it is. So I guess I've reached out to a couple of really trusted clients to say, what do you think about this offering, just to really test that response a little bit.
Because it's tricky. I said I don't know if there's a right or wrong answer. I know there's some people. I mean, there's obviously a shed load of recruiters. Certainly, as we're heading towards sort of lockdown in the UK, a shed load of agency recruiters were doing the same thing. So I was still on a client site at that point. And I've got email after email saying, I've got candidates, I can do this, I've got candidates. It's like, and we're charging half the fee. It's like, well, you've missed the point. This is supply and demand. I've got no demand. I'm doing the opposite. I'm locking things down. I don't want to hire any more people. So there's lots of that to begin with. And then it's that awkwardness. It's when you've got something, and speaking for us collectively, I don't know exactly what you do, but based on what I sort of know, I think we're in the same place, that we know we can help organizations, those as we obviously, we won't be in this position forever, I hope. And as we head out of things probably won't be different. Actually, will be different. And so we need to think about what that looks like. And there's that awkward gap, isn't there, with certainly large corporates who are hiring thousands of people all the time. All they've done is pause it. And now it's like, feels like that magic window. People are learning a new language. Well, corporates can learn how to recruit better. That's where someone like Adam kicks in as well and saying, actually, have you thought about this Facebook thing? It'll catch on. You'll see everybody will have an account one day. He's wrong, but they will. It's selling. To me, that's the bit that I feel like I want to go out and sell, but I don't actually. Still not right. It's still that awkward.
I mean, I feel. Sorry, Jim.
That's right, Steve. No, go
I
on.
was going to say, I feel like I'm going through that. I'm going through. I'm not really wanting to sell. I want to add value. I want to be doing something that is helping. I mean, you've got to. It's a difficult one. It's a fine balance because I work from. It's just me. How do you find that balance? How do you find that balance? But right now, for me personally, right now, I want to be adding value rather than. I want to be adding value rather than as a focus, rather than trying to bring in revenue. If I'm honest,
it's tricky though, isn't it? Again, I'm just thinking out loud. It said you give away the good stuff that you do. for free, which is fine.
Yeah.
I think people have gone through different
You know, I'm going with this. I like the mood now because it's a bit early for this. No, I'll shut up.
No, I think it's important to discuss because you know, businesses are there at the end of the day, and you know, importantly, people surviving this physically, mentally, and financially. You know, and I think understanding that at point of the phases we've gone through, the shock. You know, I think there was a massive shock we all went through. And I think, you know, understanding that point and where we get to a point, people are talking about the new norm. You know, I don't know what it's going to be, but in the middle of all of this, there will be a point where businesses do need to say, hey, look, we're over here and we can help, but we don't know how to help unless you talk to us, because everyone's in a different situation. That's what I'm finding. Although I'm starting to find a little bit of more outreach, people coming to me now and saying, actually, Jim, what is it you guys do? You know, how can you help us with your technology? That to me is starting to be a bit of a clearer sign that people are okay with it to some point, but it's not okay to go and push it. We want to try and pull people in, you know, like you, Steve. I'm not, probably the wrong thing to say as a chief commercial officer, but I'm not big into selling because I've sat the other side as a head of talent, sat there with loads of people selling me stuff. I don't want to be sold to, you know, but I want to be aware of what's going on. You know, I want to be aware of the benefits of a chatbot. I want to be aware of the services that yourself and Martin offer. But I don't want to be, and I'm getting that quite regularly, you know, messages and emails. Did you get my last email? Yeah, I got it. I didn't respond because I'm not interested. No, I'm probably really polite. I normally say, look, not at the moment, thank you very much. And then you get another one a week later. And
sorry about that. I'll stop sending them.
Yeah, please, Martin. It's getting a little bit. I remember training recruiters and talking about being professionally persistent without pissing people off. If I can say that. No, hopefully your kids have now gone to bed. You know, but that kind of thing there is a fine line. And at the moment, everyone's really sensitive about it. People are sensitive about going out there, but people are sensitive on the other side of receiving it. And we don't know what people are like, or the situation they're in, or the ramifications some people are in. You know, I'm talking to people who have lost people through this. And that's the underlying thing. I go back to the recession where people were losing their jobs, which was dreadful. People are losing their jobs now, but people are losing their lives. And that's what we've all got to consider. That's the really difficult thing. That's me. I'll stop now. That's my thoughts. I don't know about Adam. What do you feel?
Well,
you're
I think like depends who you're selling to. Like you could have that approach where I'm gonna stop selling, but in my opinion, like whatever your market might not need that at this time. Your market might want to buy, and there might be markets out there which you could serve as well who would need more people, such as the healthcare market. So I wouldn't encourage people to just cut off selling. I would say, you know, put out some content, see how people react, put out a different piece of content, see how people react, and actually kind of customize it depending on how people are responding to your messaging.
I think you're right.
I think you're right.
It's
about the methodology of selling, right? So what is your channel to market? How are you actually doing it rather than anything else, right?
It's making people aware that you have something to offer and you can there to help and how you can help, but it's not pushing it down their throats in this point where you don't understand their situation. And you're right, Adam. You know, there are people you can help out there, and the value from that Facebook advertising bit that you showed. And hopefully that's drawn people in to come and chat to you because your knowledge and experience. The same with Martin yourself, Steve. You know, you talked about the fact, Martin, about your time. It is your experience people are drawing in. You know, that's the old adage, isn't it? It's the knowledge and experience. And Adam, your knowledge and experience and what you do on Facebook. So everyone's knowledge and experience has a value to it. If there's not a product is you, you know, at the end of the day.
Over the past few weeks, pretty much say like 80 or 90% of the Facebook ad agency owners that I know, they said to themselves, right, we still want to do business. We don't want to just stop gaining revenue. So they did like what's called an offer switch. So instead of saying, I'll get you 30 customer opportunities a month, they started to say, I help you cut costs so you can keep your staff, stay open, and come out of this stronger than ever. So they're really changing their value proposition to cutting costs rather than gaining new revenue. And I'm not really sure how a recruiter could do that, but like, you're an intelligent bunch, there's creative ways which you can think of. Like, I don't know, like, examples if you can think of one maybe, but just ways you can help people cut costs rather than trying to sell them something that is going to make them want to spend more.
Yeah, I think so. And I think if they're cutting costs and saving costs, then they've got more money to spend on their employees, which is keeping their employees as well. So there's a double-edged sword to it. And what about your salsa dancing? Let's lighten this up a little bit. Adam does a bit of salsa dancing here. He spent time in
Colombia. He was a Colombian drug lord. That's how you described him.
Yeah, well,
Anybody's watching, clearly that's fiction. If anybody is watching,
I've got no one to dance with, so I'm just sort of
Blair.
in the mirror.
I
Lonely salsa dancing is even worse.
he did a YouTube clip with your mum. You're teaching your mum to salsa dance.
Yeah, well, that's not happening anymore. That didn't work. So.
You just taught your mum all she needs to know now, and she's proficient at it, or she just decided I'm giving up.
I don't think I have the patience for that. I'll try and do a spin for you now.
Oh wow! See, this
it could be amazing, it could be awful. We'll just never know.
Yeah, completely. Could be prime TV watching over and over. That little clip of you spinning could be watched a million times.
Yeah,
that's done everything. So brilliant, guys.
Cool. Well, on the sofa rotation of chat, I've got Kevin Blair sat awkwardly in the. I'd love to say it was a real green room. I think in the future, when we do get to meet, me and Jim are going to go and spend some stupid money. We're going to fly to Australia. We're going to sit in a coffee shop, and then we're going to find a TV studio and do a live feed from Australia to both people in Australia watching it. Talk about spending money, and I'm sure Jim can find a sponsor for that. If you knew anybody, ATS. Yeah. Let's go and get Kevin in. So Kevin is
maybe you're a.
Yeah, maybe there are others available. Let's see if we do that same awkward thing. The only thing I will say about the awkward segue, there he is, because we don't know when we're going to say yes, which also means that people like Kevin are off doing other things because you would. Kevin, how are you this morning?
Yeah, I'm good. How you doing?
Look at that. You see, that's two guests on the trot where the microphones work. See, Steve, it can work. Cool.
Yeah. How many people, Steve, actually came into your shop and they just couldn't hear you and just decided to leave?
Well, maybe that was it. Maybe that was it. There's loads there.
So Kevin, welcome.
Thank you.
We're doing the same thing. We're asking people to introduce themselves, say what they're up to, say where they're from, and we'll have a chat with you. We've still got Steve from First Arm. We've still got Adam on. And what I've said to them is at any point they just want to disappear, then I'll kick them off. And it said, think of it like the sofa of chat. When I sound like Richard Hammond.
Well, I tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop out for a second, live a bit of a break.
Go for a wee, aren't you?
Just have a break here. There you go.
So Kev, tell us who you are for the people that don't know who you are.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the idea of the sofa chat. I think you're very much the poor man's Graham Norton. You know, you've got the book going on.
I've got the beard. Yeah, I've got the beard. I've got none of the money, none of the talent. I got described as a thinner Jeremy Clarkson the other day.
Well, I got described as an overweight Joe Wicks.
Hey kids, this is what you could look like if you don't do the Joe Wicks video.
Well, in defence, my wife then corrected and said, no, Joe Wicks looks like an in-shape Kevin Blair. So I guess it depends.
It depends on your viewpoint, but she's generous. She's your wife. She's generous. She's allowed to say things like that.
So obviously Kevin Blair, as Martin mentioned. So my background is entirely recruitment. Had many opportunities to go into other parts of HR, but I really love the very productized nature of what we do and the fact that we compete externally. So a couple of kind of mid-senior level leadership roles. So there are a couple of technology companies, and then global leadership role at Cisco for just over 4 years, and then up until January this year, kind of 2.5 years as the global head of recruitment at IBM. So quite a scale, 52,000 hires, give or take, 850 recruiters. And stepped out in January and doing a couple of things, a couple of projects, and some long-term commitments. So so I think firstly, working with Beamery to help design, develop new ways to use recruitment technology and improve the tech stack, and that's going great. Getting some opportunities to have technology start to influence operating model, which I think it doesn't do. So me kind of having been a practitioner my whole career. And then kind of saying technology doesn't do enough for me. I guess someone was listening and said, well, if you're so smart, you come and help us fix it. And so that element. And then the second part, obviously, co-founding Join Talent to really try and democratize some of my experience. I've done a lot of work with VCs and private equities over the last 2 years, really. In terms of, and then taking on a bunch of like informal advisory roles, both officially and also a lot of background chats and just helping people out. And the companies wanting to do things and change and innovate, but not exactly sure where to begin, is trying to help that, both in a structured and unstructured way. So lots of exciting things. Like really enjoying where I'm at right now.
Because I don't know where to start, because obviously I know you. I've known you for a number of years. For those that,
yeah.
So I went to, awkwardly, and Steve would probably appreciate not being a salesman like myself. Went to pitch Kevin when he was at Oracle, and I said, I know all about recruitment, mate. I can show you how it's done. That meeting went really well. And yeah, I remember scuttling back to the car, sort of shaking my head. And it was back in the day. We both wore suits. We both had bad suits with bad shirts and bad ties. That's how long ago it really was. Just up the road from here. How are you finding? I guess we last saw each other just before Christmas, and you were in that transition, but you hadn't officially left IBM. Mm-hmm. What's it? I mean, the sort of awkward question, I guess, is what's it like working for something like Beamery, who's much smaller, much more agile? You've not got, well, there's two things in there. You haven't got Empire. And you talk about having 850 recruiters in mm-hmm. IBM. I suspect it was never too hard to get something done because there's always somebody you could give it to. Mm-hmm. Whereas Beamery Join Talent, it's down to you, isn't it? More or less, in different scales. And I guess, given that you made that jump just before the horrible world of we're in, how has that been for you? I'm going to get you to talk. Tell me, I guess, talk to me about the transition between large corporate to something much more agile. But then also your timing's interesting, isn't it? You probably wouldn't have picked this time to do it had you known. But then equally, it probably presents opportunity that probably wasn't there before.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's been a change. It's been a healthy change for a couple of reasons. I mean, one is you get and across both the elements of the work that I'm doing right now, I think it's been very positive. So I mean, I think when you go through your career and you go from regional role to a global role, and from a global role to a bigger global role, I think you at some points in your career, and just being honest, like at some points in your career, I was probably trying to define my career as being based around scale as being a defining point in my career, and the fact that there was always that bigger thing, and then when you get there, because there's not many bigger than that.
No, there isn't. We talked about it. I mean, that is the thing. I used to say, I worked for Symantec and we hired X number, but it dwarfs. You absolutely dwarf what was happening there because of that truly global piece. And people buy into you because of that a little bit, don't they?
Yeah, and listen, I'm not missing being on planes as much as I was, but if you imagine, like, I don't want to, like, if you imagine like a kind of Venn diagram or something, you imagine like scale, complexity, and influence. Scale and complexity, is great, but actually, what I'm more tuned into is like being more influential around a direction or a company, or being more influential around the impact of TA. And I think that's what I'm really enjoying in the work that I'm doing, is that it's that influence is much more important. What you're not doing is, trying to, and this is not exclusive to any one particular company, it's just in general terms, you spend a lot of time, trying to establish political capital a lot of the time to get things done. And that's just the reality, and that, it can be pervasive to any industry. And I think the idea that, you're stepping away from that, and actually you just, you're focused on outcomes is much more important. And, the work, as I said, the work that Katrina and I are doing, as you get really underneath that stuff, some of the companies we're working for, being able to democratize the things that you think are good, are about being able to leverage a big company isn't actually the case. Some of the stuff that I've done, I'm probably one of the biggest practitioners of Agile in TA. I had maybe dedicated 220, 230 plus recruiters in an Agile practice alone, let alone the fact that, we had like integrated Agile, every opportunity. And if you think, when you start to work with organizations that don't have that scale, they say, well, it's easy because you got, such huge resources, but actually the principles and the foundations remain the same. You can have prioritization. You can look at, at roles based on a scarcity profile and a propensity to fill and you're an engaged candidate and your talent and how your talent community is pulled through. So actually, whether you're 1,000 recruiters or whether you're 10 recruiters, some of those principles I'm learning more and more are actually as effective, because you've not got the you've not got the turning circle of the MMS, for want of a better, you literally are more agile and more nimble. So actually being able to take those, what you think perceive is based around big experiences, being resource heavy, actually the way you deploy them can be a lot more effective. It's
a challenge, isn't it? I work with scale-ups, corporates, and that mixture of stuff. Maybe it's just about outlook. I said one of the things I've always loved about you is just your positive outlook on everything. But the reality is, at some point, there aren't enough people to go around. There isn't actually a recruiter who's going to do the right thing and do this and do this and do this and do this, and it becomes very difficult. It becomes very much more hands-on. And I still wonder if that translates. What I'm trying to say, I think I'm probably one of those guys that would say to you, well, of course, it was easier for you in IBM because of the scale, because of this, because you could dedicate some chunks of time, even if it was, you took 10% of everybody's time. Well, suddenly you got 10% of 800 people. It's like, bloody hell, that's a huge amount of collective mind power, doing effort, whatever. Whereas actually, when you get to a 200 people business, it's only got one recruiter and they're swamped and they just can't see the wood from the trees. Does your approach still help there? Does it still translate that you can actually help people in a small organisation sort of almost prioritise what's important and how to get to that next step?
I think we've just lost Kevin as well.
In which case, I'm going to say answer point. Yeah. So I think, Kevin, the answer is yes, you can.
Yeah.
Do we think so?
Adam's back on that pillar. Yeah, it's just
my dog.
Gareth's in the room as well. So Gareth, I know you're out there because I know you're there. We'll wheel you in a second. If Kevin doesn't come back, you're on, Gareth. So we said that get your hair ready, what's left of it, and do the rest.
We could do 6, but Kevin's coming back. We could even get Gareth on as well in a second. Kevin, we lost you there, just at that important point.
I answered for you. I just said yeah, and yes I can, and I do it for free. Is actually all I said.
No. So you blew it. Because you made the comments about the microphone work, and you didn't quite allow for inter. I know it's not. There's something between our connections, because I'll tell you, like a lot of other people who are doing homeschooling right now, the kids are on Netflix whilst on their iPads, whilst on their laptops. So last week I actually had a new access point router fitted in my office. So I was like, I'm done with the broadband fight in the house. I'm getting my own internet in my office. The end. Phone BT, come and do it.
Good to your point, absolutely. Multitasking of iPad and this and that, and just you can feel the things drain down. So the question I was asking about, there was, I don't know how far we got, was just about that. If I'm in a 200 people business, does your experience still can I still see the sort of the wood from the trees? I'm a swamped recruiter. I think that's probably the experience of a number of us, where we go meet an organisation, they're struggling to hire. Agile TA to them is an alien concept, to be really blunt. Even basic TA is an alien concept to some of them. And it's about whether those are the types of organisations you help or not, and your experience about whether that path. And then we then talk about your relationship with Beamery and the relationship with John Tanner. And I guess back to this timing thing. So I've asked too many questions in one go. That's the difference between Graham Norton. Graham Norton only asks one question.
Yeah, I'll do my best to answer it. I mean, again, if you think about talent acquisition maturity, and so when you said there, like some people are what you would term enthusiastic amateurs, but are trying to make it work. A lot of the time, particularly in scale-ups, they're not. They're 1 minute they're recruiters, the next minute they're heads of TA because the business is over. They're running all of HR, and they're also head of TA and all these different things. And so, I think what it comes down to is how deep do you want to go? So if I think about, not necessarily that there's like a playbook, but as I connect with companies and I do some work with them, from a services and a consulting perspective, you can have everything from, I'll give you an example. So towards the back end of last week, I was on with one of the world's biggest companies, the global head of TA and a couple of their team, and they were actually asking for my help in terms of setting roadmap architecture. So how do we even write our vision? How do we write our mission? These are the figureheads for a 500-600 plus recruitment team, and they're like, okay, we can't even get to that, and how do you play the person who can provide some objectivity in the room that challenge us on how we're aligning to the corporate vision. So it can be like as literally as abstract and conceptual as that point, right down to, you know, working with a couple of scale-up companies where I'm basically saying, give that to agencies. You should put that online because you'll fill that with applicants and referrals, and this is where you should focus your time. Yeah. So, and again, that in its sense is just applying some agile principles. You know, back to the principle of prioritization. You know, what should you be doing and when you should be doing it. And it comes back to the, you mentioned there before about, like, you know, the work. From a vendor perspective, you know, I'd honestly say, and I say this as now, you know, somebody who works and is a founder, who works for a vendor and is a founder of a company that provides services, is vendors need to take more responsibility for helping TA leaders, and that's why I'm in this situation. Is that you find that you know, from a data point, I have access to a lot of data. The scramble to put, you know, to go far and wide with the candidate population, the scramble to go and give me access. You know, the narrative 5 years ago was, we can show you everybody in the planet that you might want to talk to. Yeah. Well, that's not really what I want now, is it? Because we've all realized that, you know, that creates another headache. So actually, the question needs to be, how do we take the dumb data we have, the dumb static data, and how do we turn it into smart data that influences better outcomes and influences our operating model? And this is where the problem is. You know, my biggest concern about TA, and I've said this to you before, man. I think we've tried to put the world to rights over beers many times. And I think one of the biggest things that kind of I think is a big problem we need to solve, we need to own up to, is, first of all, recruitment KPIs are arbitrary. You know, they do not talk to value, they represent productivity. You and I have done recruitment for a long time. I guarantee you could drop you and I into any company anywhere in the world and we'd improve the KPIs. Now, the caveat, I'm not saying we would make it better in terms of the experience.
Oh, no, but we can improve the KPIs, which is a different thing, isn't it? We can make those numbers move because you just can. Yeah, I agree.
20 plus years in recruitment, I know what levers to pull, right? I know exactly what levers to pull to influence KPIs. And as I said, it might not be better outcomes, it might not be better service, but I know what levers to pull to drive productivity. So we've got to get to value-based KPIs and actually start to tie ourselves to revenue. And I'm doing a lot of work around that right now, which is showing the true value of recruitment. You know, you look at the way, you know, even the way the city and Wall Street, you know, value companies, you know, when they look, they don't just look at the earnings, they look at, you know, as a divisible point against the employees. You know, what are the earnings per employee? You know, so when you, if off of such a basic calculation, you can then even take that and start to calculate a value for recruitment. Or you talk about, you know, productivity and growth roles and where you spend your capacity and utilization, moving away from just this, you know, this recruitment socialism, that everything is equal, everything is equitable. It's not. You know, you should have 40% of your resources pointed at 20% of your work, no doubt, at least that. And so you should start doing the things that drive growth and value, and you should be able to demonstrate that instead of saying it, and it should be tuned into the most senior people in the company's objectives. And then the final part that I think really needs this fix is self-directing recruiters. You know, the idea that we have all this sophistication, we put all this technology, we put all this investment, we put all these methodologies around recruiters, and then we basically go hands off. And we basically allow them to dictate where they spend their time and what they spend their time doing. And this might sound like the anti-recruitment establishment, anti-recruiter. It's actually not, because I actually think recruiters would welcome this idea that when they go into an ATS, although, you know, let's not get into what the future that might look like, because I have strong views on that, but they go into an ATS and they see like the 10 vacancies that they're working on right now, and it's like, it's free game. I mean, is it the manager that's shouting the loudest? Is it the one where they've not done the most dispositions on a candidate? I've got 3,000 applicants on that, I need to spend 2 days in there. Is it, you know, I went out over the weekend and had a heavy night, so Monday's just dispositioning candidates. Like, there's no controls over what the recruiters are doing. So for me, like, if you're in there, you go and you say, actually, you're not going to have the opportunity to look at this rec, because based on what all our data suggests, turn it into smart data. You need to spend more time here. We're telling you you're not spending enough time here, or this role isn't where it needs to be based on the value to the organization. So go in there and start doing more activity and get it to this point. Oh, and by the way, when you go in there, we've also attached a micro sourcing strategy to it. So what we're also going to tell you is, you know what, this cloud architect role, as an example, something that I'm familiar with recruiting, you know, you're not going to post this on the company's website because it solicits 1,500 applications. Very rarely are they correct. We have no history of making hires with that. We've got a standard out-of-the-box process that every role gets posted. But actually, what our data shows is you actually spend 4 days of the search, dispositioning candidates, you never hire it. So you know what? We're not going to allow you to do that. We're going to remove that. So if you think about recruiters, you know, this full stack recruiter, you know, great book, great insight, you know, for a 15-year ago market. But actually now there needs to be more than one profile of recruiter, and those recruiters need to be considered of having products. So you think about like what they may look like. So the words that my colleague me and Liam are using right now is standard, you know, configured and custom, right? So you know, if you imagine that you have 10 different things, you have 10 different elements to what is recruitment. I know there's a lot more. And, you know, and to one area you should suggest, well, actually, these are the, you know, this is locked. 8 of the 10 is locked for these roles. And this one, 5 of the 10. And this one, only 2 of them are, because this needs high degree of configuration. And so I think, honestly, I think those are the burning platforms that I'm trying to. So back to your long question, I've given it a much longer answer, mate.
The good news is your answer is much longer than my question, and that was, I don't know many people that are thinking like that. So is that the other thing? Do you see yourself as a, whatever it is, as leading this market? Because the conversation that people have, you know, you go and talk to a chief exec, I won't pick on a name, but somebody I've spoken to recently, they just see, you know, recruitment is commodity. We're moving away. Well, we used to have these agencies, they're costing us money. So the first motivation is let's do rejection and cost. But by default, they're already experts in their field because they've already gone, oh yeah, I've hired people. We've met these people. Oh yeah, just pop it on LinkedIn, just do that. And this mature conversation you're having with people must be either a revelation or something. Just go, oh Christ, that's, you know, that's out of my comfort zone. Who is most receptive to that conversation, without trying to give you any sort of trade secrets about where you're going for those for client development? But there must be a set of people that go, oh yeah, we're getting it, versus a big chunk of people going, nah, we know what we know.
Yeah, I mean, so back to the point you made before that, and I'll answer the question, is like, do I see myself as some kind of, you know, leader of this? No, I think this is a democratized position. I think that if we say there needs to be 3 types of recruiter and 3 types of sourcer, so that I know if I took a recruiter from Cisco to IBM, I'd know what that product was, and the same way that you do in other industries, I know what an agile recruiter looked like, because there's standardization. So I think more than just my voice needs to come to this, and I'm finding that, and definitely, you know, as I'm reaching out to a bunch of people, you know, that think about this, you know, they're doing they think the same. You know, I think of people like, you know, Amber at BCG, Amber Graywell, I think of Jesper at Thomson Reuters, Arna Riccio, who recently left Salesforce. Like they think very much similar. Matt Moore at Booking.com as well in Europe, and so they have a similar mindset. So I think more of us actually think like that. I mean, I'm the one that's kind of stepping out and talking about it a lot, but I don't think it's about a case of, it's not, I don't want this to be, you know, I think, you know, there's a well-known figure on the HR side that likes to TM a lot of stuff, you know, and likes to, you know, it's the methodology. I don't really want this to be a Kevin Blair methodology. This needs to be a thing that we come together, because I'm not the sole architect of the solution. I just have opinions, and those opinions will be considered, and like everything should be, you know, we find consensus through crowdsourcing the solution, and I think that's the best way. So yeah, no, I think that directionally, but in terms of who receives it, I'd say it's actually not like necessarily a classification of leader or person, interestingly enough. I think it comes back to that maturity, is like different companies need different things. I think one of the things that we need to recognize, and you know, I say this to some people and they kind of laugh because they sit back and realize, why has TA been in a perma state of transformation for 15 years? Because it's not transforming. Because
changes, tweaks, it's
playing at the service. Like, oh, everybody's in a TA transformation. Like, there's a reason being, because we're trying to transform within the narrow swim lanes we've defined ourselves. Like these KPIs, or this type of service, or, you know, we need to be, you know, we need to over rotate to be orientated like this. You know, recruitment is a service offering. Why aren't we trying to borrow experiences from services companies and sales organizations and product companies? You know, we have an offering now. How do we productize it? Why am I one of the few leaders that when I put my KPIs up, are they talking about wastage and latency as much as they're talking about productivity and they're talking about value? This is why. And so I think as individuals go on a journey of discovery themselves with our help, they start to think about where are they in the state of transformation, and what does true transformation look like. I'm not saying there's ever going to be an end state. Like, that's impossible to say. Like, you know, there's no end to this. Everything could always be better. Everything could always be improved. But in reality, you know, from a position of like, you know, the reason we need to end this perma state of true transformation is because directionally it's wrong in so many places.
There's never been any great step though. I mean, that's the thing. As you say, it's always been sort of slow incremental improvements, and some things have been optimized, some things have been automated, some things haven't. But the actual, you know, I don't know how many years you consider yourself being in recruitment, the actual flow is the same. We've got this job, we need to fill it, and we do these steps, we filled it. And that just seems to be the same cycle. There's nobody's genuinely taken a step change in any way, shape or form. Whereas you say in other types of business, other types of organisation, they really have. And is now an opportunity. So back to, maybe that's the thing. So back to is now with organisations, and we saw it in the recession where organisations stopped hiring. And actually, there was a genuine pause moment. And now we've hit pause on a bunch of other things. Do you think now is an opportunity for some of those organisations to genuinely do something different? Or the cynic in me suggests that we'll just pause and we'll come back and it'll be exactly the same for some organisations because it won't have leapt on that opportunity that they've got. They can't see the time now as the time they can do something different.
Yeah, no, I think it is for a couple of reasons. So first of all, I think my experience more recently is that people are being more receptive to help. I think there was an arrogance within the space that I'll never go and seek out help and seek out you know, advice on what I should be doing, and some great forums have popped up to help with that. But also, you know, if I look at, you know, the amount of reaches I get through LinkedIn where they're just saying, hey, could you mind if we have a chat? I'll speak to anybody all of the time. Like I just give my time up 100% of the time because I love having those conversations and I draw a lot of energy from helping people solve their problems. And so, you know, I'm always on, you know, bouncing.
And just actually, if you don't really want to do that, it's not the easiest conversation you have because the one thing I've noticed about you, Kevin, you do challenge quite a lot, don't you? You do challenge back a bit of, are you really sure, mine? Just paraphrasing conversation in a bar where it's like, well, mine, actually, I see it like this. Not the easiest conversation, but once you've got through that, then it's all good. That's how I have
a feeling I know which conversation you're referring to.
No, you're right. I mean, that wasn't I'm not saying you were wrong, but nobody actually wants to hear it. That's the difference. You're willing, and that's the thing I would say about you're willing to. Again, anybody watching doesn't know Kevin. If you do reach out to him, the advice you get might be a little bit sharp to begin with, but it actually. Yeah, probably needs to be said. You're not their mum. You're not saying, "Oh, you're a great singer. You should go on Britain's Got Talent. You'll be wonderful."
No, I'm not. But what I do say is, you're not a great singer, but how do we make you a better singer?
Yes.
You know, that analogy.
Yes. But
and
that's
the first step of that what I was talking about before about like how receptive is the market. The first thing we need to do is we need to own our failures and our shortcomings, and mine included. Like I'm still learning every single day, and you know it's incredible for me. But I think in terms of like the availability in the market right now to be receptive to this, I think that it's horrific what's happening. There's no doubt, and hopefully things will start to calm down. But I think what needs to come out of this, not to be opportunistic around the problem, is the fact that is it an opportunity to think differently? I'm a big advocate for the gig economy. Like the fact that companies own people in their entirety, and that you can only work for them, and there's all these things around not allowing skills to be more democratized. I feel quite strongly. I like the idea that people can work flexibly. Maybe this home work and this lockdown is going to create new rituals for us all. I truly hope so. I feel like when you worked from home previously, you always tried to take your office method of working and try and apply it into the home. And what we've seen now is that actually there's new rituals about like how you actually work remotely. And I really hope that helps people that need that flexibility. And so that's the kickstart to a gig economy and some kind of more democratization of talent in the market, so that more than one company can engage a certain level of talent, and some of those sort of things are propelled. So I think that's a key opportunity. I also think the fact that, as I said, you're coming into the life cycle where the first generation of like new ATSs, if you like, more sophisticated, and then we're going to get to the point with the CRMs coming right after, where people have had them in for a while, and they're now understanding and being able to articulate back the level of expectation they should have and how it should work. And I think these are really good conversations to have. I think if you look at a lot of the places where I help companies, a lot of it is around their vendor strategy. Like, this is what you should be asking. These are the expectations you should be setting. These are the things you should be thinking about as you architect it, and creating partnerships. It's one of the industries where more than anywhere else, like there's not you've had vendors and you've had practitioners, and it's kind of been one trying to throw some things over, and I think we need much more of that collaboration. Like, you know, I've been saying for a long time, like, stop giving me dumb data. How do you make me turn that data into smart data? And then someone finally sat down with me and said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, you know, I get all this information, but I'm still sat around with a bunch of recruitment leaders in my team, and we're still trying to, hoping that we still infer it correctly, and we're hoping that we still apply that right directly to our operating model. And how can you help with that? And so this is when you start getting into the areas of, like, you know, driving and defining different methods of working, and helping architect and curate different solutions. I think it's really important.
Conscious of the time, Kevin, I'm not cutting you off completely, but I'm going to bring Gareth in, who's been very patiently sat there for a while, because I said we're trying to give a sort of a rough 15-minute start of everything. So I'm going to bring Gareth in. Gareth, who was for Carew. The real reason for bringing Gareth back is he was on our first live feed, and since then he's been attacked by his 5-year-old with his hair. Steve, you're still sitting very, very patiently. Adam, I can still see you, and you're welcome to stay. Kevin, obviously, stay on for a bit longer, and we'll have that conversation. We've also got Akbar Karenga from Founders Factories on in a bit, and actually I'd like Kevin and him to be on at the same time, I think, because I think that's going to be an interesting thing. So Kevin, if you're still good for a little bit longer, that'd be great to hang on to you. Let me go and get Gareth. It's just like bloody going on. And Jim, you've still got a lovely jacket on.
I'm going to duck out here.
Adam's been lovely. And I have to say, so brilliant.
I really enjoyed listening to Kevin there. That's why I was just quiet.
Adam, you and me and Jim at some point will come back to you, because you are youth and you've got your beautiful scenic background. You obviously hide where you really are in the world.
Yeah.
But there's something what you're doing which you really it's more like it. There we go. Oh, it's a boy's bedroom. Oh.
It's a boy's bedroom. Okay. Well, yeah, thanks very much, guys.
Thanks, Adam. It was really good to talk to you. Thank you.
Cheers. Bye.
Yeah. Cheers, buddy. Catch you soon.
Bye.
And Gareth, are you there? Look at you. Look, I was just saying that I thought your hair was going to be, but it's not that great, is it? Normally you've got perfect coiffured hair. That's
I think for people like me, that's any hair is good, really. Gareth, so
it's natural shine. I'm in the basement again today, and you can see the natural shine of the spotlights above me.
Well, they did me a favour. They've just chopped a little bit of the fringe off, so it looks like it's actually manageable. But there are a few chunks missing out the back, so we won't go there.
No, so I see you've
gone
back to your
go
bedroom.
on, Gareth. You just show us. Just show us the back of your hair there. Go on.
You can't really tell, to be honest. I mean, it was a dodgy pair of clippers that they had, and it didn't really cut very deep. So, but I mean, hey, it creates some great social content that's done pretty well.
Yes, indeed. Gareth, since the last time we spoke, I said thank you for coming back. I said you were one of the few people we brought back, partly because you were early on with us earlier on, and obviously appreciate the fact you've supported our time. How was, when we were talking, it was just before, so it was 31st of March was the last time we spoke, and you had your business plan was to monetize what you were doing at that point the next day, and obviously you had to put that back. How have things been since then? Yeah, it's 3 weeks on. Has the world become clearer, less clear? What have you found out there in the big bad world of what Carew are doing?
I think it was I wouldn't say it's become more clear. I think we're seeing positive results of what's happening in terms of society's health. In terms of business for us at Carew, well, like I said before, we've sort of stripped back our costs.
Yeah.
Every shitty cloud has a silver lining. So now, given my obsession with the product and my, relatively dislike for my own product, I'm really focused on sort of driving that forward. So we've got 3, maybe even a 4th piece of work that we're undertaking with a lot of aggression at the moment to drive that forward, ready for taking it back to market as of August. So we've got some rough ideas and approximations as to when we think people will start to go back to work. And then essentially we're going to kind of, I suppose, relaunch the business, as it were, from August and sort of take it national from September.
Have you become hypercritical? Is this the one thing that, because before, when I've known you for a chunk of time, you seem to be, you were growing customer base, obviously delivering a product that's free, and free brings with it a whole bunch of expectations, doesn't it? Free doesn't mean it can be rubbish. It's going to be really good, and yet now you've had this sort of natural pause. Is that being, and you've always been somebody that's critical about the product. It's never perfect. I suspect it could be perfect in everybody else's eyes, and you'd still go, yeah, but
No, I've always been hypercritical,
Yeah.
but I think that's just symptomatic of any technology product that you launch. We took a 2.5 month sabbatical last year between May the 15th and the end of July to completely rebuild the product because I wasn't happy with it. We completely rebuilt the employer portal experience to make that far easier to use. We did a complete overhaul of our app, which is obviously designed for candidates. We tweaked the algorithm. But I mean, this is just, it's an iterative development process. So right now we did a load of consumer-facing research on both sides of our marketplace for employers and candidates just before COVID hit, and it gave us hell of a lot of stuff to work on. So not just optimizing the existing core product, but also the addition of a new feature that we're currently scoping. So we're used to sort of, I suppose, not necessarily pausing, because normally you would continue your usual candidate and employer acquisition strategies, but investing in that sort of activity at the moment is a little bit fruitless. On the candidate side, we're still very active. On the employer side, we still get technology businesses popping up looking for talent, and we've still maintained the similar level of roles. So we haven't necessarily had a lot of job vacancy content removed from the platform. It has dipped slightly, but ever so slightly.
Your core client are tech businesses. I'll pick on, something like AO.com are still recruiting, still hiring. Do they need you? I mean, that's another thing. Surely, is there a danger that they don't need you right now? Because of course, AO.com are out there saying, well, we're hiring, and if I'm a candidate, I'm probably out. I'm probably, if I've been furloughed, let go, whatever, I'm hunting those organisations out. Where they're still coming through you to find those people.
Well, we've still got a number of businesses constantly refreshing their roles. From the data that we've got on the platform, we can see that a number of matches take place. So we're still maintaining a decent level of match rate versus interest. So for anybody who doesn't understand, we don't facilitate for an application. What we do is we take a variety of data points on a brand and a job description level, and we match that to a variety of data points on a candidate's level. We then crunch that through an algorithm that suggests that these two parties are well suited to one another, and then that facilitates for a chat, and then however the two parties want to take that further, they're welcome to. And we're still seeing that the response to interest, so if an employer an employer expresses an interest in a candidate or vice versa, our interest levels are still at around 60 to 70%. So if 100 expressions of interest happen in a day, you'll see people getting 70% of those getting a response. And then the candidate match rate is usually between 25 and 30%. So that suggests that a conversation is now open and taking place. So those KPIs for us haven't dipped. Some businesses, we haven't had any businesses leave the platform, sort of say, let's shut it down. I think we're still in a state of, we're not entirely sure of what's happening. So therefore we're going to, in theory, pause things. And that's sort of where we've,
I guess that's one of the beauties of the platform, isn't it? That's probably what they're going to do. They can actually pause with you and then come back when they need to, and you'll still be there doing the thing that you do.
But I think if I've always been an advocate, or am recently an advocate of the idea that talent acquisition is a sales and marketing function, and as such, you don't really want to stop marketing. If anything, we've ramped up the video content that you'll see from us on LinkedIn, because it's an absolutely brilliant time to build brand. And, our people lead our brand, and I believe in putting people first. So I think that's why we get such good traction. You'll look at people like Stephen Bartlett, who have 100,000 followers on LinkedIn, only achieving 50 to 60 sort of engagements per post, yet we're smashing through nearly 400 on a post. So I think it's a great opportunity to keep brand building and keep connecting. You don't have to fill a vacancy, but have more conversations. I think the more conversations you have and the more you put yourself out there at a time like this, it's absolutely perfect time to do it. I'm speaking to people about, in truth, utter bollocks. But I tell you, the level of value that comes out of it in terms of giving us ideas and feedback on the platform, or just feedback on the recruitment industry as a whole, it's a brilliant time to be having those conversations. And let's face it, it's good for our mental health as well.
Yeah. Do you think some people shy away from that? Because the thing, isn't it, that the people maybe, we talked about earlier on actually about the ability to, now is now the time to sell. Should we go out there? And so people like me and Steve, who work on our own quite a lot, there's that awkwardness of, adding value versus actually I need some money at the end of this as well at some point, whether that's today or whether that's in the future. I've got to think about the cash as well, because otherwise the cash runs out. Do you think people shy away from that marketing bit as well? Again, some clearly haven't. I've seen some brilliant, I mean awful recruitment agencies out there doing their thing, but for organisations like you, it's still a tricky balance, isn't it? Was it easier? What's the question I'm asking? Is it easier for you to do it because your platform was currently free anyway? So you're not actually selling. You're increasing market. You're increasing awareness. You're increasing candidate numbers, and so that's becoming. It's just an extension of what you're already doing. If you're charging for stuff, to be harder.
No, I never try and lead with the idea that you're selling something. What we're ultimately trying to achieve is just having a conversation, and then if there's a mutual point of interest where those conversations intersect, then that could potentially lead to money. But it's about having more and more of those conversations. So if you think about it in terms of like your traditional e-commerce funnel, you know, you want to blast out your display advertising, which ultimately generates to a conversion at the end of it through multiples of steps. But you've got to get yourself out there and have conversations. Ultimately, I want the product to sell itself. And the way that I'm going to get you interested in my product is selling my brand and my business. Now, obviously, we do things a bit differently, and people love trying a new shiny tool. We would never advocate that, hey, you should remove your recruitment agencies and bring Carew in, or you should stop using job boards or your ATS and bring Carew in. Not a chance. In fact, Carew should be another channel on which to advertise yourself in a talent, let's call it a TAM, a talent acquisition marketing mix, right? And that's sort of the approach. And when I sell to you, I'm actually being completely selfish. I don't want your money. I do need your feedback. And I am willing to help you to get to a point of using my product that will ultimately give me the feedback, because that's the value for me. It's not about money at this point. We're quite happy to go on making a loss for the next 18 to 24 months as per the new business plan. We're quite happy to go on making a loss as long as we end up with the best possible product on the market. And that will always be the goal. And that probably goes back to one of the questions you asked earlier, which is why I'm never bloody happy.
I think the conversations that people are having, Gareth and you and I are caught up afterwards as well, and you get a lot of insight. You also get to understand the people a little bit more. And it's not just the person you're chatting to, but it's their connections and that adding value. You know, a couple of the guests that came on, I'm having regular chats with them. And it's about the mental health, as you were saying, and getting to understand a little bit deeper and richer. And from those chats, they've actually turned around and, you know, said, "Oh, here's a firm we recommend for you." And that to me, I've not gone in there looking for a demo from that person, other than getting some insight, other than having a chat. And like we did, finding out a little bit more about, okay, you see this banner, and I see you on LinkedIn and all the videos you do. But what is Carew? What are you actually doing? What are you trying to achieve? I think we spent probably an hour or so having a really good chat. Steve and we reached out and had a chat. You know, Kevin, I know, associated contacts with Katrina. Katrina and I have had a number of chats. And you know, what we do as recruiters have been relationship building. You know, and that's what we're doing now, building relationships, but it's deeper and richer. And from that, you're actually, I suppose, making people aware of you, your brand, as you were saying, and your solution, and how you could potentially help. So it's really,
and broaden the nature of those chats as well. Like, I'm interested in speaking to people like yourselves, because I'll learn a hell of a lot about recruitment. As you know, Martin, I'm not from a recruitment background. No, I'm not from a TA or a HR. I don't have that experience. I have been the hiring manager when I was in big corporates and startups and scale-ups. I have been the candidate who hasn't. And fundamentally, the one thing that Carew is trying to do is essentially not necessarily change the experience, but offer a different approach to that experience. So as soon as I got off my call with you, Jim, I spoke to a chap called Ross Boardman, who was very senior at the Hut Group, and he has an amazing toolkit on him, from not just understanding technology and being able to code, but all the way through product life cycles, and boils it down to the simplest forms, like look at the insights, look at the data, speak to the humans, and ultimately that's going to shape what the product looks like. So have varied conversations as well. Let's not just reflect on our own industry. I mean, Brian Chesky, when he was building Airbnb, was the first person to say we couldn't look at travel as a sector, because, well, then we'd just be recreating the wheel. What we needed to do was look at orthogonal sectors. Still to this day, I don't know what the word orthogonal means. However, I did consider that it meant another industry that was similar to theirs, or perhaps doing something similar in a very different way. And they looked at Hollywood, because the best trips, the best experiences in life happen in Hollywood. And they boiled that down to a formula, which they then applied to real people who led the development and the design of that product. And now you have Airbnb trips, which is one of their top selling products. So I think it's important that we don't just focus on speaking to people within our own business, people within our own sector, but also look for varied opinions and approaches to anything, but also to recruitment as well. Just yesterday, I spoke to an senior developer from Google DeepMind, and just gave him a product demo on the back of a conversation that was not about Karoo. It was just because I'm a geek, he's a geek, and we wanted to have a bit of a geeky chat. But he had a product demo, absolutely loved the product, loved more so the vision, which is really important, and is now really keen on not just investing his time to help build his business through using Karoo, but also happy to look at how he can offer some value in terms of what the next iteration of our algorithm looks like.
I think what you say there, Gareth, is really important to talk to people outside our profession. We are in a little bit of a microclimate, and one of the things Martin and I have discussed about bringing different people on to chat, because you do learn from different professions, you do learn from different sectors, and you can take, I think, Kevin, as you were saying, some of that insight, some of that way they delivered their businesses forward, bring that into our profession. You know, we're going forward with different things, we're learning, because they're in a different world in some respects. We do sit in a recruitment world, don't we, where all the same people tend to chat and all the people tend to have the same sort of conversations, which is great, but there's a lot of insight from other professions. We've got Andrew Silitoe coming on later on, and we've got various other people trying to come in to have a chat that come outside of professions to hopefully engage with that kind of learning and that insight that you can get, you know. But I think that there's more confidence about people actually having this kind of thing now. And because everyone's in the same boat, you know, every profession's really in the same boat, you know, and other than the people in the front line, the key workers that we shouted out to at the very start of the whole show, you know, they're in a totally different situation. They don't have the chance to have a chat. They're people, we actually have a frontline potential doctor coming on at some point, because we want to understand what that's like from a frontline point of view. You know, while we're talking about all our businesses, those people are saving people's lives. You know, they're the ones protecting us. You know, we're trying to protect them by not going out, stuck in our rooms having conversations like this. But they're also, so how can we learn from them as well? There are many learnings I think we can get from all of this.
Jim, just to pick up on that point, actually, and I just, you know, listening to Gareth, it's been great. And I think it actually, ironically, because he wasn't in for my session, it's nice that it's, you know, just again, a different perspective from a vendor perspective, reinforcing some of the points I made about, it's not about building something in a vacuum for 2 years and then telling me as a TA leader I want it, right? That's not how things are going to happen anymore. This idea that we'll just accept this dumb data or that I'll fit my operating model into your technology is not going to, it's just not going to fly anymore. And that whole idea around, you know, moving away, identifying who we are. So again, you know, I talked before, didn't explicitly say our differences with HR, but the fact that, you know, they are really a consulting and advisory organization. Recruitment is a product and a services organization. So that's the perma state of transformation. And then giving that, you know, co-priming with the vendors to say, actually, you know, I can't just consume your out of the box product, because, you know, that's the reason why there's a lot of companies that sit around and say these implementations are failing. They're not failing. The operating model isn't designed to consume the product in the way it is. So, you know, is that a bad purchase? Is it a bad operating model? Arguably, a lot of the time, it's both. You know, they bought the right product at the wrong time, or they brought the wrong product and tried to fit it into the right operating model. And these are the things that, you know, as you move further back away from the point of stop chasing RFPs and start thinking about what your customer needs is way more important. You know, what's the problem you're trying to solve? And, you know, Gareth, you know, speaking a lot of, reinforcing a lot of things I said before, which is interesting because it's a different perspective, you know.
Yeah, I definitely couldn't articulate it as, you know, with such big words, but you know, that's, you know, it's one of the reasons I left Manchester Airport Group, right? I tell you what, let's get SAP Success Factors, bang it in and give it to a group of 20,000 people because they love it, and then they implemented it and nobody's ever bloody used it. and now they're all clamoring for different sorts of solutions and technologies. And that came purely down to tender process. If you're going to award me 50% grading based on price, I'm going to end up with a shit solution. If you're then going to award me with an additional 20% success based on just agreeing to your terms and conditions, I mean, fuck me, you can't do that sort of stuff. If you want to deliver a decent process underpinned by some proper tech, it's fundamentally the wrong way to work. So, and that's people defining a tender process that aren't part of the end user group. So yeah, I think we've all got, I hate that word transformation. Like, I'm pretty sure that's just dreamt up by the big four consultancies to scare us into spending a shitload of cash with them. And guess what? It worked. We spent probably the best part of £1 million doing research and more research and research about the other research, just to try and convince the board that we needed to transform, which, by the way, just means keep pace with what the people out there are doing, you know, our customers. So yeah, I'm all for changing that. And yeah, we've got a very different approach. You know, it was all, and I think the reason we were quite well received early doors was I didn't have a product. I was selling you an experience, really. And I think inherently, fundamentally, TAs are people, and they want to experience these sort of things. So when I offered the talent teams in the north, Adidas, the Hut Group, BBC, who else did we have? Dentsu Aegis, and then probably about a dozen sort of small and medium-sized tech businesses in Manchester, more so focused on owner managers, hiring managers, the opportunity to come in and help us design this thing from scratch. It was like people were well up for it. And to say from day one that I could start with brands like that is brilliant. And we've still got them all on board, still informing changes to the UI and the algorithm to keep improving it. And that's the reason that it's free. It has been free. And when we do monetize it, we'll monetize it at a ridiculous rate. And that's just to keep people engaged and to keep the feedback coming.
And that's not a ridiculous, crazy price. That's a realistic ROI, you know, price point that you're going to have. When you say a ridiculous price,
you don't know with Gareth. It could be £1 million a go. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean,
a video.
You're like a TV star getting your hair cut with your kids there. But I generally feel, I think the conversation that we had was that when I looked at my toolkit, sat as a TA, you know, the demographic was very broad. I was recruiting for in one of the key roles. And there's everybody's slightly different. So if you're looking at that target market, you're looking at where you're going to spend, there are people that what you offer will really resonate to, and your solution really resonates. And that's important to have I felt, to have in the toolkit, to have that ability to dive into. You know, everyone's different. Would have been good actually if Adam was still on here now as well, you know, and seeing what he was doing. And actually, I think we've still got Akbar sat there. And
we're going to bring him in now because otherwise we'll lose people. That's the only thing. So that nice segue. Let me bring Akbar in, and we've also got Simon sat, and we've also got Liam sat. So it's a bit like Heathrow. The planes are just circling round.
I'll jump off then and make some room. I've got dinner, a glass of wine, and the kids to put together.
Steve, brilliant. It's lovely to see you. And we need to catch up and chew the fat and do whatever. I'll come to your coffee shop next time it's on, whatever time of the day in the morning it's on.
Awesome. Yeah, likewise, Steve. Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Let's bring Akbar in whilst we're doing that. Akbar, how are you? Sorry to keep you waiting. You can blame me. You can blame Jim. You can blame Kevin. Mostly you can blame Kevin. You can blame Gareth. We need to catch up and chew the fat and do whatever. I'll come. You've got me on live. I hate that. I can hear myself. I've got my crappy voice. I want a big booming Brian Blessed voice. Yeah.
There's a 20-second delay on the YouTube, and when we were practicing a few weeks ago that we were having this, and then slowly you hear yourself on YouTube like 20 seconds later repeating yourself. So. Akbar, buddy, you can blame me there as well for jumping in and out. Now, I want to go ask you first of all, because we've had a number of chats. Are you sat comfortably on that stool? You're not gonna do an IHR moment there, are you?
Oh my god! Okay, guys. So in the middle of IHR, 2,000 of my contemporaries, I try to sit down on a high stool in front of the coffee area, and I fall absolutely down. And you were the only one that looked, and Jim's just like laughing his head off across the delegate area. And me, I'm super sheepish. I get on my laptop and I pretend in the email, no one saw it. And yeah, that's how we first said hello.
Yeah, definitely. And we've going back to what Gareth and I were just chatting about. We've had a number of good chats, mainly at the events when we've run into each other and offline as well. But yeah, for people that don't know you, Akbar, we're having a bit of an introduction, for you to explain what you do, what you're about, everything first of all.
Yeah, well, it started off classically. No one wakes up at 15 going, you know what's going to be me? It's going to be recruitment. It's going to be TA. Basically, for the last 9 years, has been a mix of agency, in-house. As of now, Founders Factory, we have a portfolio of 152 startups, and I'm the talent coach across a lot of those to just get talent thinking, just like you can get design thinking or product thinking, but into early stage founders ready for when they do get that Series A money and they start to scale.
Brilliant. And I like that talent coach bit as well. Is that, do you feel that what you're doing, more coaching and empowering than we've heard lots of different talent titles?
So it's like high touch all the way to low touch. If I could try and look like a hero and say, oh, I found you this amazing person. But then 3 months down the line, when they're looking to hire, or they make an underverse hire, or they buy a shit piece of recruitment tech, I wasn't there. There was really, really good example. We had one startup, this was before my time. The last 3 tech hires they made within their team was with this really good agency. So absolutely great. And then when I started, I was like, okay, great. Should we start? If you'd like to use them, please use them. But then on their website, they didn't even have a career section on their website. There was no talking about their values or their brand. And then it was like, of course you like this agency because they've been doing continuous search and taking your money the last year and a half, and they've not moved you along in terms of their journey.
Yeah, completely understand that. And what about your situation where you're in central London at the moment, aren't you? Is that where you're at?
Yes. London, White City.
Very good. And how are you finding that down there at the moment? You're locked in? What's the whole feeling and scope? Because one of the common threads is that we're all sat in, locked in at the moment, but London as a potential sort of, I want to say epicenter, but a center of, where main things go on. It's like the travel, what you be doing now. How are you finding that there at the moment?
I would describe like the last month as like 4 stages. So the first week was panic. Second week was overcorrection. Third week was like, okay, then it is a new normal. And from last week, it's like, actually there are silver linings, opportunities, and there is going to be a post-pandemic planet. So that's how I describe it. Just keep in your house. Don't kill people with your unnecessary contacts is probably what most people have been doing. And everyone's pretending that they have this mad, crazy jogging/baking skills that they've been hitherto not showing. So I'm loving my Instagram for that.
I think the whole Joe Wicks moment with people, on there, it's quite a thing, really. Although saying that 9:30 in the morning, I think Joe Wicks starts. Is that right, man? In 9:30, I think you're looking
at me like I know. Yeah, he does. He does. But you can see him again. You can watch again. You can watch later.
I can see
later.
Yeah.
The kids do. I tend not to do another thing.
I could offer a slightly maybe for the people that aren't quite that level of fitness. I can offer the alternative, as I said, as I have been referred to as an out of shape Joe Wicks this week.
We'll just come in. Yeah, we'll just join you on a YouTube. We'll probably sit down, maybe take it easy, stretch here. Stretch there. Glass of wine.
There's only one Joe Wicks episode worth watching. It's that one where he tries to dress up as Spider-Man and he's actually killing himself through sweat and heat.
Oh my God.
He has to stop periodically just to pull his mask off and have a gasp of air before he goes back under. It's brilliant.
He's a genius, though. I've got to say, he's a genius. He's done something for free, which he enjoys doing. We'll talk about, this is a clever segue in my head anyway. Talk about somebody who's developing their brand whilst offering value. So he's doing something that people actually want and people are really bought into him. But, come the end of this stuff, who are you going to remember? You remember Joe Wicks. Who's going to be, it'd be Sir Joe Wicks by then with his TV shows and his books and his things. Mm-hmm. He's just done that because he's just doing the right thing. Back to your point, Gareth, I think about, he's not chasing the money, is he? He's just doing the thing he knows how to do. And people have
Hasn't he got a deal with Channel 4 now to have his own show?
Oh yeah, it has. Yeah, but and it just it will just naturally flow. And there's another book
Case
in the
in
offering.
point.
There's some,
Case in point. Give a little value, and the handshake will come.
I won't get on this. I'll do this now. I won't. Ask me later about Mr. Tumble. Where is Mr. Tumble? This was his moment to shine. He could have done a brilliant kids thing this morning, but no, he's gone. Justin Fletcher, if you're out there, not that you're watching, you missed your point. You missed your chance.
Why isn't he watching? I'm sure.
No, he's probably got a life. He's probably just found a life.
That may be another sector to look at. What can we learn from Mr. Tumble?
From kids
in recruitment. Those kids are the future talent we're looking for.
Yeah,
that's the real future talent.
If you want an intro to a few clowns in recruitment, I've got a list.
Hey, see what you did there. Here all day, Kevin. Thank you. So Kevin, I was going to get you and Akbar to talk about things because Kevin, in my head, you've got the global ex-IBM chap, massive scale, 52,000 hires. Akbar, you're at the other end of the scale. You've got organisations on their true startup. They're on the rise of wherever they happen to be. But now Kevin is operating in that space as well. And I guess it was trying to get to that sort of what are the common themes? Because one of the things we talked about earlier on was I find that certainly, God, I don't want to name names again, but if you pick a sort of stereotypical 200 people organisation, that tends to be where I'm getting more involved than I used to. Used to be much more corporate. So if you look last year, a lot of corporate money. They struggle with the next step. So they've typically done some awkward growth from friends and family, people that they know. That really good developer they brought in has got a load of mates. They then start going, Christ, we need to scale this a little bit. And they immediately go to agencies. And then they get to the point of agencies aren't doing what I want. But by that time, the chief exec has become a recruitment expert in everything because he's used LinkedIn. Where do you see the challenges, I guess, of organisations that scale? How receptive are they to trying to do something new and different? I think again, maybe this is paraphrasing what we talked about earlier, but there's no great step change in how people hire for a decade. For 20 years, I think for me, so the recession created some activity. Certainly a lot of organizations sort of went in-house rather than always using agency, but then the actual flow is the same. You know, people have got this role to fill and they do these activities and hopefully they hire somebody. How do you help influence some of those people? And I said back to the real question was, what's the appetite for organizations that you work with at that scale, at that startup stage to actually do something innovative and new?
So this is one of the super interesting things. So for pre-Series A startup, even a seed round startup, it's on their pitch deck when they're looking for fundraising is there's like investor gravitas is like who should be that CTO would be. So then you're in this unusual catch-22 situation where it's like we have to rein in startups and go, hold on, why are you developing your recruitment plan for which a big chunk of your runway for somebody who's maybe going to give you money? So there's that that kind of pause element there where we ask them to be a little bit more creative. So who can you get as super senior advisors or super to give you help and strategy? Let them be on your board, let them swap ideas and have that badge of your company as they develop. And then also consider super junior. Who would be the people that you want to actually execute? Is it engineering? Is it marketing? Is it growth hacking? That element to it. And then try and delay that genuine, big, meaty hire that's going to be PAE on your payroll for the first one. So give yourself that flexibility initially. But then, funnily enough, it's after they get their first round of funding, they won it off the back of, oh, I'm going to scale team A, TB. And it's like, okay, why have you forgotten every sales and marketing maxim that gets you money when we change the C from customer and client to candidate? I find that, so it's just the question that I had a chat this morning at 9:30 was, where should we post this? How much should we spend? How long should it be? And how long should we give until we give feedback? Like, what if you had a 50 grand lead sitting in your HubSpot?
What would you do with it?
How do you take care of that?
How would you take care? Well, what activity would you? I see. That sounds awkwardly then exactly where I thought a lot of scale-ups are. They're still in that same mindset. And it's not just in scale-ups. As I said, I did without naming names again. I spent 6 months last year with an advertising business. an opportunity would come in to sell that pen, to market that pen, to put that pen online as an online experience, and they would throw resources and teams and innovation and creativity, and you end up go, wow, I want that pen. Bring in the same thing of, and we're now going to hire for you. We'll just post it on LinkedIn. It's that, isn't it? It's that same sort of post and pray. I've suddenly evolved.
It's a really good point. Actually, ironically, anyone who's been in recruitment over 10 years did the sell me the pen interview at some point.
Oh yeah, Keith Badman, if you're out there, and not he's out watching this either.
Sell me a pen. Do you need a pen? So, but no, it's interesting. So I tend to work a little bit further on than where Akbar is. So most of the earliest stage we go in is typically like post Series A. So for we're less about Akbar's maybe prepared the landing ground for where I can add the most value. I'll say you can't do it before, but truly that's where we tend to exist. And your point then about this post and pray, like the more and again, I think it's a part of this. What are you trying to create in TA that has led to this perma-state transformation? And one of them is around, we talked a lot about recruitment team and recruiter capability and having those people, and we'll come back to that second in early stage companies. But there is this leadership capability that is so overlooked. Why is, you're promoted to a leader and there's no acknowledgement that you should be MBO'd on your hiring, your ability to hire, or your sophistication, or your capability to execute on a hiring process. So this idea of like, what would you do on a 15K lead in HubSpot? Will I do my job? Well, as a leader, your job is to also hire and develop teams. So the fact that there's already and I've been in that conversation, I've been in that conversation 10,000 times. Like this dereliction of duty around the talent being part of a manager's role is abhorrent. And I think that it stems from the idea that that's not an area that leaders are being held enough to account on. And I think that when you think about like you said before about, taking some of these big company principles and having ran recruitment at Cisco and IBM, like how very well, because what is clear is you'll create a problem downstream. I can tell you in big companies, you could have 5 interviews and 5 interviews are the same. They all search for exactly the same. They all ask the same questions because they've all learned from each other. It's no different in many startups. So building the muscle is arguably more important because every hire is critical, as Akbar said, like that first person becomes PAYE.
Oh, you're cutting out there. Can everyone hear him?
It was full flow then as well.
Yeah, you was full flow, right? I don't think you're going to be able to answer this one, Martin. You managed to answer Kevin before, but that one is probably isn't it?
Yeah. No,
I think it's the important. The first hire, as Kevin was saying, I think that is an important in the business. There's a number of layers, and we talk about the culture of the business. We talk about all the time, but also the culture of a startup. That startup stage, what they're going through, the multi-layers of the roles that you're trying to do, where you might have a title, but you're actually doing many different things. Are you finding that with the people you're going into Akbar, that they perceive this role as this, but actually the reality they're in a different journey, and startups go through a journey. You know what I mean? All the way through a different journey.
So I use like scalability. So. Of a hire, it's what essentially means is the person that you're hiring going to be invited to different parties than you? They have different networks, they think differently, because what has traditionally been in startups is I am a man of a certain age, of a certain demographic. I've been able to get certain funds from my either banking or consultancy background, and I've set up a business, and the first hire I've made is exactly the same person as me. Yeah. And then when you see the fail rates of early businesses and you just look at the founding teams, is a lot to do with that. So hiring for difference, hiring for challenge is a super scary thing to do. Imagine giving somebody maybe 10% of your idea, your business, then looking at this person is going to cost me 3 months in runway and viability of my business, and he or she is going to come in and disagree with me on the product roadmap. That is a scary, and it takes a really enlightened leader to go, yes, I'm all over that. Yes, please.
Yeah, definitely. And it's that kind of enlightened leader. Do you think, where we talk about this pause that we're having, and keen to bring Kevin back on because we sort of alluded to this earlier on, do you feel this pause at this moment in time is allowing those people to be more enlightened, to actually stop and catch up with themselves in some respects? Because when you're in a startup and you see that runway, you are moving at 100 mile an hour, you are going through things, and some of the great people I've worked with are looking at each and every step of how they take off. But at the moment, we're all in the same boat. Are you finding the people you're talking to a little bit more receptive to go and, oh yeah, I've got the time to think about that now, or not?
I think there's people are making smart decisions on how lean they're going to be and what numbers actually matter. So there is a head of growth and a head of product rollout, one of the startups in our portfolio. And my CEO, myself, and the FD of our business were like, are you sure? Are you 200% sure? And seeing Nick passionately say, no, I need this hire. This is why, this is why, this is why. And then that's given, so he's justified it. And now in his turnaround times for candidates, the quality and care of the follow-up is absolutely amazing, because in all the market is saying no, but all his inbound leads are saying this is exactly an opportunity to hire. So you get spaces there where people are doubling down. I would say people are now looking towards smaller partners and alliances, people who can be flexible with, so from a TA perspective, how can I see this PO, or can I defer paying, or can I swap? Or smaller businesses in this space are able to say, yes, of course. While if you were logged into like an Adecco big setup, no way is that contract going to get sorted by the time you actually need that sort of support. So there, even across our portfolio, we're trying to work with smaller businesses also on a kind of, let's work with the little guy, because other businesses, they're FTSE 250, they have got runway, but we want to align with people that are feeling the same pain as us, and they're going to really appreciate the fact that we were there in 6 months' time, and we're going to appreciate that they thought of us when we were having a bit of challenge.
Yeah, definitely. I can see that. That I think Kevin talked about the agility as well. When you're talking to a large business, do you feel that the agility of a smaller business as well is what's attractive? So many
big companies are getting their lunch taken left, right, and center, because it takes 3 weeks to make some decisions that a younger business is taking 3 hours. Our portfolio is across 8 different startups. Apart from travel, which is obviously weird and unusual, is like all media ad-centric businesses. There's so many spots of opportunities for really smart, quick thinking people who can like pivot.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about Adam. When you listened to Adam earlier on, he was talking about pivoting there to like a 22-year-old and what he's doing in his business, and that pivot to add value, and that pivot to be flexible, and I suppose help where you can in this current thing. I know I said a couple of talks where people were talking about the big business is like an oil tanker, and how that takes a long time to stop once it's got moving. With a smaller business, are little boats, and they can weave and move around all really quickly alongside of that at the moment. And I think that is giving them an advantage in this current climate.
So if you've got like recurring business that was signed, multi-year contracts that you have to maintain, your tech debt in terms of how you position yourself, that is super hard to move if you're a large business. But then if you're small, if you're like, that's a cool feature, I didn't realize you wanted that. Okay, cool. Let's split that payment across 4 different POs in the next 4 months, as opposed to one, and do a 3-month rebate, for example. I've seen so many interesting businesses think about that.
Yeah, I think it's I think one thing we learned when I talk about the recession and how when I set up my consultancy was that there was a was a market in the gap, not a gap in the market. And there are lots of markets in this gap at the moment, and time to look at how that opportunity is and what you offer in that period of time. The things that you're offering, Gareth, there, you know, with what Carews doing, you know, is innovative and creative. And you're saying about your runway that you're not looking at making any money for the next 12 months, but you really want to build out your solution. It's also going to resonate with a lot of people and a lot of businesses, and that kind of thing for startups, you know, to have that tap into something like you're doing, I think would be a great advantage. I'm sure you guys know each other. If you don't, having a chat would be a good thing.
I was on before hearing it, and it's so exciting because so if you look at click-through rates, are way up. If you look at stats around, for example, online times for internet connected TVs is up 27%. Everyone's eyeballs are now, they're open, they're looking, they're opening, they're interested. Ad spend is ridiculously cheap now. So more attention, costs less to send out your message. And then we've seen now loads of people say, either they say exactly the same thing. So let's do a screenshot of a Zoom call and call this innovation. Or they're like, oh, my job is to have jobs. All I did was post and talk about my jobs. Now that's taken out because you don't have jobs. What are you talking about? So this amazing opportunity, you're now in a position you're saying less is a hilarious position to be in. So I even think about how many times I've got my mobile number on my LinkedIn, and still to this day, how many times are people gonna send that canned message, or how many times they're gonna actually call me directly? Man, I'm in my kitchen. Half the time I'm bored, potentially, like it's 5 o'clock. Everyone now.
So what we're going to do is we'll share your mobile number and we'll see how many people call you. Great competition there. How many people? Today.
I mean, like,
I'm happy to do it. I mean, you're right. You've got public domain. I'll shove it on that thing now.
Yeah, even when it's like, so we used to always figure out, like, old school BD mentality was you get the first call in at 8:30, 9 o'clock. But actually, no, you've just skipped. No one's commuting anymore. Mm-hmm. Okay. Old theories around when you post, the 25 rules around LinkedIn algorithms. What time of the day are you doing it? That's changing. Also, even speaking to, lunchtime, does that actually exist there? Like, reach out cadence in terms of how you speak to if you're a vendor, if you're candidates, is absolutely amazing. I am now doing more interviews at more random times. There's some candidates who, I have one senior person we're considering for a founder position. She now works 7 till 12, and then her and her husband, they swap childcare duties in the afternoon. So, have you asked candidates that question? Just look at your life. How are you changing? And take that human response, because people are paying attention, and it's easier to send out your message.
I think that's it. You've hit the nail on the head with me. Is that humanization of everything? We've always talked about recruitment as looking at the candidates that we're in, looking at their environment, looking at who they are and what they are. And the current climate that we're in, we spoke very briefly this morning and touched on the blurred lines between work. And that's exactly it. You know, the two sharing, the kids are at home, the parents are there, swapping between their roles between, morning and afternoon, and when they're available to do things. And that doesn't just say from the morning time, that goes right into the evening, even into the weekends, because, you may take an extra couple of hours with your kids through the week, but then you're giving that extra couple of hours back over the weekend because your time is centered around your world is your place. The world now is Gareth's bedroom, which we've seen a number of times, and no Carew banner on the background there. But that's the kind of blend that we're living in. And I suppose that's, as you said before, the phases and the stages, and you articulated those stages really, really well, Akbar. And I think that shock stage and the different stages we've gone through are phases. We're not out of this yet. We're still going to be locked down for a period of time. That will be relaxed at some point. And then there's that transition again from there to go in. And this kind of world that we're living in, albeit very surreal at the start, and when anyone else felt like they were living in a bit of a movie, waking up going, is this really happening at the moment? Now to that, this is the life, this is the bit that we're in. The longer we continue on that, this will be the kind of normality that we're in at this period of time before we come out again. And that's going to have an effect on everybody, on how they transition from that point as well.
I'm gonna. I'm doing a webinar later this afternoon, and the whole energy I heard from this Tanya. She is the global TA for a games company called 360 Game, and they're 100% remote. Have always been. Our aim for our post-pandemic planet is not to recreate what happened before. There were many shit things about how we worked and how we lived. And there were also massive assumptions that we had the ongoing cost of an office in one location. That meant that candidates were only had to live within an hour and a half of that said office. Even that will change a city like Milton Keynes, for example.
Yeah.
That will change your house price. That will change. I've seen one of the most interesting dynamic business in this space is Argos, in terms of how they've changed even like their paid advertising and also their stock regarding small desks. We've onboarded a new business called Grain that has seen 300% spike in what they sell in one side and actually death in another side there. Really being excited about what is going to be better about October and 2021, and how, for example, let's interview assessment criteria, show X or something like that. Why are you deciding face-to-face there? There was one time I moved from Shanghai to London, and the business flew me from Shanghai to London and back, and my hotel, because in their schedule, in their SLAs that they put in, to do a hire of a certain salary, they had to confirm in a face-to-face meeting.
Wow, yeah, absolutely crazy. It's again going back to that meetings for having meetings' sake, isn't it? Really, or flying somebody to a meeting, as you say, or flying somebody to an interview. And don't get me wrong, there is the element of a face-to-face event, a face-to-face meeting that adds value. But we're getting a lot out of this, and this is becoming more natural now. So there's a massive cost saving, there's a massive time saving, there's massive pollution saving. So on the flip side of all the torrid of the doom and the gloom, there is the positivity out of that, and hopefully the way forward, which I think what Kevin was talking about earlier on. I think we've lost Kevin here.
Kevin's gone now. Just for me, it's the awkwardness of his super duper connection is he's gone. So we just sent me a text, which is cool because we're gonna have to kike him off anyway. So with that in mind, and that's a lovely segue, Jim. It's almost like you did that on purpose. We do have three stacked up, like Heathrow. We've currently got three. Normally you have one. We've got three. So I'm going to bring Simon and Liam in together. Gareth, Akbar, you're more than welcome to stay and shuffle off, do whatever you need to do, because I guess, so we're really appreciative of your time. Stay if you want, go if you want. Nobody's going to be upset, it'll be really cool. But I'm going to bring Simon and Liam in, and then we've got Mark Lennox lined up as well from in-house. And I'm just going to try and pause everybody back a little bit. If anybody's watching out there, if you're on at 12-ish, Louis, just push back a little bit. Lysha, you're on after that as well, so just push you back a little bit, and I'll just do that magic of jiggery.
I know, Akbar, you may want to stay for Mark. I think he's got a video of an IHR event where somebody fell off a stool or something.
That's brilliant. You see it. This guy just falls off. It's hilarious.
He was in that cast for a while himself. So, okay.
Simon and Liam, thank you so much for waiting in the waiting room. I do wish it was a better waiting room. I do wish it had real something, just atmosphere, even just music, I think would probably help. I brought you both on together, conscious of the time. Gareth, I think you're waving goodbye, which is a really cool thing. Gareth, thank you so much. Marvellous.
Thanks for having me.
Great to see you again soon, buddy. Take care.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Simon and Liam, maybe you want to introduce yourselves, who you are, tell us something about it. Should we go, which way around? Liam first. Which way around was it? Was it Simon then Liam? I can't remember who was originally on which the running order was. Simon, go first. There you go. That's probably the best bit. And then Liam, maybe you want to talk about.
Hey everyone, how you doing? Hope you're all well. So I'm Simon Clements. I work at IBM in our talent and transformation practice here in the UK. I lead our talent acquisition services. So yeah, pleased to be on here and looking forward to a chat.
Just to say, just because Kevin Bay used to work for IBM doesn't mean we went through the list of everybody at IBM. It's just an awkward coincidence. Different
parts. So Kevin used to work within HR, and I work in the business. So a little bit different, but yeah.
And Liam, welcome. Who are you? What do you do? How are you?
Hi, my name's Liam McKelvie and I'm a speaker primarily. I also do workshops and a little bit of consultation. And as a child, I lost all 4 limbs to meningitis, so both hands and both feet. So it's now my life purpose to inspire people to reach out to their full potential and believe in themselves and kind of push their hardship aside and to just fire on.
I was really excited when Jim said he'd spoken to you, said you're coming on, because one of the things about having what is primarily stuff about recruitment, what we really, I guess, value is people who are not in recruitment, who've got a life experience that really plays, I guess, to people's interest, isn't it? I said, you know, I don't get to do this with somebody in your situation very often. I'm out there just going, let's talk about recruitment, let's talk about recruitment. And I guess maybe starting with you, how have you felt, how has the current situation been for you since curriculum? How have you found it? Because you are clearly in a different situation. Has it opened up opportunity? Has there been that sort of more of a leveling of conversation bit? Because we're sat doing video calls. Huge assumption. You were sat doing an awful lot more video calls before. How has it been for you? And I'll shut up then because I'll get myself into conversation I don't want to get into because I'm not trying to do the wrong one.
Yeah, it's been an interesting time, ups and downs for sure. So I spent the first sort of part of the isolation so far, so most of March in New York actually. I was out there and got stuck out there, so that was interesting. And then I got back to London about 3 weeks ago now. So I've been trying to maintain sanity, just being by myself at home, but I've been finding lots of things to do to keep myself busy and actually connecting more with friends and families than I might have done previously. So I think whilst it's, you know, a challenging time, I feel really optimistic about the opportunities that we have during this time to assess like ourselves and our families, and then also how we reimagine our workplaces and our businesses, and then also how we look at things at a societal level on more of a macro scale. So I think, yeah, ups and downs emotionally, but generally I've been good and trying to see the opportunity in this time.
Nim, how about yourself? Tell us about your situation. Tell us what's changed. What's changed for the better, if anything.
It's difficult to say, to be honest, because for the most part, because I'm self-employed, a lot of things have taken a back seat.
Yeah,
so
it's tough, isn't it? I mean, that's the crap we talked about this earlier on. Actually, I earn money from my wit and my charm. Obviously, in small supply in both of them, supply and demand and all that.
But yeah, it's taken a bit of a toll on me. But I've found this time quite useful for just sort of figuring my life out, a bit of contemplation, a bit of. So, for example, I'm now considering whether I should go back to university and study psychology, and perhaps I can make a difference that way. But I would never have thought of that before the isolation, because I was working between 12 and 14 hours just continuously, trying to do as much as possible and trying to be a productivity master. And sometimes you do need a bit of time to just sit back and think. And this isolation's actually presented that opportunity for me.
Yeah, that forced. Yeah, I mean, again, we sort of talked about in some respect to that moment of. Well, for me, I said we had Steve and Gard on earlier on this morning, and he was just sort of saying the same thing, that his business pipeline has gone from something to absolutely nothing, just wiped completely. Mine was similar. We've still got, you know, customers out there who are potentially doing some things, but it means you have to either pivot. There's a nice posh word for do something different. Or is that genuine sort of contemplation of what is it I actually do in the first place? How am I going to get something different? How do I go and do something different? As it's being, again, Liam, is being in isolation like this for all of us. Do you feel like there's been a leveling in some regard about how we are as a society? I'm trying to think of the question. Are you getting your voice heard more now, do you think, because of that? Because we're all sat on a video thing?
I'm not entirely sure if I'm being heard more, because my original logic was everybody is going to be online in the next month or so, and that was about a month ago I thought that. And originally I seen that opportunity. However, the quantity of content has also increased.
Yeah.
So it's kind of balanced out, to be honest. So I've kept the majority of what I've done kind of relevant to the times. So I feel that people who are talking about kind of pushing through, being extremely productive and being just that little bit too pushy are kind of being nudged aside a little bit, because people are saying, hang on, that nobody's really dealt with this before. We need to kind of ease into it. So I've tried to kind of respect how people can't just change their lives overnight and become this completely different creature. It actually takes a bit of time and a bit of understanding, a bit of testing the waters.
See, I think to go a bit of clarity, Liam and your post on LinkedIn probably was about a year and a half ago, maybe a year ago. You were talking about wanting to be a speaker and wanting to speak at events. And with our network and Martin, we've talked about a lot of recruitment events or HR people. I sort of linked you to a number of people. I think Katrina Collier, you spoke at a Disrupt HR event in Scotland. And the feedback from that public speaking, you know, and hearing you speak and the way you come across to the audience. And I know your career journey has been about a public speaker and going out. That was part of your business. And that resonates with something that Martin and I were saying about this morning, as Steve and Martin were talking about, being on site. Now, you as a speaker can actually vocalize your chats. And there's one of the things what I wanted to bring you on here today is to get you introduced to the other people in this network, because we do have a wide network of people. Mark's coming on in a minute who runs events, a lot more virtual events. And you can take that same, for me, that pivot, can be done online as well. You're not going to get the experience of you in front of people at an event, which is amazing. But, we can get a lot of insight from you, get a lot of understanding. And I think there is a real grounding bit, from the conversations that we've had and I've heard you talk about. But I think it's easier for other people to say how you can pivot than when you're in the middle of that yourself trying to pivot. And then you're trying to also say to yourself, how do you promote your business? Because this came back to the conversation we were having earlier on. How do we sell in the current climate? But, you are, and were doing a lot of public speaking. You were getting paid to go and speak at events, although our profession is not very great at getting people to pay to go to events. I think it's one of those ones.
Note to self, you can pay. It's okay. You won't be offended. It's fine to pay away.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's great to get you on chatting, but I think the audience is out there. There are more receptiveness. I think Akbar put it very, very well. I think we just lost him off screen there unfortunately. But he mentioned the phases we're going through, and now that this is a good phase for learning for us. In the recruitment sector, we are in a little bit of a microclimate, and it's great to have you on board here to understand your experiences, what's happening in your sector, and how you're finding that lack of events. Because we Simon, we've met at events, Simon, we've spoken at events, Martin, that's what we've lived in. We're now transferring that over online in some respects, having this kind of sofa chat. How are you, have all those things been paused, the events you're going to, or have they just stopped? What's the situation there?
Yeah, my calendar is, well, a month ago, it went from kind of sparse to empty. And nobody's really said whether it's been paused, like postponed, or just completely cancelled. So I don't think they really know themselves. However, I have noticed the shift towards online. I'm in the process of actually developing a 3-step program. So it's 3 20-minute calls that I'm going to be offering to just the companies in general. I'm trying to do that as fast as possible, because I recognise that this opportunity may be over in 3-4 weeks' time. However, it's definitely, I've definitely had to do a lot of adaptation to how I've approached this business. But it doesn't help that I've just taken 2 weeks off. I burnt myself out too early, and I'm slowly getting back into the swing of things now. However, it's taken a little bit of time, but I reckon that within the next couple of weeks, I'm going to have a bigger shift towards online. And I think that will actually perhaps continue beyond the lockdown. I think people are now starting to realise the practicality of not having to travel to actually do things from the comfort of your own living room to essentially the same quality. So we'll see what the future holds, but yeah, I'm definitely having to adapt to that.
I think from a speaking point of view, I know when I was looking at various events, speaking to at one point, and get asked to come to talk at events, it was like, we're not going to pay you, Jim, but we'll pay your travel expenses. Well, now you can still pay my travel expenses and just give me that money instead, because the value that you can add. And let's face it, the global reach that you've got now. You know, we've had Steve from Australia on this morning. We've got Torin coming in from America this afternoon. And, you know, the other week we had Karen in Israel. We had Elizabeth in Germany. You know, and this connectivity has brought a lot closer together. And to be able to hear you speak to around the globe, it's got to be, I suppose, in some respects, a little easier because everyone's feeling a bit more comfortable about doing these things.
Yeah, it's definitely the opportunity that the online network has opened up. So, for example, if I was to do this 10, 15 years ago, the reach would be substantially limited compared to what it is now. And that's definitely something that the sort of the live streams, the online webinars, something that's really opened up, as opposed to having to actually travel all over the world. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting concept.
And Simon, yourself, you were saying you were stuck in the States there before, you know, when we were having a chat, and you're now, you know, back here now, but you're actually having a quiz. Is it quiz you do with your friends of the weekend? You have an online quiz? Well, see, me and Martin are fishing about a pub quiz. There's a little ulterior motive there and a lead in to work out how
it's a pub quiz. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah. We kicked it off back in mid-March, actually. Just I think we were feeling the isolation a bit, and a group of us mates came together and we said, right, we're going to do a pub quiz. And it started off quite small on a Tuesday evening, and it was like a sports quiz. And then we opened it up to do on a Saturday evening. And now there's about 10 or 15 of us, like friends and couples, that get together. And it's really simple. You have like a quiz sheet, and then you have like a picture round sheet. You send them out to everyone. We have a quiz master every week who goes through the questions, same as you would down the local boozer. And then at half time, we swap with someone else on the Zoom chat and mark each other's, then pass it back, and just have a few drinks and catch up. And it's been a really nice opportunity to connect. We've done some fancy dress as well. I slipped into a banana man costume on Saturday.
I don't know what to say to that. So, you know, that Martin's gone completely quiet there, probably slipping into a banana man costume.
You know, it's just better for me to shut up and go, okay.
But yeah, no, it's been good. It's been good. Definitely recommend a bit of fun quizzing. We've done some like one of my mates is a chef, and he's been doing virtual cook-alongs. So he's been inviting people together. He send out like a list of groceries that can like easily be attained, and then doing a cooking show, and then everyone eats and has a glass of wine together. So interesting to see these different ideas coming into play.
Yeah, definitely. Well, what about yourself, Liam? Outside that, the wider network, are you finding that outside of we talk about the blurred lines between work and life, and they're sort of mixing around. Family-wise, are you up in Glasgow? Are you? Is it Glasgow you're in, or where are you in?
Dundee.
You're in Dundee, are you? Crikey, right? And how you find what things like that up there? You know, the whole Scottish area. You know, what's the
it's kind of difficult to say because I've left the house 2 times in the last 3, maybe 4 weeks. And I don't watch the news or anything like that because, to be honest, it drags me down. So, but yet people as a whole, I think, are relatively upbeat about things. I'm actually probably in touch with my family more now than I was before the lockdown because they keep texting me, asking me how I am. But it's everything seems to be going as well as it could possibly be going. But I think it's starting to drag on a little bit. I'm starting to get a little bit of a cabin fever.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are, aren't they? Really, you know, that kind of one space and family all around, and even if you have the luxury of being able to go outside into the garden, you know, there's only so much there before you start, you know, doing your own live show, really. And inviting people on to have a chat through the day. Is that
all this has been about, Jim? We could have done this without everybody else, you know that. We could have just you and me could have had a chat, or I could have just left it on. You could have spoken. I'd have recorded it and you could play it back to yourself.
I could have done, but I would have argued with myself, you see. There wouldn't have been anyone else to any of objective conversation with and learning from. I mean, I think the thing that Gareth was saying earlier on is really important about those kind of conversations that we're having and learning from different people. You know, and understanding their different situations and getting to know them. You know, I didn't know Simon was having this quiz of the weekend and he's got a Banana Man outfit. I mean, that's quite scary, really, you know. And Liam's in Dundee, you know, we're trying to map the whole of the UK and around the globe now. So we're getting different people's perspective and different views. So what about work-wise, Simon, for yourself? You know, you're still working away at the moment?
Yeah, I'm really fortunate to be working at the moment. I think luckily IBM we've got 95% of our people working from home successfully at the moment. So yeah, blessed to have that. And it's been oddly busy. I mean, my day job really is talking to TA and HR leaders about being more efficient. So actually, this is come at a time when everyone's now having a light shone on how they operate their TA and HR functions and how they ensure efficiency and be better in the future. So, I mean, I can share a bit on that if it's of interest or not, but yeah, I've been having lots of discussions around that. So yeah, been fortunate work-wise for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I think that insight would be useful. So to dive a bit deeper there, Simon, tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, sure. So I think the key word is loads of people are talking about cost at the moment, right? So yeah, we're gonna when companies come out the other end of this, they're gonna have to look at driving cost efficiency. But actually, I think there's another word that as a function we've not really cracked, and it's all about having scalability in our solutions. And obviously, if we can truly scale up and down our talent solutions, then we can achieve better spend management and cost control in peaks and troughs. Forget the virus, right? But just in peaks and troughs of hiring, which we all experience differently in different sectors. And I think the cost base that we all have, which prevents a lot of scalability, whether your model's in-house, whether it's outsourced, whatever it is generally the headcount, the people in the model. And I think in today's age of exponential technologies, I think we're actually able to really look at how we structure our talent operating models and evolve them so it's not so fully reliant on people, and there's a better blend of tech and people. And I know this has been a theme in, we talk about the speaking circuit, and for the last sort of 3-4 years, it's, HR tech, talent tech has been rising massively. But I think it's more than that. I think the way that we look at it at IBM anyway is not looking at maybe point solutions, so point technology solutions, but we look at the work effort required from different people in a talent model across the whole continuum from talent attraction to onboarding, right? So we look at, your lead recruiters, your business partners, your sources, your screeners, your administrators, all the different roles that you have in that model and the work effort that they do at different stages. And then you look at how we can use technologies like virtual assistants or digital workers or chatbots to actually do parts of those tasks, which means you then have a completely different operating model. So I won't ramble on for ages because I could talk all day about this, but I guess like in summary, what I'm saying is a lot of the conversations I'm having around how we amplify human impact through using technology and through that achieve better sort of scalability and cost management. And I think it might force a lot of us to, certainly big corporates anyway, to look at that more closely as we hopefully come through the other side of this in the not too distant.
100%, and I think the humanizing everything that we're doing, that blend of technology, blending technology with the human interaction. Liam, you must be listening there and thinking, what language are these guys talking? This is the micro bubble that we sit in. And I remember when I was joining the guys in vendor guys and in Resumo, we're chatting about the abbreviations we use. We use a lot of abbreviations for TA, and HR and your HRD and your all these kind of things. From you, Liam, as someone sitting there looking from the outside in, from what Simon was just saying about recruitment, is the perception is recruitment's recruitment, people in that kind of thing? I mean, there is a lot more that goes on in the background. You're sat there, you've been in a position where you've been looking for roles. Have you gone through that kind of hiring process? Have you gone through that application? I know you're looking at speaking roles and you're self-employed, but have you recently gone online and gone, well, look, I could do that role, I could work in that position at all?
The closest I've been to recruitment from this side is applying for jobs before I decided to be a speaker. And all these things to me don't make too much sense because I've never been on that side of the process. So my experiences with recruitment are quite limited. I did feel that perhaps because I had a disability that there was a lot more barriers presented to me than there would be a lot of other people. However, it's a bit of a grey area, so I don't know. I don't have very strong opinions regarding recruitment. In truth, it's not really my area, so I'll leave the experts to that.
Well, I think that's really interesting insights. A lot of work that I do internally with one of our business resource groups is called People with Diverse Abilities, and it's really looking at how, as a function, the recruitment industry has really simplified and standardized their recruitment processes, which means they often lack in accessibility for people with different types of disabilities, or obviously we're talking a lot about neurodiversity at the moment as well. So it's how can you structure a recruitment process to be equal, to be fair for all? And I don't think as a sector we've done very well at that. And I think it's something that we really need to address and sort out collectively. So I think it's a really interesting topic to throw about.
I think that's the thing we can forget, isn't it? That bit of insular bit that we're forgetting, that actually, Liam, you are a potential employee of a potential business that we're working for. You're a talent that we want to attract, and there are many people out there that we are not thinking about because we can't put ourselves in that position. So your voice is really valuable to hear. Your understanding of that journey and experience you've gone through, using chatbots, application forms and that kind of thing. I think there is hopefully that's what we wanted to try and draw in, your experience, your knowledge as well, because that gives a greater, deeper learning to everyone, exactly what Simon was saying there. It'll both positive and negative, because we're not going to learn if everything's great, a great application journey, So any insight you can give, I think there's a bigger conversation to have there. And that might be something to talk about as well, because, that's the interest, for us. Not just about your experience, your life experience and everything you've gone through, which is amazing, and your focus on your positivity that you have, and I'm going to be a speaker, I'm going to be a public speaker, and that's what I'm going to drive to do. But also the fact that understanding your journey that you've gone on and the experiences you have will give us a little bit more insight. I think that's what Simon and I have talked about it, a few other people talked about it, we're not really reaching out. And that comes back to the thread that Kevin was saying earlier on. Martin, we've got Mark.
We've got three stacked
Louis,
up again as always.
Lysha
This is the thing. So I'm actually I'm gonna say this is a lovely little segue. Liam and Simon, it's been brilliant hearing your perspective. You're welcome to stay in this sort of revolving sofa of chat. As you've spotted, we're a little bit behind. So Mark was due on at 11:30. It's now about 12 o'clock. So we're a little bit more. So what I'm going to do, without telling them, is to bring all three of them back in. We just suddenly catch up then. Isn't it weird how that works? But I said, you two are absolutely more than welcome to stay.
Please do stay, guys, because I think this is getting a good chat. Because what Martin and I said at the very start isn't really about us talking. Trying not to talk. We do want you guys to be chatting to each other, and I think that's a really important part. And hopefully, Mark and Louis and Lysha will bring that into flow. As I left completely.
Did you go?
Completely.
What is this? You want to see that? Let me bring in Mark. Let me bring in Louis. Let me bring in Lysha. This will be the most we've ever had in one place. Pushing the boundaries.
Mark's come from a different direction there.
I like your awkward direction, Mark. Hello. Right. So, guys, I was just saying, as we're running behind, I very cheekily used the opportunity of all three of you stacked up to bring all three of you in at once. We've still got Simon, we've still got Liam on the call as well, who were awkwardly also sat in the waiting room like you did for a long time. So no particular order, except there is a particular order. Mark, tell us who you are and what you do and why you're here. Louis, then tell us who you are and what you do and why you're here. And then Lysha, you tell us what you do and why you're here. And we'll make this sofa of chat work for everybody.
Sounds like a plan. Well, thank you, gents. And I've just been really enjoying the show for about the last hour or so. So thank you for that. Learning lots of stuff. So my name's
Do you know
Mark
what?
Lennox.
We could do this live, don't you think, then, Mark? We'll come on to that later, though. Don't worry.
Yeah, my name's Mark Lennox. I've been in recruitment since I was, probably about 19 or thereabouts. Recruitment agency, in-house, run job boards, and since 2009 have basically run IHR, which is the largest community for in-house recruiters.
Others are available, but they're not here.
Oh, really?
Just saying.
Yeah.
Go on. Actually, I've got a bet on with Jim. I haven't done the bet. When is it, do you think, I'll say 3 letters out loud and the last ones are?
Is this a question to me?
No, this is Jim. This is a question to Jim. How long do you think I can keep it in before I say that 3-letter word?
I'm not sure. I think we just let Louise.
Do you think I've done well not to say it so far?
Yeah,
I mentioned it last time.
Really well.
All I said was there are people out there who think better, and that was it. So brilliant. It's a private joke. I can tell, Mark. I can tell you offline. I'm not going to tell you here because I get into trouble because the wrath of that person will come down upon me. Louis, how are you? Tell us who you are and what you do. I know you are, but tell us.
Yeah, I'm great, thank you. Hi, Simon.
Outside with the sunshine.
I've been kicked out of the office. My wife's a HRD of a PLC who employ lots of staff. So I'm paid second fiddle in this household. I'm not the breadwinner. So she's. Is that
because she's got a grown-up job? I know the
she has, yeah. So she's just booted me out and said, "Look, just go and find somewhere else." But yeah, thanks for passing the baton. 12 years recruitment, RPO, agency, bit in-house. Launched a new business in January, which was fantastic timing. And what we do, we help SMEs, so say 50 to 500 employee businesses, solve talent problems. And we do that in a really on-demand and flexible basis. It's an alternative to agencies, and it's also an alternative to sort of building out your own in-house team. So it's and that's what we do. So it's been a weird couple of months actually, I must say. But yeah, over to the next one.
I know, Lysha, how are you?
I'm all right, thanks. I'm Lysha Holmes, and as well as doing my day job, I'm also single mum to 2 teenagers. So pre-warning, they're still in bed. It's very possible that during this they might walk in and tell me to F off and demand some breakfast. So I just thought they might not.
I'm lucky. I get to in the real world before this time. I get to listen to Lysha's phone calls in an office. We're in a lovely throughout their workplace.
We miss your workplace. We miss you.
I'm sure and thank you for not charging us. So I sit opposite, sort of diagonally opposite, typically Lysha, and I hear these phone calls like, well, "Where are you? You can walk home. I don't care." And there's that, and there's worse. I won't do the other ones, so there are worse.
Yeah. To quote my daughters this week, they are officially living their best life. But I just thought I'd set the tone now, just in case they walk through that door. But my other job, as well as being single mum to 2 teenage girls, is I run key recruitment, which is rec to rec, which is obviously the best job to have right now. And I've been in recruitment since '98. So I've worked through quite a few recessions. I've never worked through anything like this before. And I am perpetually positive. I'm a very happy person. And hopefully through my channels, just trying to create, positive ideas of how to stay motivated, mentally well. That's my biggest concern about right now is people's mental health, because there will be an end to this at some point, and we will all work really damn hard to get out of it. But it's about keeping people sane and keeping people connected, which is why I'm really excited.
This is partly why we did this. It's partly for Jim, so Jim had somebody to talk to.
Oh,
I now realise I didn't know that at the beginning. I only knew that 10 minutes ago. It's like this has just all been about Jim. So starting in no particular order, but again, there is a particular order because you can tell in my head, Mark, you run big real life events. Now you've always obviously complemented that with some webinars and with some online, but the main event for Mark, for your business is in-house live, isn't it? It's those large things. I remember that we know each other sort of. I was healthily cynical when you ran Manchester in-house live the first time. it's in Victoria Warehouse, and for people that don't know where that is, it's not exactly in the city centre. It's a bit sort of out the sticks a little bit, pain in the arse to get to. I was like, he says he's going to have 1,000 people. Nah, my arse. I rock up, and of course I'm in the queue, the back end of the queue because I was late, of 1,200 people, whatever the number was on the day. How have you kept that momentum? Because it's being live is so different to being online. We're doing this all the time now. When we're sitting there having these chats, it's all lovely, but we really want to get back outside. What's the big plan? Are you just hoping for the day when everybody says right and go?
Yeah, no. Well, actually, last year we've been running in-house recruitment live since 2016, and then we introduced Manchester, as you rightly pointed out, and then we thought, well, you know what, let's strategically look at the other regions as well. So this year we were also going to Birmingham and Bristol, so we would have 4 in-house recruitment lives, which complement the other sort of 70 odd events that we're doing, some of which are webinars. And then suddenly, obviously, this has all come about, and this was a real, it's a big shift in our business that we've had to look at. But you know what? It's changed the way that we've been thinking about things as well, because we haven't actually told anyone about this at the moment, but London in-house recruitment live, which it takes place in September, we have as much confidence as everyone else does that hopefully we'll be back into a better place by then. But then who knows? Everyone's got their own opinions on this. But actually, what this has done, we've made the thought process that actually we are going to live stream and actually turn these events into virtual simultaneous events on the same day. So in-house recruitment live in September is also going to be a virtual event as well. And because it just got us thinking, and I know that obviously live streaming is something that, you know, people have been doing for quite some time, but I think this really underlines it. There's a lot of people who, Martin, you know, you may not have been able to attend that event. And generally speaking, as an event organizer, about 50% of people don't actually turn up to an event. Yeah. That extra 50,000 people can tune in. And if we want to expand our community, if we want to share our content, get more people to actually view all those seminar sessions that people put so much hard work into, then it's also about opening this up. So we're doing that anyway. So whatever happens with live events, and I'd love, you know, we all love to go there. I think there's a massive, massive difference. I mean, we can all watch Wimbledon on TV, but actually going to the event is a different entire experience. And I think obviously you can draw those comparisons with live events. So we have completely shifted, and we have a completely new model, if you like, which is also entirely virtual, that can equally stand alone if needs be. And hopefully that's more inclusive.
That sounds good. So the thing for me is that your events. So I run events. I run True Manchester, big plug there. True Manchester, True Leeds, True by the Sea, True Birmingham. We were going to go to Birmingham this year as well, because Birmingham seems like a logical place. Nobody goes to Birmingham. My commitment to my venues is pretty easy. It's a pub. Normally, it's normally a pub for up to 100 people for True Manchester. Whereas you with True, you know, with something that needs so much more planning ahead. How has that impacted as well? Because your ability to switch things on and off is probably quite challenged, isn't it? Because it's easy, you know, you've switched things off, but switching things back on again is going to be difficult for a venue which needs to have 1,000 people in it. How does that going forward?
Yeah, don't get me wrong, it's taken quite a bit of juggling. And of course, I was sitting there about a week before Birmingham in-house recruitment live in March. And then I had to basically work out whether we are or aren't going to have this event. And at that point, it was a case of you can have that. And there was a lot of gung-ho organisers that were saying, no, we're going to follow the science. We're going to do this if we can. But then we had to pull it because, of course, it was just the right thing to do at that time. We had to liaise with our venues. Unfortunately, the venues themselves were, they weren't getting the guidance from the government. So they were literally just hanging on to things. But as long as you're postponing things and you're putting it back to a later, safer date, then you're okay. And as long as you've got strong relationships with your clients, they still want to get out there and they still want to have those face-to-face conversations. And there's 3 big conferences that we've turned entirely virtual this summer. So that's our recruitment leaders, our D&I, which incidentally, your previous guest, is Liam, I think could well be a good shout to maybe have a conversation on that one. And then the employer branding one. So we've got 3 ones which we've turned entirely virtual. The live ones, I don't think you can completely flip that and just have those as virtual. I think they're too precious. So it made sense to postpone them, put them back towards the end of the year. But you can imagine that's, I mean, we have sort of 60, 70 partners. There's a lot of conversations. And to be fair, I've been staggered at actually how understanding everyone is. And they've said, yeah, we still want to continue. We still want to be there. We're glad that we're not turning into something that it's not. We'll wait for the right kind of time and get back out there because, and I think everyone's going to be excited to get back out to events.
I hope so. I mean, that's only, obviously, you know, it's different scale, but, you know, True Manchester is sort of the anchor one for me. We will have, so True Manchester, typically Trues are about 50, 60 people. True Manchester this year is going to be 100. And we're just going to keep pausing it. I said, but we're genuinely lucky in the fact that I said it's 100 people. There might be a few dropouts, but we'll pick up some as we go along. But the venue will still be there. It's a pub. They're happy to do wherever. The caterers are sorted out. It's an easier thing. But I also keep going. Jim and I have talked about this endlessly about whether you replicate that online, and it still misses it, doesn't it? It misses that thing. I think you finish up with just a different version of a webinar. We did a short online 90-minute True Manchester online, if that makes on the day that we were going to hold it, and it's just not the same because effectively it doesn't quite get that same interaction that you hope for.
I think what we get from live events, certainly in this context, is actually not necessarily what the speakers are talking about, but it's talking to individuals while you're having a coffee.
Absolutely, it's the catch. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, it's the catch up. It's funny. I said this last time we did this live event, and Stan from Smart Recruiter saying that he likes online events more because of that, because he likes to message people, depending on the technology that's in the room. So you can sort, saying if there's a big group of 500 people on an online thing, he can chat away and do whatever. But I don't think that's for everybody. I think, and I don't think it's an age thing. I do think it's that personal contact of whatever. I get more from meeting you than I do doing this. We can do this any day. It's lovely. But when you're physically sat opposite a desk at me and I can hear you with a conversation with your daughters, I get much more from that than because it's all those little nuances, isn't it? Of just finding out to go along. But
I mean, I think you're right. There is, I mean, I was asked the other day, if you hold a virtual event on the same day, is that not going to cannibalize the people that would naturally be going to that event in person? And my answer is no. I do think that 50% of the people that weren't going to turn up are then more likely to then join online. I don't think you absolutely cannot replicate the ability to physically be there, ask a question, go up to the speaker afterwards. It's all those chance meetings that you bump into people. You eradicate those. So I think there's enough there to make sure that you can still, you just got to have the confidence that that live event still is very, very powerful. And but you do have to treat them as two separate events. There's different schools of thought, but actually I think it's quite helpful because suddenly if someone can't physically attend, they can at least get involved virtually. So this is about widening it and opening it, but they are no two ways about it. They're different events.
Yeah, no, I think it's good.
I think the virtual is key. And just before that note, Liam, you've got a call at 20 past, I gather, as well. Liam, look, it's been great having you on. And I think, one of the things we said at the start is, we are sharing links to people and that kind of thing. So look, anybody who's listening wants to reach out to Liam, talk about virtual speakers, talk about having speaking, Liam's a great guy, great to chat to. There's a lot of insight there. And I think as I was talking to Simon earlier on, a lot for our community to understand from your position, what you're going through. So please do reach out to Liam. If anybody wants the links, they can contact me or contact Martin, or we'll put the thread in there. But Liam, buddy, it's been great getting you on. Looks like it's nice and sunny in Dundee at the moment. So hopefully that stays that way, and we'll catch up at some point.
Thank you very much for having me on. I'm going to take this call and then I'm going to go outside and enjoy the one day of summer.
That's Scotland for you. What can you do?
Yeah. Cheers, Liam. Take care, buddy. Bye. Sorry, Mike. You're in full flow there, but I think we all feel that that connection that you get meeting people face to face. It's like, but I do feel that this journey we've been on, and I'll relate to what Akbar said, and I must look back at how he said the phases we've gone through really, really well. I think we are getting more comfortable with this, and the relaxed nature of these kind of Zoom chats. I mean, Lysha, you're just talking about your, managing expectations. Yes, this is the big brother of the house. Please do not swear. But your kids probably will come in and say something. And me and Martin have already said already, the YouTube channel actually is not for kids. I think Martin's already said that.
You do have to say whether it's for kids or not. And it does talk about adult content, so make sure you You keep your clothes on again, Jim, because we've had that conversation.
Yeah. I try to. It's just hot in this room.
I know, in your jacket.
Yeah,
warm. I know.
Yeah.
I'm Mr. Sweaty. I've got my jacket on. Yeah.
But you're right, Mark. And the connections you've made, and connections I've made. I know pre-IHR and in the evening of IHR, the events and the drinks and the catch up that you have. You have that formality at the event, which is great. People are talking business. But you only get to understand the person behind that you're talking to, and the relationship, and two kids or families or young children or that kind of thing, or come from South Africa. You don't get that, but we're starting to get threads of that virtually now as well, as the conversations are a little bit more relaxed. Are you finding that when you're talking to people, Mark, now online? Are you getting to know people a little bit more?
Oh, for sure. I mean, the thing is, how can you not? You're in your home environment. Your kids might come in. You then talk, and then you say, well, how old are your kids? And I mean, I've never had more personal conversations in my life than I have in the last probably I'd say 4 weeks, really. I mean, and then suddenly these are clients and people who I value as industry friends who I've been sort of speaking to for years, and yet I didn't know their kids' names, and I didn't know how many kids they have, or whatever it might be, or what they like to do, whatever. But these conversations are far, far deeper, and I think that's far more powerful, and helpful in the future. So I think it's been a really interesting and eye-opening time. And actually, I've been learning a lot of lessons actually, and thinking, well, perhaps I could have been more personal. In those times, and it takes something like this to bring this out. So I think that's a really important thing. I noticed actually, Simon, you had a dartboard in the background, and it actually reminds me of I was playing some virtual darts with my dad the other week. He's got a dartboard, I've got a dartboard, and we put the cameras up and we had a game of darts with a pint. And do you know what? It was very, very powerful. It just reminded me on that. And did you know that there's actually a darts network, an online virtual dart network that's been going on for sort of 6 years? Who knows? So I mean, all these kind of things.
Dark world we live in, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, but we're sort of finding all these other things. But the other thing I just wanted to sort of mention actually is because there's a lot of people, a lot of suppliers who are really, really struggling to then work out how they can actually get out to the industry without phoning up and saying, hey, would you like to do some business? And I think marketing is probably playing the biggest role that it has ever played, for a very, very long time. And this is, there's a lot of very, very creative ways of creating offers, ways in which they can help, different ways of reinventing or repurposing what they have at the moment. And there's been a super interesting shift. I think this is great for the in-house recruiters, it's great for the companies. So I mean, on our supplier directory, we've actually made it completely free for people to then go on and add those offers up there completely free. And also, there's a lot of webinars, really, really good partner content that they are using that time to share their information. And again, we've made that completely free to sort of, so people can go and do that. But I think there's a lot of ambiguity and a lot of apprehension about what you can and can't do at the moment. And businesses still need to be confident that they can actually still go out. They can talk about what it is that they do. They don't have to phone people up cold and have those conversations. It's not necessarily like that, but people absolutely are open to chats. It's not to say that they're not busy. I think people are busy, but they're open to the conversation. So I guess my advice is, it's okay to get out there. It's okay to go and have those conversations. Someone will soon tell you if it's not quite the right time. And I think it's all about the tone that people have. So and one of the big shout out to the Real Links guys, because those guys have put together. There's a lot of in-house recruiters who have been put on furlough or were initially made redundant. And I was contacted so many times to say, Mark, help. Who can you put me in touch with? What's going on? And I'm pleased to say that has really, really tapered off, actually. There's nowhere near as many people coming through and asking for that kind of help. But for those that do, there's a good Real Links community, which I can happily sort of share out, which actually helps people to refer in-house recruiters and also talent people who have actually been, perhaps put on furlough or are uncertain about their futures. And also for those that are looking to hire. So it's a good one.
I think you're right. I think there's a lot of Martin. There's a lot of great things out there, and then the stuff the Real Links guys are doing is amazing. And there are so many people reaching out there, at the moment, saying, how can we help, and having this one complete channel there. I think that leads into something that Adam was saying earlier about businesses pivoting, and you're talking about how businesses can help. Louis, yourself, I know we've been chatting, you've actually doing some different work at the moment. Your business is quite broad and understanding what you do, but you're helping out in different kind of ways as well, and different services, aren't you, at the moment?
He's forgotten to switch his microphone on. What can you do? There you go.
Got me? There we go.
Yeah, got you.
Are we in?
That was great, Louis.
It's my first video call.
Nice.
Is he frozen now? You still there, Louis?
No, it's garden technology.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, got
can
you.
Can you hear me?
You're back. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, we were quite fortunate because in so many ways our timing was really bad from launching a business. It did mean that we secured funding before Christmas. So it meant that we weren't under any immediate threat financially, which is purely timing and luck. It isn't anything that we forecasted, obviously. So it just enabled us to not panic, and it enabled us to just sort of just gather our thoughts for 3 or 4 weeks. I think a lot of people were working on adrenaline for quite a long time, and they were sort of they had loads of ideas and they was going in different directions, and we were the same. And we just sort of said, look, let's just go home and adapt to working from home first, because we're quite an energetic small team. We do bounce off each other quite a lot, and I did think we would feel the pain of not being together all. Just adapt to working at home. Let's reconvene in a couple of weeks. Let's see how this whole thing plays out, and then we'll just start to just sort of brainstorm like what process a company is going to be going through at the moment, and what do the steps look like, and then where do we fit into that, and on a sort of Maslow hierarchy of needs, what can we do that's really going to add value. Clearly our immediate thoughts were, I mean, our pipeline dropped off by 85%. So all of our revenue opportunity pretty much walked out the door on March the 16th. And we also hired a tranche of people on March the 1st. So also they weren't applicable or eligible for furlough. So we thought, right, okay, we're going to have to use our resources in a different way. We're going to have to find a way that we can add value. So that was our initial sort of challenge. We done that, and at the back end of it, we sort of said, look, we're forecast that we won't make any money for 3 months, possibly 6, and see how that affects us. We'll then look at our operating costs to see how we can minimize those so that we have a bigger runway. And we communicated that to the team. We made sure everyone was in a sort of safe environment. And then we started to battle plan what the next 90 days looks like. And for us, that looked like building out a digital outplacement service. So a couple of our team already had experience in career coaching and career transitioning. So it was an obvious play for us to say, look, what is available at the moment, what's available in the market from an outplacements perspective, because dare I say it, the inevitable is people are going to have to right size and they're going to have to restructure, and therefore there's going to be a lot of talent going into the market, and how do we make that as smooth a ride as possible for a lot of people and give them the best opportunity to get back into the employment market. And what we found is when we done some research is that actually, and especially for the companies that we were working with, we're working with companies that are sort of 50 to 500 employees. So they don't have established recruitment teams. They don't have established HR teams. So they're under a lot of pressure at the moment. So anything we can alleviate with them from a personal human perspective, but also from a sort of operational perspective, we will. But yeah, so we've gone the digital outplacement route. We gave ourselves a task of building out a really holistic service that encompassed career coaching, financial planning, mental health and well-being, physical and sort of exercise and nutritional stuff. And we focused on getting loads of experts to contribute to this initiative, put it all onto an app, give people a real 90-day program, be able to work with different learning tracks and different I suppose paths that they can go through. It's all on demand, so they can, if they're going if they got an interview and they want to prepare for it 15 minutes before, they can log on to their app, they can go onto the interview prep, they can get a bit of motivation, and they can go and put their best foot forward. So that was the plan. We're sort of midway through building out that. Obviously the app side of it's pretty difficult. We're not techies, so that's proving a little bit of a challenge. But yeah, we've got an MVP. People are using it. We've already contracted with a few clients that want to put some students through it. So that's the immediate sort of service that we're offering, and it's made our team feel good as well. It's given us stuff to do. It's given us stuff to focus on, and we all feel great about doing it. So that's the plus point. And then actually, I sort of echo Mark's point from the sort of marketing side of it. We've continued to market. We've just changed our tack slightly. We've been a little bit more sensitive, and we've tried to. I gave the guys a task of saying, look, go and speak to all our owner managed businesses, all of our SMEs, find out what the real problems are for these business owners, bring that back, and we'll write about it. We'll use our vantage point to spread all of the information, so it's going to solve problems on a sort of slightly larger scale. And that's what we've been doing. We've just been making phone calls, asking what the biggest problems are, and then spreading that information. And maybe it will, maybe it won't help, depends on the timing. But yes, we've continued to market. We've obviously scaled back some of our investment in marketing, and we're doing it a little bit more in-house. But we're just being a little bit more, we're allocating more time to it. And then what else? I think there's a chance to be a little bit optimistic as well. It's given people an opportunity to work on their roadmap a bit. We've really looked at our roadmap and thought, right, what did we want to do, by when, and how can we accelerate that with the time and really use the time to our advantage? So we've obviously looked at it, and we want to get a bit more advanced on the tech side. And obviously we've been working with Jim. Resumo have been great for us. They've been really, really sort of flexible in the way that they want to work and co-develop stuff. So we've put a bit of time into that, which has been good. And actually, completely unexpected, I've had like 3 inquiries about quite big hiring projects that people want to kick off as soon as lockdown's over. And that's predominantly from owners of sort of going to double down on their sales functions and say, look, we've got a market opportunity here. If we don't double down on sales and start to hit the market, then perhaps we're going to get eroded in terms of our market share. So this is that, and that's been completely left field. I actually thought that no one would be hiring. Don't forecast any money. Don't work on this. Just invest in something else. But yeah, encouragingly, I've started to see a bit of a change in people's mindset. And granted, there are still going to be people and great companies that, through timing, it's just not. They're still in crisis mode. But actually, I'm starting to see people say, right, okay, what's the recovery process look like? What does a plan look like? How do we roar out of this? When the gates are open. So yeah, that's us really. It's still really difficult. It's still on a weekly basis that we're looking at sort of cash flow, etc. But there does seem to be light at the end of the tunnel for us now.
Lysha, what about you? Because I noticed you've been very patiently sitting there, and I was waiting to jump in.
No,
It's cool. Louis, we love to hear you. No, don't get wrong. How's it been for you? So my opinion of Rec to Rec has always been pretty low, and you know that because I've always told you to your face. You are the nicest person in Rec to Rec that I know, but luckily I only know one person in Rec to Rec.
So I'm the benchmark, am I?
You are the benchmark, and I do include your team in that as well. You're still the nicest person. I'm joking, Shannon. How's it been for you? Because obviously, you know, you and I are pretty honest with each other. Life is sometimes great, sometimes shit.
I'm the nicest, but I'm the most honest.
Yes.
So, I mean...
Again, it means nothing, the word Rec to Rec, does it? Sorry. It's one of those, sorry.
I think I've had a lot of private messages, people asking my honest opinion because they know that I won't bullshit anyone. I think up until, was it March the 16th, lockdown started? Yeah. Everything seemed to still be moving forward. Obviously, Rec to Rec's been very candidate driven since 2010. Yeah. The last recession, candidates been king, everyone's been in growth mode, and on that day it fell off a cliff. Yeah. It's quite simple. And I think what was really paramount is that having worked been in recruitment for so long. I mean, you talk about Shannon, who I know is watching. Hi, Shannon, darling, miss you. You know, her generation, she's 25. They haven't worked through anything like this before. They've not had to fight for jobs before. They've never spoken to a redundant recruiter before. And I think that it was very obvious very quickly that this was going to change the recruitment landscape forever in a very short period of time. And I think, you know, until the furlough scheme was announced on the Friday, that week was, for me personally as a rep, I've just spent crying on the phone with clients who have put their heart and soul into growing their businesses. Similar to yourself, Louis, I've got a lot of owner-managed clients, a lot of SME businesses, and I've partnered them right from day one. They've been embryonic, they've grown, they've taken on the they've signed leases, they've opened, you know, other second sites, and overnight their whole plan has crashed. And it's, you know, for me, this whole experience has done is it's something that you said before, Mark. You know, this isn't anymore about business to business. This is human beings going through something together, where I've met my clients' kids. They come and sat on their knees and we've chatted. We've said, dogs have said hello, because actually all your bravado's gone out the window now.
I mean, that's the thing. You have to almost call whatever out, call people out now, can't you? I'm so great, I've got this.
I have put a dress on just because I felt I couldn't.
No, it's nice. Well, it's nice that you're clothed again. It's good. I mean, I realise that, you know, it needs mask and everything. Didn't have a video show. But okay.
I've been in gym wear for 6 weeks. I've put a nice dress on, so they make an effort. But on a serious note, I think what's it done to recruitment? It's absolutely annihilated it. And I think, you know, for anybody that says otherwise is lying.
Yeah.
There are still companies hiring, but in light of what someone else said about sensitivity, I think it was yourself, Louis, I think you have to be really sensitive to how you present that, both to a candidate and a client. You know, I'm having calls, I've had calls again all morning where I have got businesses, you know, particularly public sector recruitment, for example, where they are still hiring, but I'm being really careful how I'm approaching that. I've got candidates who are currently still working, they're not furloughed because they're in those markets. Yeah. Would I personally move jobs at the minute? No.
Not unless you needed to. No, you wouldn't. You're not going to jump from one place to another. Definitely not right now. I agree.
So I think, you know, this is because I'm an older person, as you know, I've talked about
24, 25, yeah.
Yeah, we started recruitment when we were 4. I think as you get older and wiser, you realise that this is just a blip in time in the scheme of things, but it's just been so impactful and so intense and so drastic and dramatic that.
I mean, you're in better shape. I mean, as an individual, as you say, I know where your office is. I know how much that costs. So the good news is, our overhead's relatively low compared with some of the people who built an empire of big leases, big whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the companies, I mean, you're closer to those agency conversations. So I remember last time we talked, we said there was a thing on the last time we did this. There were some agencies that had been, in their mind, forward thinking and had given their recruiters to their clients at cost, saying, look, we will stop having this fee-based conversation. We really want to keep the people, and they obviously understand your business, so have them at cost. So the clients are going, great, I'll have them at cost. They can never go back from that, because now they've destroyed the myth of fees and the myth of whatever. They think they're just going to get their people back, start charging 20% again, it's all going to be great. Do you think, in the same vein, and I realize that's not what you've done, but do you think that when we do come out of this, your business model will just have to be different because the relationship would have changed in some way? That not only, forget whether people are hiring or not, it's about whether we're going to do something different. And we sort of touched on this earlier on about whether there's an appetite for change, and that because we're all online, we don't have to see every candidate. I know some agencies make this big thing of, I see every candidate. Well, they don't need to do that. We've proved that now. From your perspective, what do you think could be different, or will be different, or what won't be different?
I think it will be perceived value. So will my business model change as such? Because my business model for 15 years has been candidate driven. Even in the recession, it was still candidate driven. That will still be our differentiator, but we've never lost sight that ultimately the clients are the ones that pay the fee. So what are they paying that for? I think that it's, for me personally, I'm not going to start jumping on a bandwagon and becoming a trainer and, you know, pretending I'm some kind of performance coach, because I'm not. But what I can do is, through my network, is add that kind of knowledge and perceived value. I think that, going back to what you just said at the start of that, in terms of what people, when they've gone on site and, they've cut the cost, I think you still get what you pay for. And I think it will, like it did in 2009, there will be a lot of people that can't recover from this. And I think it's there, but for the grace of God that I chose to stay small and nice and nimble and, don't spend all my cash. I think it will change and create a lot more entrepreneurialism. I think that in terms of virtual interviews, I still think there's a huge value in meeting, but actually I think it would be more on the client side, getting out and understanding and people going and immersing themselves in culture and, maybe doing some kind of retained, time in a business and actually then becoming that ambassador, because that's ultimately what every recruiter should be doing anyway. Yeah. I still think it's too soon to say exactly what that landscape looks like. But what I do know is it's going to be I think it'll be the making of a lot of businesses. And I think a lot of recruiters, I think their time is up. I think, and I've said this to a number of my clients who have had to make redundancies, those that would have ultimately been replaced by artificial intelligence are the ones that...
Is that the scale? Is that where we need to go? I've got some artificial intelligence. I can match, you and me can match it.
Totally. I think there's going to be a lot of change with things. I think very quickly, Louis, I know you've got to dive in a couple of seconds, and we've got Andrew and Zoe sat there in the background and quite conscious we're running like 10 odd minutes over time here, but we want to keep every conversation going. So Louis, you need to go in a couple of minutes, I gather.
Yeah, I've got to go at 1:45. Apologies, I'm running a bit behind.
Not a problem. And Lysha, we want to continue the chat there. And Mark, we definitely want to touch base on the IHR community that we've got there, because I know I'm working away in the background with you on that. There's a lot to talk about how that comes into play. Louis, look, we'll let you dive. We've got Andrew and Zoe you need to bring in. Loving the background there, Louis. Is that the real background? Because it's totally envious of the sun in your garden at the moment. It's
Costa del Portsmouth. It's that's what it is.
down on the south coast. Look, buddy, that's great. Yeah. But you want to bring in Andrew and Zoe, Martin?
Let me do that. So the same on this revolving sofa of chat. Everybody's welcome to stay. Please stay, because I don't think we've finished with you. If you do need to go, then obviously you need to go. And if you need to just go, then go. But I will bring Zoe and Andrew, who have also, like your good self, sat there patiently. I'm going to bring Becky as well, because Becky's sat there too, and that'll just catch up a load of stuff in one good go. Actually, just what the heck. So let's bring them one at a time though and tell them what we're going to do. Otherwise, it doesn't really work quite as well, does it? Hi, Zoe. How are you? Oh, it says joining. This is the awkward. Hi, Zoe. Hello. How are you? Hi, Zoe. I'm just going to bring in the other people that were sat patiently in the waiting room with you. You would have seen them. They were the ones sort of to the left and to the right. They were very quiet though, because you couldn't, chat too much to them. So let's bring Andrew in as well. Look at this. Andrew, you're there. Hi, Andrew. Thank you so much for waiting patiently. What we've decided to do is there were three of you starting to line up again, and we've been doing that a little bit today. We've been slightly behind. It's mostly Jim's fault. I'm just going to bring Becky in as well, and then we'll do another little shuffle. Has that worked as well? Becky, hi. How are you?
All right.
Brilliant, you're there as well. So we've got in the room, we've got the most people we've had on this thing now. So picture the Graham Norton sofa. Obviously, I look more like Graham Norton than Jim does. Jim looks like, we'll do that competition later on. Who does Jim look like? We've currently got, we've got Mark, we've got Zoe. Louis is going to clear off in a second. He's still there. Lysha is still mid-flow. Becky is there. Andrew has joined us as well. That's brilliant. What I will do is to get Andrew, Becky and Zoe to introduce themselves, and then we'll probably take another conversation, and me and Jim will work out who's going to ask a question next. So in that order, Zoe, do you want to introduce yourself and say who you are, and then Andrew, and then Becky?
Yes. Hello, good morning, or good afternoon. So my name's Zoe. I am an in-house recruiter. I had 5 years agency experience before moving in-house about 2.5 years ago. And I actually made the move from the UK to the US with a global advertising and marketing company called MediaMath. So had the opportunity to work both stateside and also across EMEA and APAC, and hire for pretty much everything, but now engineering and tech.
Thank you, Zoe. I always do this sort of transparency thing. How do I know? But I've known Zoe for years. I met her in that other agency. It's actually a client of yours, Lysha.
Oh, okay.
In that they're London. It's one of your London clients. And we both loved it there, didn't we, Zoe? We thought it was the best place possible. And actually, Zoe, when we do this offline, I spoke to the owner of that agency that we met at. I spoke to him 2 weeks ago. Nice, different. There you go. Andrew, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you, Martin. My name's Andrew Silitoe. I'm a business psychologist and performance coach. I've been straddling the line between business and sports for the last 20 years, well, 16 years as a consultant, working with organizations, last 10 years specifically with recruitment businesses. So my main work is leadership, and more recently working with business owners and leaders around balancing what I call the 4 keys, so your business, body, relationships, and mindset. And that's most of what I talk about these days.
And every morning I get a little ping from LinkedIn saying that you've gone live.
That's right, yeah, live every day.
Yeah, every 8 o'clock. I mean, it's just one of those things. We'll come back to that because that's an interesting thing. I said whether that works or not. And Becky, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. And you?
I'm good. Yes,
good.
Tell me who you are.
So
I know who you are, but tell the world who you are.
Yeah, I'm Becky. I am co-founder and CEO of an organisation called Tech Returners. So we support people returning or entering tech after a career break. So my background is predominantly HR, people and talent, probably about 20 years. And then through my own experiences led me to co-found Tech Returners, about having a career break and understanding the struggles and challenges of actually then returning into tech. I'm also co-founder of Women in Tech North, the 3rd largest global Women in Tech network, which we're really proud of, and also co-run Disrupt HR.
Wow.
And I've got 2 children.
I think so to link there, I heard Andrew speak last year. We were at an event, and one of the things, the common thread we're trying to do with the show, and we had Liam on earlier on, is bring people outside our core recruitment profession, just to get other people's experiences. So it's nice to have people on to understand what they're going through. So some of the language we're talking about, Andrew, I know you have a little bit of a toe in recruitment, but some of it might just go, I think it confused Liam completely. He sat there with a complete blank face, like what was going on part of the show. But I think we want to catch up with a few people as well. So we brought you on, we're running a bit behind. Martin's blaming me, I'll blame Martin. It's the typical co-host.
I've stopped asking questions, I've stopped talking about me.
But Mark, I want to come back to Mark a bit quickly because you were on earlier on. We talked about virtual events, the events that you're running, and also the IHR community that's going on in the background. I don't know if people are aware of that or where we're up to with that at the moment.
Yeah, so the community itself is something that we probably about a year ago. I had a different thought. I was speaking with my brother. He's a triathlete, and he said he was just about to go out on a cycle ride, and he said, I just need to wait for a second to get this answer back from this forum. I said, okay, so what makes you think that you're actually going to get an answer? He said, well, because I'm into it, I pay for it, and there's experts in there who are literally there to help me out. And it gave me a bit of an idea on this one because there's a lot of forums that are out there, and I think there's a very few amount of places that in-house recruiters can actually go out to ask for some advice and genuinely get that advice back. What happens is I have to sort of spray it all over the place and hope that something comes back. And if you think about the sensitivities of a lot of the questions or challenges that they're going through, and this is not just for in-house recruiters, this is for anyone, they can't necessarily go and do that publicly on LinkedIn. They need to go and get advice from the right kind of people. So in terms of where we're actually up to with the in-house recruitment community, and this is specifically, so the community is there. We have a lot of people that come to our events, a lot of people who we know, a lot of people that we're in communication with. But in terms of those who can actually be part of a forum and actually ask questions and get advice, we're actually at the point where we're now seeking experts. So we want people to join who can actually genuinely offer some advice to in-house recruiters who can help them, because having just one group full of in-house recruiters who will try to, with the best will in the world, give each other a little bit of advice and guidance, you need to go that one stage further. In fact, you need to go 2 stages further. You need to have that group of experts who really understand D&I or employer branding or whatever it might be. And then that needs to be concierged by a service or a company like ours, for example, who can actually go out and find the answer if they can't get it. So basically where we're up to is we want those experts to join. We want to then be able to go and answer those questions, because that's what it's about. It's not about how many likes you can get. It's not about the popularity or how many connections you can make. That's what LinkedIn's brilliant for. This is actually about going out and getting advice. And it doesn't need 10,000 people in a forum to do that. We've all been part of smaller places where we can go and get advice. So yeah, that's kind of where we're up to at the moment, and that's again very hot off the press. We are going to be going out and sort of seeking that sort of personnel to help out. Guys like yourself, Jim.
Thank you. I don't know how much it can be, but I think one of the things we do know is knowing other people, and it's those connections that we can reach out to. And I think a rich community where it doesn't have to be big, as you say, but there's a good network, and I think that openness on there to reach out and say, I'm struggling with this, I want to know about that. As you know, I live on LinkedIn, to be quite honest. A lot of my life pre this has been on LinkedIn, making connections globally. But it is quite an open forum, and it is, when you comment on LinkedIn, you are sometimes crossing your fingers, hoping you're going to get the right answer and somebody else not going to take it the wrong kind of way. And I've already been part of that community. I know and see how people are generally trying to help. So yeah, bringing people in outside of that is going to add value, I definitely think. I don't know whether Zoe, are you part of that at all, or have you been involved, or where we've got with the community? Because you've not announced it yet, Mark, really, is it? It's just on a beta testing kind of stage at the moment.
Yeah, this is the thing. So if you go there, you're not going to find that just at the moment. But it is available. As you rightly say, we haven't announced it. This is about building up, and this is something literally in the next 48 hours. Actually, we're going out and we're appealing to experts who can genuinely offer some help. And this is, why are people actually going to give up their time and offer this kind of help? Well, it's helpful. It's a good thing. People can do that. People can impart their knowledge at the moment, and I think that's great. But make no mistake, if you offer that kind of help and you're generally able to build those relationships, that's going to come full circle. People are going to want to continue and have conversations with you. And it's not about giving just a little bit of advice and trying to sell that later. This is actually about being genuine, open, honest, helpful, and ultimately what goes around comes around, and that's what we're offering a lot of our experts, to get you into a community of people who genuinely are looking for help and are then probably going to want to take it that much further forward. So if you're a consultancy and you can help people, you can give them advice, then ultimately it's probably going to turn into some business for you down the line. So there's a little bit of a give and take on that side of things. But and I also do think in-house recruiters can share some of their experiences, but I don't think you can just rely on that. There needs to be more. We don't want someone to just be able to post something in there and then think, oh, I've got to put it in 10 other places, because then that just doesn't work. So yeah, it's exciting. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing sort of who might sort of show up and say, actually, you know what, this is my expertise. And I can help out.
Is it going to be a platform, Mark?
Pardon?
Is it going to be a platform, or how is it going to work as a model?
Yeah, it is actually. I mean, it's on in-house recruitment right now, and there's a forum that's in there, which is there's categorized areas, anything from, like I said, employer branding to recruitment innovation to whatever. And the idea is for people to not just specifically, or not have a go at everything. We want experts who are really good at what they do and how they can obviously answer those kind of questions. But yeah, no, it's already there and live.
Oh, interesting.
Good to see you on board. Yeah, definitely.
I think, yeah, for asking Zoe there whether she had seen it. Have you seen it at all, Zoe, at all, or linked into that as an in-house recruiter?
Oh, sorry, my Wi-Fi cut out there. Apologies.
So where I just thought it was my question, Zoe. One of the things I was saying, have you seen the community there? I know Mark hasn't published it, but that kind of value add for the in-house network to go out and reach out to people.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of value add. I think that I haven't personally seen that, but I think that there's groups that I've been partnering with that are much smaller, particularly with the US. It's a much smaller community versus the UK, and it tends to be, and so I've been supporting each other through that.
Tell us about the US bit, because obviously that's one of the things why I asked you here, actually, because obviously you're here currently, you're in the UK, having relocated to New York. How's it been with your friends, etc., that you know out there? How's it been for them? Because I think from our perspective, I think we see New York as this sort of horrible blip of pandemic gone wrong. I mean, I'm not sure that the UK are particularly covered in glory, but the US seems to be in a proper crappy situation.
Yeah, I pretty much have had most people I know lose their jobs as recruiters out there, unfortunately, or they've significantly scaled down, and they've primarily just kept the tech recruiters that are in those markets because they're so ingrained in their organizations, unfortunately. I have seen other people get jobs in this time, though. There are companies like Amazon that are obviously scaling significantly and hired out. I think everyone's trying to help each other out, which is the tough thing, but pretty much every company's been impacted. And so it's very much...
People are more disposable in that sense as well, from an employment perspective, aren't they? In New York, I said the thing that you can just drop people really quickly. You have to go through some sort of process. Yeah,
2 weeks notice, or you leave on the day, and that's it, basically. And there isn't that loyalty, which I think has been a huge eye-opener for me going out there. And I think, like, even I had that concern that whilst I knew I was playing a key part in my company, like, what happens? I'd have to leave immediately from the country. And some people there's a lot of visas out there, particularly in recruitment and HR, because the market is much less mature than the UK when it comes to like recruitment and HR. And a lot of people have gone out there and have like 60 days to find a job, or they're out. Which is an incredibly stressful time, and I've had to like stay up late and help with some resumes, then go out the same day for some of my friends. So it's an interesting time. I think that we'll ride through it, and I'm sure as we kind of go through, there's going to be industries that are more busier and utilised in that way. But I think it's going to be interesting. I think there's going to be a lot of candidates in the market in the US. Because I know a lot of good engineers are on the market right now, which is surprising to see, right? And I've not been through anything like this. I missed it all completely, the kind of recession. I was at university during that time. So this is my first experience of it, and it's scary. And I think it's just everybody has to just put their hands in and help out in any way they can, and do coaching calls and resume reviews and anything I can to support those around me.
I guess it depends on the optimism. And so talking about that point, so Lysha and I are older than 25, I am. The difference I think I feel from the recession and now is the recession sort of slowly crept upon us. I remember in March of 2008 going, it's coming, I can feel it, I can see this, but it didn't actually happen, didn't happen like that. And that's probably the only thing. And there's always this optimism, isn't it, that because it's happened instantly, and we know why, that somewhere will bounce back out. Now I'm a cynic, and maybe this is why I bring Lysha as well, because you're sometimes cynical with me. The market was a bit of a challenge to begin with. The market was a bit challenging to begin with. It wasn't exactly buoyant. There was those sort of first signs of growth is growth is growth is growth is growth. I did a talk in February about how full employment was screwing everybody over, because the reason people couldn't hire was because we had full employment. Once that's changed now. At that moment, there was about 850,000 vacancies in the UK, and 3% unemployment, which is full employment. We'll never get better than that. Flip through a couple of months, it's back to that. Do we think this is going to be a wibble and a wobble and a sort of slow climb out of this, or we're going to go, no, it's all great, we'll back in again, and we bounce back again? I'm going to ask you, Lysha, because you've seen this before with the recession.
I haven't. I started in recruitment in the 90s, where there was a crash in the automotive sector, which in my first year in recruitment. I think the reality is this is very different to just put it being purely economic. It's a health issue, isn't it? And we're all in this together. And I think the difference between, rec to rec was hit later. It was more 2009 than 2008. We were in a bit of a bubble, really. Is that people could still freely move around, and of course, no one would. I think until we have a traffic light system to know when we can get back to some kind of movement, it's so hard for businesses to plan. And without that plan in place, regardless of the scale of your business, whether you're a 5-man band or 5,000 people in your business, I think we don't know when that's going to happen. So I mean, what Zoe's just been saying, I think for me, it's all about paying forward right now, and it's all about being as kind as you can be, doing things. And I don't mean, and I know it's been talked about a lot on LinkedIn, I'm not talking about doing something for free that you would normally charge a fee for, but I think it's just about being kind to people and going out of your way to help people. I mean, I've had so many people contact me on LinkedIn who are redundant, who I just know I can't play. I know I can't play.
Yeah, you're never going to make a fee out of them, are you? That's not the point. But you can help them and give them, look at their CVs or do whatever.
I'd placed them 10 times over, but I'd be like, go speak to this person, go speak to that person. And I think it's not going to be forever. That's how I'm getting through every day. And where's Andrew gone, by the way? Just noticed that he's disappeared. I've got to go in a couple of minutes, by the way.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
And by the way, my children are still asleep. I'd just like to say, they didn't come in. I think you two, you missed that. I had to do a Davina style. I've got teenage daughters, and they're just walking and going, "Where's my breakfast?" But they're still asleep. I'm actually going to go and wake them up for 4 minutes. I just think that I mean, the word unprecedented gets used more than any other word at the moment. I think we've just got to all collaborate with ideas, share information. I don't know about you in your own sort of world, but I've been speaking to competitors on a weekly basis that I respect, and not for any contrived way. We're just, how are you doing? What are you doing differently? How are you finding it? What can we do to offer support to our clients? Because we're all human beings in this, aren't we? And I think there's so many ways that we can, talk about this from an economic and a fiscal perspective, but actually this is about, the reality is it's an indiscriminate virus, and we've just got to all bear that in mind. So I just think it's what it's done to our sector is it's genuinely made it a human factor, and that the person that you're sending out for an interview, whether you're an in-house recruiter or an agency recruiter or a rectorate like me, is that these are people's lives that we're dealing with, and that's got to be a good thing at the end of this. And I've always talked about kindness, and I think that's what I'm hoping to set us apart as a brand, that's what every recruiter should be doing. Every recruiter should be taking every individual on a journey that is right for them, and it'll put ethics back in. But it's I was interested to listen to Andrew because I'm a huge believer in mental well-being. I've got a few video calls. One of the reasons I've got to go soon is that I'm speaking to a hypnotherapist this afternoon, who's been my hypnotherapist for 10 years. Because people, I think, are a bit cynical about my mindset. I really
look into my eyes, look around my eyes, look around my eyes, look into my eyes. Sorry, I don't know.
It's not like that. Not that at all. We're going to speak to a few performance coaches and that kind of thing, because I do think that if this has taught us anything, it's about pausing and just looking at what you do, and it's about being mindful of everything that we do. The entrepreneurs that are going to come out of this and have incredible, Becky, I'm really excited about what you do. I get so inspired by people who do things properly and do things differently. Of course it's scary. My sector fell off a cliff a month ago. Will I ever make a fee again? Of course I will. Of course I will. It's a blip in time, but I think it's about sharing valuable content. I think it's about being very genuine about what you do. And just about being real, it's changing on a daily basis, isn't it? Yeah. That's the reality. None of us would have predicted a month ago we'd be here now.
Oh God, no, absolutely not. We
wouldn't. And all you can do, I mean, Zoe, you've got all these friends in America. I've got my sister lives in Israel, so they're about 3 weeks ahead of us, and they're obviously it's an army-led country. And they've just started to relax slightly on Sunday, like some of the kindergartens are reopening, not for key workers maybe, but for a number of families, etc. You can move further than 100 metres from your front door. I've got a friend in Madrid, and he said they've started to relax. So we're gonna get out of this at some point. But yeah, it's
been a bumpy road, isn't it? So that's the thing. It's still
road. But I think if you think about the difference between now and the last recession, 2009, obviously we've got a lot of support from the government this time. There was no help at all last time. It was you just have to sell your goods on eBay. But don't forget, I mean, just what you alluded to before, Martin, since the referendum, things have been tough in the recruitment market. It's not been an easy market because everything's been candidate driven. So I think everyone's just going to learn different skills now and be creative and just be genuine in what you do.
Definitely. I think that learning, Lysha was saying before, being able to get on and talk to people. We're learning more with each other, and a lot of cross relationships we can have. We said earlier on about bringing Liam on, and Andrew, timing there is perfect to bring you in, because that's what we are, very insular in our own marketplace. You know, we're in a little cloud in recruitment, whether it's agency recruitment, in-house recruitment as a bubble. And I think this has given us the chance to talk to other people. And I'm lucky enough to have that in my network, a nice broad network of people from different places, which is hence bringing somebody in like Andrew, who can look at a different perspective from it. And Liam was saying earlier on, Liam is potentially a candidate, you know, a candidate that we want to attract as well at some point. So understanding his journey experience is important. So yeah, and I noticed you're managing your look over your shoulder, that your kids are not going to come in the room any second.
I've been sat there meowing the entire time to come back in, but she drives me insane. She's just in, out, in, out, in, out. And that's why I keep looking that way, thinking, just wait, you just have to wait. No, I would hear them. It would just be I don't know if any of you've got teenagers, but you would know. You would know when they're coming down the stairs, because you would just hear the grunts. Sorry.
Definitely.
But no, I think you're right, Jim. And I think, you know, ultimately, I'm having conversations with my clients who I've known for a very long time, just on such a deep level. And I think the difference between trading through the recession last time is that, you know, people would be, oh yeah, everything's great, and then you'd find out a year later that actually things weren't great. And the difference is now people are going, this is terrible. This is what I've had to do, and these are the decisions. I've had to furlough this percentage of staff. We've got no jobs. Our jobs are done. And I think that's the difference now. People are a lot more transparent, and so therefore much more open at sharing ideas.
Yeah, I mean, the recession affected us financially, and people were losing their jobs. People are losing their lives. You know, yeah, people are losing their livelihoods. So that's the underlying thing. This is the real difference with things are on pause. You know, we're accelerating different things within technology, but underlying, you know, people are losing their lives. You know, people are being affected by it. And as I've said at the start, frontline key work people are still going out to work and having to deal with this. You know, while you're furloughed or sat at home, and you know, this actually isn't as bad as some of those people that are, you know, going out there, working the front line, putting themselves, you know, in danger.
We're privileged, really, aren't we? At the end of the day, I mean, I think, you know, my daughter summed it up. She went, "Mum, I'm living my best life. You know, we've got food, we've got a nice house, we've got an outside space, we've got technology." You know, that she said, "I don't feel like I'm not." This was, to be fair, it was a couple of weeks ago, and I think as time goes on, then you miss the interaction. I don't realize how much I love hugs, and that's just, you know, that's with everybody. I like to hug people when I meet them. Do you think the handshake's dead, by the way? Do you think we'll be doing this? Or
yes. I've never been a big fan of the handshake anyway, if that helps. So, and your hugs can be misinterpreted. So, yeah, just to sort of.
Oh, you got enough. Hang on, let me turn the microphone off. I just need to have a conversation.
it's not. Andrew, you're here. Hello.
Yes, I'm back.
How are you? In this world of change and challenge, here's a question. I'm going to try and sound like I'm a real chat show host. What can people do? What can people do to stay positive and do it? Because that's a lot of what you've been talking about, is about how, but you were doing that before this situation, before this pandemic, about performance and about objectivity and about thinking about it. So what practical help can you offer in 2 seconds or whatever?
Yeah, well, it's a big question, and but I think there are things that we can do. So yes, I was talking about, you know, having a plan, having a 90-day game plan, and having daily habits. I also talked about, you know, making sure that you've got some sort of vision and a purpose to what you're trying to achieve. Well, a lot of that stuff probably isn't as relevant right now. Yeah. But certainly having 90-day objectives, 60-day objectives, 30-day objectives. It's Tuesday today, so what can I achieve between now and Friday? It's probably about as far forward as most people can think. Although I think perhaps some people are finding their flow a little bit and getting into a little bit of a rhythm. Some people are finding it even more difficult. You know, staying positive is a bit of a cliche, because for some people it's just not they're just not comfortable with it. In fact, they're more comfortable looking at the problem and the chaos than we don't know each other. Just trying to be.
How are you? I'm not that man.
Right. You know, and it's just some people just hardwired that way. You know, and I had a really good conversation yesterday with a chap called Todd Herman, who wrote the book Alter Ego, and he just finished a report on how male and female CEOs are showing up in this and how different they're responding to the current situation. It was just really interesting. But he had a sort of 3 areas that he started off with before he kind of delved into how the female and males were responding. He talked about CEOs in this situation who are fear-focused versus strategy-focused. And it was really interesting. And he said it's the nuances in the language that we have to change. So some people are fear-focused, so they'll say it's terrible, it's awful, it's a terrible time. Everything's very difficult right now, and you can hear the language in some of my clients that I speak to. We kind of just look at reframing that a little bit. So I think, going back to your question, there is an element of hearing ourselves and the language we use in this current situation. So if we are approaching it from a fear-focused perspective, which is it's essentially cups half full, right? Versus the strategy-focused, who is being realistic about it. So they're saying, yeah, it's pretty shit, right? It's bad. Stuff is hard, but here's what we're going to do. It's a very different sort of mindset to those that are kind of just, I think I heard it earlier, those that are going to sort of bury themselves in the sand and hope this thing just passes and then reinvent themselves in 3 to 6 months are going to find it very difficult to re-engage and reconnect with the world versus those who are going to continue showing up, continue having conversations. And there's no better time right now to empathize. Yeah. Because this isn't like 2008. In 2008, my mum knew there was some sort of crisis going on, but it didn't really affect her. You know what I mean? This is affecting her because she can't leave the house. I live in Prague. She's in the UK. Yeah. It's affecting everybody, right? So, to get on the phone with someone and say, hey, I think I understand what you're going through right now, or even just to share what you're experiencing is probably exactly the same as what everybody else you speak to. So I think it's just a wonderful opportunity for us to reconnect with people, to empathize, to not get desperate, not play needy, not to try and pitch, to try and do more of what we've done in the past to try and squeeze out a deal or whatever, but just to have some adult, sort of grown-up, honest, transparent conversations, whether that's with clients or with our teams. And that for me would be the main focus.
It's difficult for some people though, isn't it? Sure. I mean, that's genuine because they weren't doing that before. And to suddenly almost have to have this honest conversation because we are in it together. Some people just don't do it very well. We've seen it. I mean, we've seen people who do it really cocked up,
but they should have been,
but also privately, I suspect.
I think they should have been doing it. And I think it's like people should have been doing Zoom calls 2 years ago. And all of a sudden I'm getting calls saying, "Can you just talk me through the Zoom thing?" Because well, there's certain things. It's been a bit of a kidney blow for people, and it's a bit of a wake up call for many who didn't think, who were the boiling frogs, who were thinking the recruitment industry was going to stay the same forever. And I've been very open about how the landscape is changing, and if it doesn't feel like it's changing, that's probably even worse because it is changing, and clients are going to have different needs, and this is bizarre. It's a bizarre situation, COVID-19, because I always thought we were going to go into some sort of financial crisis in 2021. I thought we would sort of go into something, wouldn't be too deep, we would get through it. But this has just brought it on quicker, and it's shaken everything up because it's forced people to use these tools and techniques and reinvent themselves. And there are a few people out there that started doing this 18 months ago that have sort of moved into this scenario a bit easier than others. But the job now does consist of personal branding and becoming an authority in your niche. And something I've been talking about very openly at Networks is, stop trying to be an authority on recruitment and be an authority on the niche market that you operate in. So just because you get more likes on LinkedIn when you talk about recruitment from your colleagues doesn't mean you're winning. You're better off getting one like from a colleague, from a client, and having more tumbleweed, if you like. So just put your ego to one side and connect with your clients, not your colleagues. So be an authority in your niche market. And I think now it's about how do I do that? What does being an authority in my market look like? And that is being the coach. It's engaging with people in your sector and helping them transition, and see this as a transition, not a crash. See it as a transition to a new world, and to hold their hand and partner with them through that. I think that's the opportunity. And like you say, if people aren't comfortable with that, the ones that are comfortable with it will have a competitive advantage.
Because that relationship that will be continued, really, Andrew, isn't it? You know, you're helping people out now. The relationship that we're all building in recruitment, in any sector, really, you are out building some kind of relationship. And if you're holding that person's hand through this, that light touch, maybe not physically holding their hand, we go back to the
no, metaphorically speaking.
If you do, wash your hands, stay safe. But actually, if you go through that will be remembered, and that all of this is about people remembering. You know, I think when I go back to my recruitment days, you know, I was ringing people up I had a book at the time, way before this. This is a long time ago, and databases. But I remember ringing people up, and when I rang them back up, I remember you rang me up and you offered me this service. Yes, we're interested now. It's the remembering little details. It's the human nature that we're involved in, and how we help, and what little things that we've done down the road.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Martin.
I think, sorry, I was just going to say on that you know, your teams and your clients, they won't remember what you did or said, so they just remember how you made them feel. That's what people remember in the future.
Definitely. Becky, I know we did not had a chance to have more of a chat with you, and we've now got 3 other people lined up in the waiting room.
Yeah, Claire's early there, which is good news.
Lysha,
I can hear you off. Lysha, thank you so much, and we must talk soon.
Stay safe.
Take care.
Yes, take care, Lysha. Speak to you soon.
Bye.
That was a nice segue in along the way. Oh no, there we go. Good. Yes.
So I'm gonna dive for a second here, because I'm just gonna grab another fresh water, and I think we're gonna bring Gearoid and Gareth in at some point. So 2 minutes while I disappear, but I will still be hearing you.
Okay. Well, I can't say bad things about you. You do this because you think I talk about you when you're gone, don't you? I know we have this thing. The voices in your head actually are just me.
Yes.
Guys, I'm going to do that thing. I do want to hear from all of you, obviously. So I'm going to just do. We were much slicker the last time we did this. I've got to say, we were much more on the case with more guests overall, and we did it for slightly longer. And maybe that was the thing. But today we just sort of rambled on and let people get on with it, which is hopefully useful. So just to pretend like I actually have got an audience, and we do have an audience, which is good. Time now is 1:15. I'm going to bring in 2 of our next guests. Somebody actually earlier, which is good news. They're 15 minutes early, so I'm going to leave Claire alone. Becky, we've not spoken to you lots. Love to talk to you. Love to talk to you about maybe. We did actually speak to Matt last time about tech returners, which was really helpful. But that's also another reason why it was great to have you come back again. With that tech returners, your perspective is slightly different. So maybe get you to talk. But what I'm going to do is just bring 2 more people in, if that's okay. And just picture you all just shuffling on the sofa a little bit. Mark, conscious you've been here for a while. You can stay if you want to. You can go if you want. Either way, I'm really happy. I'm happy either way. Let's go.
I was just waiting for my opportunity to say thank you very much indeed. I really, really thoroughly enjoyed it. But I'm conscious that I might be squeezed off the end of the sofa, and rightly so. And I'm happy to do that. But I'm going to say.
The bit that Jim was saying on that point, it's good that you could come along as one of the largest in-house communities. You could come along. You decided you'd be happy with this.
Well, listen, I'm very. I think it's been great. I think it's been thoroughly enjoyable. So I'm going to, whilst I won't be obviously on the Zoom call anymore, I will be watching on YouTube. It's open, so I'm looking forward to listening to you guys.
And yes, we'll talk again. Thank you very much.
Yeah, all the best. Thank you, everyone. All the best. Take care. Bye bye. Bye bye.
So again, in that neat chat show of whatever, I sound more like bloody Richard Hammond again. He does that. If you ever watch the Grand Tour, he does the introduction to the semblance of chat, and here we go. And I don't want to be him. I don't actually know which one I want to be. Let me bring 2 more people in, and I'll shut up then. I think I was slicker last time as well. Hello. No, this doesn't help with. I don't know either of you, so I don't know which one's going to ping first. It's going to be a 50-50 bet. There we go. So what we've done, because we're running a bit behind still, Jim isn't here to blame because he's popped off to go to the toilet / have a water. I brought both of you back at the same time. So we've got Gearoid and we've got Gareth at the same time. We've still got Becky and we've still got Zoe. Picturing, I said, this chat show of sofa. So maybe get you 2 guys to introduce yourself, and then we'll sort of pick up another conversation and see where we go.
Brilliant.
You pick first. There you go. If I just say you go first,
please. After you.
No, after you go first. After you.
Brilliant. So my name's Gearoid. I'm the owner of my Access Hub. So we're a company based here in Ireland. And we're in the diversity inclusion space. So we provide training in regards to autism in the workplace and sensory inclusion. So we work with companies of all sizes, from your SMEs with 10 to 15 employees up to your multinational companies that would have diverse teams across the EMA region. So most of our product is online. So we offer virtual reality 360 scenarios and video animation that can be delivered in a personalized manner to each individual employee. But for a lot of our companies, we do in-house workshops as well, and that's customized to the needs of the company. And then this summer, we're launching something called Discover Spaces. So this is a platform that will allow individuals like employees, customers, and students to connect with these sensory inclusive organizations and find what companies are doing in regards to the sensory environment. So we'll have companies like Lidl, HubSpot, Dublin City University, and for the football fans, we'll have Arsenal FC listed on the site when we launch that.
Thank you very much. What a brilliant introduction.
Sounds good. That sounds great. So a bit I'm like, got to follow that now.
Yeah, come on. So, that's the whole point of life. And go on, beat that.
I'll just leave now. Yeah, thanks.
Have you got, actually, somebody the other day actually did genuinely have a puppy as reserve, just in case that he didn't work out, and they could pop out into the room and bring a puppy in, but they didn't need to call upon it.
No, I've got a big brown lab. He's asleep right now. So I can bring him in and replace him.
Just in case.
Yeah. So my name's Gareth. I'm the founder of Recce. We are an automated candidate engagement platform using voice. So we have quite a unique voice proposition where we can automate your candidate engagement and your candidate screening. And the reason we all came about was to improve the recruiters' jobs in speaking to the right candidate at the right time. So we appreciate that, it's quite a Bill Murray Groundhog Day effect in recruitment, whereby you're constantly picking up the phone day in, day out, trying to get hold of candidates, hitting voicemails, or the phone gets put down and you're completely missing them. So we wanted to sort of try and take away a lot of the non-value added manual tasks and say, look, if you've got 50 people, 100 people, 200 people apply for a role, come to us. We'll basically make sure that we can speak to, on your behalf, the right candidates, and we just give you the right candidates and the right fit for the role, already pre-screened with all the information you need. So you don't then spend 3 or 4 days going through candidate lists. You basically spend 1 day in placing those candidates. So we built this automated platform. It's a full engagement funnel, and we use the power of voice. So we actually have those real-time voice calls with people. It's also multi-channel. So we've got WhatsApp business, online text, and chat as well. So so we've got a range of clients from public sector, healthcare, drivers, all the way through to companies that support, business analysts to senior project managers. So it's a full range across different sectors. So we interesting time basically, because obviously we understand the pressures that everyone's suffering, but we're excited about what's next, if that makes sense. Especially with the candidate engagement space.
Perfect. Now let's see which way we're going to. Zoe and Becky, you were here first. Not that it's about that, but you were here first. Becky, what's the word I'm looking for? Part of your business, obviously being tech returners, is about women going back to work, being women finding work, women doing a whole bunch of other things. Has this situation helped improve that? Has it leveled the playing field a little bit, or is it still really difficult?
I think we're talking all about community and honesty, and I think it's just been fantastic to listen to other people's insights, because I do think those are two things that have come out so strong, especially from our business. We deliver programs face-to-face, so when obviously lockdown got announced, in 48 hours we had to sort of convert all our courses to virtual, which I'm pleased to say we did successfully. But it's not only that, I think it's understanding the balance. So I've got a 1-year-old and I've got a 6-year-old. I'm now taking on the role of homeschooling, plus as being primarily childcare provider for my 1-year-old. And I think around the honesty piece, I think more and more people are realising the juggle that parents have, and the juggle that parents have in terms of wanting to return to work and juggling those home lives. And we've talked about flexible working for so many years, but it's not really had much of an impact. I think going through this, I see it's a positive, because I was talking to a lot of business owners and actually them understanding now what actual real flexible working is, and they don't need to be in the office. Where we've said so many years certain roles need to be in the office, they don't, because we've just proved out now that people can work remotely and work effectively remotely. So I think it's going to have a lot of empathy in terms of from our market, because what we battle with is not many people understand what a returner is.
Yeah.
And then people have this perception what a returner is. Probably the most common ones that they all want to work part-time, they're not as committed, they're all women, but they're just not right at all. So I think from our market, it's been a really positive thing that that empathy that people are going through at the moment will empathise and be more open to a whole different untapped talent pool of returners.
And do you think it will sustain? I mean, that's the loaded question. I spoke to, oh God, I always want to say people's names. I spoke to him as a chief people officer for a large delivery company, and they've got a massive, great office in London. And of course, now they've left that office. All those office workers that were sat in there are now sat at home. And productivity, it wobbled, I think, if they were measuring it in absolutes for the first couple of weeks. But they've also found that there is that flow, that there is, you know, absenteeism. Everybody's turned up for work still. They're still online. They're still engaged. And actually, because they're sat at home, they missed the commute. They've missed reasons to not be somewhere. The idea of being able to drop off for a couple of hours and then come back in a couple of hours is absolutely there. And this flexibility is enabled itself.
And how well do people look? How well do people look in terms of not having to do that commute? Maybe being able to spend more time with the family, all sat around the dinner table, not being under that pressure of going, right, I'm going to get back for 5 o'clock or 5:30 for that nursery, you know, or get charged X amount for going over.
Yeah.
You know, people, you know, I hear people embracing this as well. In terms of sustainability, I don't think we're not all going to be all remote all the time.
No.
I think it gets people to think about that we don't need to be in an office 5 days a week, and people have different working hours. Well, my working pattern's totally different. I work early in the morning, and then I homeschool. I've got to jump off in a minute because I've got to learn about the 5 oceans in the world. Yes. And then in the evening, I pick up on the evening and then, you know, finish. And it's all about, with our team, all about the outcome. Forget output, forget hours. It's all about the outcome of what we're trying to do over this period.
But I think that's a brave new step again. I always talk about think of the conversation I've had recently. Chief exec, who's like, he can't wait to get everybody back in the office because he doesn't know what they're doing. He's like, they're out there, they're sat online somewhere. I don't know what they're up to, because he hasn't got that mindset of, this is the output, this is what I'm actually trying to get to, because he isn't he just isn't that type of a manager. He's got a team of 180 people business.
And I've heard
always been command and control.
I've heard horror stories that managing directors of businesses are putting tracking on their employees' laptops about how many clicks are going on, you know, what's the activity, monitoring in terms of online. You know, why are we working still in a world like that when we don't trust people? It is all about trust.
Well, actually, I said to him, if you put all the 180 people in the office, just because they're tapping away on a keyboard doesn't mean they're not just chatting to each other about what an arse you are. And he didn't really like that, but it was true, because actually they all look very productive tapping away, and they're actually quite enthusiastic as well. But I do think as a mindset, I don't think people are quite ready for it. This has been forced upon them, and I don't know if they just need time to catch up with it. But I actually do think there's a core that just will never. They don't see this as an advantage. They don't see this benefit in any way, shape, or form.
But there's some people like the person you're talking about there. At least he was honest with you. You know, honest.
He was honest with me. He wasn't honest. He wasn't honest with his people. He was honest with me.
But I think people need to be a bit more. If people are struggling to get their heads around it, they should be honest and reach out for people that can actually educate them. I think honesty, like quite a few people have touched upon it, is really key in this whole situation. Honest, you know, in terms of sharing when things are going up and down, you know, and having an emotional roller coaster. Honest about not knowing the answers to everything, but reaching out to the people that could support you in that whole community aspect. And honest, you know, in terms of, you know, being with your staff, you know, I've had to have those conversations going, it's not how we predicted this quarter, this year going to be. I don't know all the answers, but what I can tell you, every step that I'm going on, that I'm going to take you with me, because what I want to build at the end of it is a really solid, sustainable team that's going to go forward. And I think it's that whole honesty piece is really crucial.
You're all in it together, and if everybody knows exactly the situation you're in, They're buying in. It's all about buying, isn't it? Buying into the business. And if you know what the situation the business is in, the right people will stay through with you, and the right people will get you out the other end. The big difference for me is, and the conversations that we're all having is about now, when people talk about the recession. You know, in the recession, everyone's, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we're all good. It's fine. You know, positive, especially the recruitment agencies. I sat as regional director for the REC in 2010, and every agency was like, yeah, it's all fine, you know, and nobody would share ideas. What Lysha is saying, you know, people are talking to people now. People are being honest about the situation.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's not easy. Our lives are blurred and blended between work and home and kids and dogs and animals and cats and delivery people and everything else that comes into the world, and looking outside and it's nice and sunny and that kind of thing, and you're sat in and indoors. So that honesty is coming through, and it's really, really important.
Yeah, and the community as well. Yeah, the community which was touched upon. Like for us, we've got 2 programs running at the moment. Obviously, there's not a lot of jobs being actively recruited for. A lot of recruitment teams are furloughed at the moment. But what we did, we reached out to our community in terms of just putting posts on LinkedIn and said, we still want to give our returners the best experience. And we ask companies to do lightning talks, so day in the life, how you've got into your role. We've been inundated with companies. We've got about 32 lightning talks now being scheduled in for our returners, because people want to pay that forward. And like you said, for nothing in return, because, you know, there's no commercial element exchange in hand, but just wanting to pay it forward. We've just launched our community webinar series. So 8 sessions over 1 month, 60 minutes on the topics that matter now. We've just had like over 150 sign-ups in the first couple of hours. And that's just people wanting to learn, wanting to pay it forward, and we're doing donations to the NHS as well. So it's just, I think it's amazing. And when you talk about looking at the positives, I really start to embrace the positives that are coming out of this challenging time.
I think you do learn, though. I think when you talk about pay forward and there's nothing there, you know, even if you are giving something away and having a chat, I always find I'm getting something from the other person. I'm learning something new from them. I'm learning something about them individually. And sometimes it sparks off an idea. Do you know what I mean? It sparks off like, I've never thought about that. Because we are having that chance, this whole thing at the moment, we're pausing and learning and listening. We go back to recruitment, and the early days of being trained in recruitment, you got 2 of these and 1 of these, you know, you got 2 of these as well. So we can see people, you know, we should be listening more. I find the 80-20 rule was an 80-80 rule, 80% talking and 80% listening, because I did most of the talking. But it's important to listen to people, and you do get that little element out. And I think, as Akbar was saying earlier on, we are getting into a different phase. We are getting a little bit into the groove of this now. This is becoming more natural. And maybe it will be a harder groove to come out of. The point that you were saying there, Martin, about CEOs and the way they're so focused on a certain style of management, you know, and this has been forced upon us. You know, he's dragging those people from that archaic bit, but it's the people of those businesses that will see that. Their people will look at it and then turn around and go, this isn't the place I want to be.
Exactly.
Yes,
make those decisions with the feet.
Yeah, I'm going to stay here for now because this is the place, but I am definitely going to be looking. I'm definitely going to keep my eye open. So
definitely.
Really interesting.
I think it'd be quite interesting, that movement that will happen after this, like for those reasons that you said, those people that have been treated rightly and fairly and being trusted during this time, you know, will be so much engaged in productivity in those organisations, but the ones that haven't will just walk with the feet, or speak with the feet in terms of walking out.
I don't disagree. I think that genuinely will make a difference to perception of employer brand and what you like and your culture and all those other good things. I mean, Zoe,
you touched on something earlier about one of the chief people officers saying maybe productivity had dipped. I think something that we just recognised is that's going to happen. Yeah, it's not because people are working from home. It's because right now no one knows how to deal with this.
Look outside. Yes, it's not. I totally agree, and I think it's interesting how you have these very sort of businessy conversations with people, and it's like, productivity has dipped and da 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 da. Whereas actually, it's like, well, what? No shit. It's like, well, of course it did. It was. Look at the people that are ill. Look at the people that are dying. You know, the impact that has on people, just their perception of
But again,
life.
just be honest about it. Honest with your team, going, we know that we're not going to get as much done because of everything, the distractions, just life. Even those people without children, pets, whatever, that's a distraction in itself of media, what you're reading on constantly. Everything's a distraction, but just be honest with that it is going to dip.
I think something we focused on, sorry.
Oh, sorry, no, sorry.
I think something we focused on is like going to people that were already working remote and being like help in our organization. So rather than being like, okay, so this is what we think we're going to do, and like we did like an internal training on how to work remotely and got the remote staff to write all of the content, and they basically set the like how we're going to work, rather than it being like, oh, this is how we think we should work remotely. Like we had about less than 20% of our organization working remotely already. Tell us what best practice it is and tell us how you deal with this. And I think we had a lot of candid conversations, and even our president in our weekly all hands that we have now, to have transparency, to have that, it's like, this is what I'm struggling with too. And like, I think it's that human effort that we've talked about a couple of times. And I think we've recognized that you can be a leader that has to be honest and open and actually more empathetic, which typically has been said is like a women's based like behavior as a leader. And I think that's why you're seeing a lot of women-based organizations not actually being as impacted, or like actually weathering the storm a little bit better, or even women leaders of countries right now, their COVID response has been very different and actually more successful. And I think like we need to take on some of those concepts, and it's what we talk about in our internal women's group and things like, actually like we're seeing male leaders or leaders that maybe weren't like this taking on more empathetic approaches, which we're appreciating, but it's also like, hey, why have you not been doing this before?
Do you think this will lead into your EQ versus your IQ as well, your emotional understanding? Because your emotional understanding of this current climate, of understanding how the person you're talking to might be feeling, relating to yourself, is massive, really, you know, all the way through. I think something Kevin was saying earlier on about the KPIs. Really, KPIs in this marketplace, you know, if you're set by old standard KPIs, they're just not going to. The bit that you've said there, Zoe, going to reach out to your staff, you know, those key performance indicators, you know, have now completely changed. And how can you expect people to do the same thing in a different climate? But I think that bit, and I must play it back, go back to what Akbar said. He did say the phases we've gone through really, really well. And I think we have gone through a natural phase of human beings, of that shock, you know, that understanding bit, you know, now finding a bit of the groove. So, Gearoid, there you're sat there now in the background there, listening away to us. So you and I have chatted. I know you introduced yourself. I nipped out to get my glass of water and a couple of mouthfuls of food. It's one thing Martin and I said last time we did the show. By the time we got to 5 o'clock, we were completely exhausted and hadn't even ate. Becky, was that
apologies? I need to go and do some more homeschooling, but I've got to say what a great initiative that you're doing, and I think it's absolutely amazing bringing in all these amazing speakers together. Been watching and listening, so continue to do it, and thank you very much for inviting me. So nice to meet you.
Oh, not a problem. Thank you. Definitely, Becky. We'll have a catch-up call later as well.
Really cool. Thank you.
Take care, Becky.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes.
Whilst you do that, and absolutely come back to Gearoid, and then we can also talk to Gareth. I'm just going to pop somebody onto the sofa as she's patiently sat there. But let me just introduction.
If anybody knows how to get music going on in the green room there, virtual nuts, beers, drinks, and that kind of thing.
I need a Zoom anorak, actually. Yeah, it's just sticking there. There must be something we can do. Claire, how are you? Power of live. Claire, how are you?
Can you hear us?
This is where I have to. It's almost there. It's almost there. It says she's here.
Connecting. There's a little bit of a lag between the voice connecting as well, the audio connecting with people. How have we got you, Claire?
Why don't you carry on and pretend that it's happened, and then when she speaks, it'll be great.
Oh no!
There you go, Claire. There you go. So brilliant. Okay. So what I'm saying is, Claire, is because we're not as far behind as we were, which is good news. We're just going to pop you on the end of the sofa, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
As people almost take like a sort of slight shuffle on. So Becky's just left us, and Jim's going to ask some insightful questions because they're better than mine.
Now you've really put me on the spot.
I know, no pressure. No pressure. Come on, you can do it.
Well, listen, I hadn't even finished my petit filou there. I was break at lunchtime. But yeah, I think the link in with what you're doing. I mean, I probably missed the introduction there, but I'm really keen to understand what's going on with you. There is a link, as you can tell by the Claire's background in there to what you do and everything else as well. We've just lost Zoe there at the same time. People diving in and out, so we are catching up. So yeah, give us a bit more of what's happening with you. How are you finding the services that you offer to companies at the moment? What's happening in that situation? Are you busy? Are you people still reaching out to you? You know.
Yeah, so I suppose, look, diversity inclusion has been put on hold for a lot of companies. So the conversation that I'm having with larger D&I managers is that stuff that they had planned is put on pause till maybe Q4. In other cases, it's been reassigned to other elements of the business. So for this time, what I'm doing is kind of doubling down on the product and doubling down on Discover Spaces. And I suppose kind of rediscovering how you can actually get this into the customer's hand with the budget that they potentially have. So not cutting the price, but what can you offer in the meantime that would provide them the value that you want within the company, and that they can get started. Because I think for a lot of companies, it's the getting started is the problem. And for a lot of the companies that I work with, big and small, it's the first steps within the company. It's the first couple of employees to get trained, to get up and running with it. And then they start to see the value, and then they start to increase it within their company. Now, it was great to hear from Becky and Zoe talking about empathy in that. And I think that's something that a lot of businesses here in Ireland and around the world have struggled with prior to this. And I think it's really being brought to the fore now. And I think a lot of what I try to do in the training, even though it is related to autism and neurodiversity, it's building up that sense of awareness and empathy when it comes to these situations. It's actually teaching people empathy in some cases, that someone could be doing the exact same job as you, but they're going to have all these barriers in their way, and you need to find ways of actually reducing them barriers and make it easier for that person, and seeing them as a person. Because quite often we look at individuals with disabilities as not being people, unfortunately. We see them as being less valuable, and we need to bring that human aspect back into it. And we need to, I suppose, open our eyes to the value that they can bring to the workplace.
Oh, 100%. And I think, to be honest, I'm from a personal point, obviously I've spoken this sector, we talked before, but it's disappointing that people aren't embracing the opportunity to take on your services. For those that are furloughed are allowed to have training. This is an important part of training, and it'd be a good time to go out and do that. While I understand businesses are, as you say, short on spend, understanding how they can widen their workforce and look after the workforce to be more inclusive. Because we had a whole massive ramp up of D&I, and it's really disappointing to hear that that's been parked. We understand in some respects there are things that are being parked, marketing and that kind of stuff, maybe in some firms, but not to reach out and take the time to understand this, I think is a little disappointing.
And I suppose, look, the reality in Ireland anyway, and it'd be pretty similar across the waters, is that it was EY actually, they did a study in Ireland last year, and they found that 30% of Irish businesses were spending zero on diversity inclusion. So that's where we're coming from. So it's quite hard, like in regards to diversity inclusion, a lot of business leaders in this country haven't woken up to the benefits of it. They haven't seen it as a core part of their business, even just from the other aspects of diversity inclusion in terms of the gender side and the other elements, not in mind disabilities. So it is quite hard to get them to focus down on that. And I think for a lot of business leaders, it only really becomes a focus when it enters their personal life. So if they either experience it themselves and have a disability themselves, or if a family member has a disability, that's when it hits home. That's when the empathy level rises, whereby they're like, right, I need to do something because my son or daughter is going to be entering the workplace in a couple of years, or my niece or nephew with a disability. I need to be the business leader that stands up to it. And that's great, but we need the other people, the people that aren't impacted by it, to also step up to the plate and to also bring this into the conversation.
Yeah, 100%. I think from that, don't we manage to tune in earlier on? We had Liam on here, and Liam was chatting, and we were talking about recruitment and how everyone was talking about the recruitment sector. That's one thing Martin and I wanted to do, is bring in different people from different sectors to educate people. And Liam said, I don't know that sector, but actually it's really important for us to be talking to people like Liam, not just within what we do. Great tech vendors, like Gareth here in Recce, and the voice that he can do, and the value that can add in the whole perspective of things. Claire, we'll bring you in here now quickly. What about yourself? How you find things? Because I know the link here was, I had seen a post that Georgina had put out, and that was liked by Simon. And obviously I know Simon and Simon's background, so I reached out to Georgina, and Georgina then got you involved, because I think a number of people to come onto the show. But tell us about you, what you're doing, and how you're finding things at the moment.
Sure. So, well, firstly, I've set up my working at home site for Team Ambitious. I hope you like it. It's I'm not very good at arts and crafts. So I work for Ambitious About Autism as a programme director. We're a national charity. We focus on autism education for children and young people. And we also, which is the best part of the organisation, I think, run employability programmes. It's quite tricky at the moment. I think, as Gearoid just pointed out, we are finding that lots of our employer partners are pressing pause at the moment. I know that one of our employers, SAP UK, we've recruited some interns, and they moved everything online in terms of the interview and assessment process, the induction process, and getting them equipped with the technology they needed to work at home. So I think we've got 2 interns that have started in the last few weeks while this has all been going on, which is phenomenal. They've just been so reflexive, but they probably have resources to do so. I'm aware not everybody else does. I think for us as a charity, we are rediverting our focus onto our education provision at the moment. We've got over 250 children and young people across Ambitious College, Treehouse School, and the Rise School, who are now having to be homeschooled. And for anybody that knows and understands autism, it affects the way people interact with the world around them and experience the world around them. And so a change in schedule for our children and young people right now is it's going to be devastating for a lot of families, if I'm honest. So we've redirected our efforts into our coronavirus funding appeal, so that we can make sure we've got the right equipment and resources for our teachers to continue to develop resources, plan, support our families online and families across the UK for our Talk About Autism platform. So yes, as a charity, we're quite small, but we're nimble. We've got our key workers out there doing home deliveries, still continuing to do what they can to make sure our young and vulnerable people can access an education and stay safe and well. I feel like I've rambled off, but no. Hopefully that answers your question. I think just to add, actually, we do have a youth council and an online youth network. So autistic people across the UK, aged 16 to 25, can access online forums where they're closed, they're safe, and we're having 2 chats per day, so people can log in and talk about specific topics. We have schedules of what's going to happen, who's going to be there, what's going to be talked about. And we found that having that regular schedule has really helped our young people who are at home with nothing to do, maybe working from home and needing to have some downtime in between their work.
No, I think, all this is great to understand. And I think, we talked earlier on about this thread, bringing other people in to understand. We speak in our profession, in the recruitment world, how recruitment's going to change moving forward, how we're going to have online interviews now, how we're going to use Zoom. But we've got homeschooling, and then we've got the situation with yourselves where that impact, having been involved in that sector and spoke about it, I have a comprehension. I can't say I understand, because I'm not going through that, and how anyone can. But I think it's important that we learn from that, we understand, and that that's going to impact you. That's going to impact the schooling. It's going to impact the support you give. Yes, you've got key workers going out there, which is admirable, great that they're going out and putting themselves at risk doing that. But that lesson is, how are you finding that transfer of your services online? and how you now, because some of this stuff you do is the online walk through the workplace for people, isn't it? And I know you're up to a certain age, Claire, there. There's got to be a link of learning for us in our profession, the hurdles and challenges. Where are the cross groups that we can all join to understand and get that bit of learning?
So we've got it on pause at the moment, but just before this all happened, across the Northwest and in partnership with TalkTalk Communications, we launched our Employ Autism Network. And this is it's a model whereby we are fully funded by a very generous donor to provide training and support to careers advisors, employability professionals, job centres, any of those professionals that might be supporting autistic clients. We will train and support those professionals to then access employers that we've been in and trained. And again, we have a pot of funding whereby we can go and train employers across the Northwest and also across the West Midlands, where I think everybody's going to Birmingham was a comment I heard earlier on. So yeah, we have this funding available, and now we're just kind of waiting for the right time to be able to relaunch. And that's where we have recognised, just as you pointed out, Jim, that there is a gap. There's not this connector. And what we want to do with our Employ Autism Network, I knew it was coming useful, is to connect those employers with those professionals, upskill them and leave a legacy, leave that skills, knowledge and understanding, and we just do the back end online. So we've got 3 years, well, we've got 2 years of funding, which again, we want to go out and connect people. And I think to Gerald's point as well is, we have recognised, having been running this programme in London for the last 5 years, we've recognised that it's really a fearful thing. Employers are so scared of getting things wrong. There's lots of statistics out there about this. They won't do anything about the disability D&I programmes. So those who are a little bit more confident will reach out, find out, maybe start a programme, do some training. So what we're trying to evidence is that actually, if you built in a CPD programme around disability, around autism, neurodiversity, that confidence will increase, and you've then got the embedded knowledge within your organisation to continue that. So that's what we're trying to prove.
100%. And as someone who's been passionate about that for a long time, and the skills and talent, it's nice to see that this is starting to broaden out. And I go back to that point that there's a great time for employers and people in HR and to learn now and understand what you're both doing from a point actually of understanding. And we've now got Torin sat there in the background, so we'll bring Torin in a minute or two. So I think that links in nicely to a lot of things we're chatting about. But from Gareth's perspective, understanding that the chatbot that Gareth delivers has voice enablement on there. From both of your thoughts and views, how does that help within your community of talent? Do you feel that ability to be able to communicate via voice, to use via video for some, is widening their ability to apply and chat? Or is it a barrier? Do you think there's positives and negatives with it? Is that something we can understand or going through, or
Yeah, it can be it can make it easier. I think where there was a company that when they brought in video interviews, they did a lot of stuff around the AI, around facial expressions. And that was something that was causing difficulties within the neurodiversity stream, whereby the camera was locking into the person's eye contact. And I think that was something that if the person wasn't looking at the camera for a long period of time, it was taken as a negative mark. But it just being a communication channel, yeah, I think it's going to be quite effective.
Definitely.
I was going to say, Jim, I think it's, for me and all my vision, it's all about choice. Everyone's different. And if you try and funnel loads of different variety of people into the same process, the same hop, the same funnel, then you're naturally going to just annoy people. You're naturally going to find it difficult for some people because they don't like being videoed. They might not like not very quick at typing, for example. There's just, I think if you provide that choice, you generally open yourselves up to a massive remit of such a variety of candidates and people that can get into your business. You're not losing touch of everything from, certain skills and certain attributes and certain behaviors of these people that I think, well, you've now provided a wealth of options which you're going to benefit from. And I think from our point of view, I think one of my roles is to try and find what the next channel is, what's the next easy sort of route to help people get into employment. And I think it'd be interesting to hear actually what people think about that and where you think those channels will be going and progressing.
Definitely. Guys, I'm going to let you chat a second. I'm going to have to swap headsets. There's one thing I was running on, my battery was about to go low on these. And all I've had for the last couple of minutes is battery's low, goodbye. So I'm going to just switch headsets. And Martin's going to jump here like a great co-host. I think that conversation is really important to keep having between you there and that understanding. So bear with me 2 seconds while I just change sets.
He's going to explain it's the voices in his head again. That's the thing. It's actually just me whispering. We're pretending like we're in different places, but we're not. He's just over there. Luckily not true. For the untrained eye, it might look like I was switched off there completely and not listening, and that's probably the case because I just look at this thing that keeps pinging in my head. One of the beauties of this is that we've got do have viewers. Who knew? Not as many viewers as last time. We have to do something about that. I'm not suggesting you guys on the thing. We've got more in the afternoon actually than the morning last time, which is also interesting. Where would we like to go with this next then? I think
Can I just in response to kind of what Gareth was saying?
Yes,
so we, over the last 5 years, we've worked with 16 and upward actually on some programs, depending on what the employer needs. We will go over the age of 25, but we focus on autistic young people because they have less access to careers advice and guidance. They have less access to work experience. And as we know, 84% of autistic adults are not in full-time paid employment. So we've really focused on the careers education piece. We do a one-day training session with careers advisors, and we work with the young person to be able to advocate for themselves in the workplace. So we will have careers advisors that are trained and understand autism that will help develop a support plan or a one-page profile all about me or some kind of document that looks at the communication, interaction, sensory, and imagination barriers, and looks at strategies that they can request when they go for an interview, when they're applying for a job. And they can take that with them, work with colleagues or their line manager within the workplace. And actually that then gives their line manager an understanding of their real individualities and what works for them. And if just through doing that, without even necessarily needing to train line managers, just through working with employees and understanding that everybody's different and everybody works better in different scenarios, different environments, actually they can then use those strategies to kind of translate into their recruitment processes. And I think that's where you get the wider choice. So yeah, good point, Gareth, is what I meant.
It's quite fitting actually. So Andrew was on earlier, he said it, there's a lot of positive vibes going around, man. And do you know what? I like to see myself as a positive person. I think it's fantastic, but you're right, everyone's different. Some people struggle to focus on a lot of the positivity, and the way they work and the way they get through things is they like to deal with the problems, and they will structure on how they solve a problem. It's not that they're not positive people, it's they work differently. And I think you're right, it's about trying to embrace, and what Becky said earlier was, that adaptability, that flexibility. Everyone has to be able to say, well, that you have one set way of doing things, which is great for you, it works, but one of your members of staff might have a different way of doing things. So it's about having that flexibility, saying, look, we're all in together, figure out what works for each individual person, and then you go for it and you support and you bring them through. And I think that for me, that's a lot of the learnings that I've personally found is, I've run business for years, and there's never a set path for running a business. There's never a set path for a type of member of staff, or even a dev team, for example. Everyone is different, and you have to completely change, and how we do things is always changing. So a lot of people said, what's the secret sauce? It's like, there isn't one. Generally, there isn't one. It's listening. Just listen to people, and they'll tell you what works for them, what doesn't work for them, what they want to do, what they don't want to do. And it's about flexibility and change, and choice. So yeah, I think for me, that's my biggest learning today, especially in the situation we're at the moment, is everyone has to, and to be fair, it's great to see the adaptability, the change, the flexibility of everyone to embrace, moving forward and getting the next step as well and getting out of it.
I think that's been covered a lot today. So I've been trying to listen on and off all day, and it has been that the sense of community, the resilience, the flexibility of people, of organisations, you know, of HR teams. Our HR team has just been incredible. And I just hope that people can take the best out of this, knowing that when we emerge the other side, there are going to be lots of people that are bereaved, that have been really severely negatively affected by this. But there are some really good points. And I've got an autistic guy in my team, and he absolutely was adamant he did not want to work at home. It takes away the flexibility, the routine, the travelling in. And yesterday morning we had a conversation. He's like, right, I want to change my hours 8 till 4 because I want to go for a 2-hour bike ride in the light summery evenings. And he's having a great time. He's, you know, I've never felt so well. And yet he was really, really worried about how this was going to affect his health. And hopefully that means that he won't have to commute for 3 hours a day when we emerge from, you know, into our new world. And I just hope, I really hope people can take these little examples of what's working really well for individuals, so they also have a good quality of life and can be productive.
Do you think it's a leveler? I mean, that's the thing I think I've asked several people about, you know, we're all sat on a Zoom call now, and we're all sort of sat at home having to do a Zoom call. Has that helped in any way become a leveler? That there isn't this perception of, oh, you guys go to work and you guys do this and you do this and you do that, that we're all sort of here. Does that make it easier, or did it make it more difficult?
I think, personally, I think it makes it more difficult. Everyone's in a really, really different, we're all kind of, and again, my autistic colleague said this, he said, we're all in the same boat, but we're not really. We're on the same sea and we're all in different boats. You know, some people are in luxury yachts and it suits them fine. Other people are in dinghies, and whether that's physically or mentally and emotionally, you know. It's
a really good way of putting it. I like that. That's true.
Very profound. But so I've been using that quite a lot, you can imagine. So yeah, I think it depends. People, I like home to be home because I live in a very small flat in London, and yeah, it's really tiny, and I like to be able to go to a place of work. But for others, yeah, they seem to be embracing it. I don't think it is a leveler necessarily.
I mean, me personally, I said before this, I used to go to either on site with a client, and if I'm doing me time, I'm either sat in my basement here, or I'd go to my office in Manchester. I'd be in a shared space with Lysha earlier on, who was on there earlier on. Because of that, though, I need to go and get on a tram and be with people and be in an office and chit chat. And that's the bit that you sort of miss, don't you? There's that ebb and flow of a work day. I find that quite difficult. So even when I'm on the client site, you do get different interactions. You meet people you're not actually anything to do with. So I typically go in and help people sort out their hiring processes. But of course, along the way, you meet all sorts of people in the office because they're just there. And that's really helpful as well. And I genuinely miss that, I guess, the triviality of just chatting, you know, all stood at the coffee machine or whatever it is. It's that little bit. And that's the bit I feel like I'm missing. It's a really interesting thing that I would have thought I was quite worky and didn't really need that, but actually consciously think, yeah, that's the gap. You know, family and kids and all the rest of it are great, but they're sick of seeing me every single day. It's also that.
Yeah, I think a lot of us think the same. It's obviously we also at our desk, and we just, if we want to talk to someone, you stick your head above the monitor.
Yeah, he's free. You just catch somebody's eye, don't you? You'll throw something at them or whatever.
It's just that. But you know, when you think about, it's not as easy to click a button and you're there. You know, well, it is, but you have to schedule that you're available. You have the right channel, the right format. And I sort of joke that he says, should we just have a live 8-hour video feed every day of the whole team? You know, I think it just. I know
somebody's done that. I know they have. They've just sat there. Literally, they've all got an iPad set up next to them.
Yeah.
And they're all in, and it just watches them do their thing, and they can chat and say, "Steve, what do you think?" Yeah. And it seems to work for them. I don't know if it works for everybody. It seems to work for them. Yeah, it's not the worst idea. Give it a go. I reckon you switch it off after half an hour, personally.
Well, mute definitely comes on.
Yeah. Oh God, Martin's talking to himself again. God.
Oh, he's talking again. Just struggling. Yeah. No. But it's I think that definitely the human interaction. I know that a lot of my team are missing, but we're trying to do more and more calls daily. Just to, if anything, just saying, "How are you?" You know. Doesn't have to be work related, because typically we realise that we talk quite a lot during the day. I mean, admittedly, let's talk developers. Let's be stereotypical. They put their headphones in, get their head down, and don't talk for 8 hours a day. But you know, we're trying to really saying that in this time, you know, I think it was quite right that you said, like, people are being more truthful about how they're coping, and they're being more open about it. With someone before in the office, they would never say they're struggling or having difficulties. But you know, a couple of my team said, "Look, I'll be honest. I live in a flat. I struggle to get out. I'm in a high-rise flat, and I struggle to get out. And he's alone, and that honesty was like, okay, as a team, everyone makes and everyone checks in, and everyone has video calls, and it's great, you know, and everyone rallied around together. So I think that truth aspect has really come to light in this industry.
It'd be really interesting to say. I think the future is an interesting thing. The fact that whether we stick with this or whether we go back to type, it's, you know, I think there'll be a huge. I've got visions of this huge surge of people running around the streets hugging each other to begin with, and then realizing, oh Christ, some people are still ill. Shit. Then sort of reining that back in. But then that moment of what. I don't know. I don't know if I'm overthinking it or whatever. That says I'm cynical. I don't think we'll go back to that. I think there's enough of those draconian mill owners who didn't want people to work from home in the first place. Then also equally, there's a number of people who are being forced to work from home who didn't want to work from home. That was the whole point. They didn't like it. They'd had the option, don't want to do it. They like the office, and they'll be relieved in some ways. But I think it's going to be really interesting to see if that level of kindness or interest in your well-being, which does feel a lot more authentic. Because, you know, I ask people, you know, used to get those standard recruiter emails and still will, you know, hope you're well, normally spelled badly. Genuinely ask people now, are you well? And it's like, yeah, I'm good, it's all good. And it meaning something rather than just, I hope you're well, which is, I hope this is the right email address I've sent it to. Which is not quite the same thing.
I think I must, I've heard this throughout the day as well about the level of authentic conversations and the amount of authentic conversations of how are you coping? Are you working at home? And finding out more about people's personal situations. And I've never spent so much time on the phone and like communicating face to face with people. I really do enjoy that interaction. And I'm hopeful that there'll be a mixture of some of the really good that's come out of this. I think one of the employers that we worked with before we kind of went into lockdown, he was a CEO of a creative agency, and he had taken on 3 autistic interns. All 3 of them had been offered a permanent role or a contract extension, and then a new CEO took over and carried on with the program. And they were in a really good place prior to all of this, because the CEO reported that there was a sense of psychological safety where people had been made aware of this program and the neurodiverse candidates that they'd taken on as interns, and people started to disclose mental health issues, dyslexia, ADHD. And so where staff were becoming more open and honest, actually they were becoming more productive. They were reporting that they felt safe to disclose. And going into a situation like this with the lockdown, I think those kinds of people will feel trusted and valued by their employer. So they had a kind of good starting place, and hopefully, you know, they'll come out of this kind of on the up. So I think, and for Gearoid and me, we need employers to get in touch with us so that we can help them provide a sense of psychological safety as we emerge from this. Yeah. I'm really aware that I sound a bit like a salesperson.
No, you don't. Oh, no, it's awkward. No, God, we're beyond that. No, you don't. No, you're saying the right thing. No, we're good. But I tell you what, you've managed to close a lovely conversation there. At the same point, in this sofa of chat, Richard Hammond moment again, I've got Torin Ellis and I've got Matt Charney, and they're from America because we're international. We started off in Australia this morning. We went as far afield as Dundee earlier on. And we've even been to Ireland. I mean, Christ. Let me just bring in Torin and Matt, and then anybody who's still on the sofa, happy that you stay that. If you need to go, you also need to go, and also realise that people do have lives. They can't just spend their whole day on a flipping live thing with me and Jim, who's now back in the land of the living with his not headphones on. This is going to be interesting.
They're just not connecting. So 2 Bluetooth devices at the same time just don't want to work. So
technology for you.
Just about hear you at the poor speakers of my laptop, but.
Oh, brilliant! If you can't hear me, it's fantastic.
Can I just want to throw my hat in the ring of the handshake is dead conversation that's going around?
Yes.
Can I throw in? I want the salute to come back.
Oh, this sort of.
Yeah.
I'm not really comfortable with the sort of distant. You know.
That's mine. Yeah, that's coming back. So.
Here we go. Torin and Matt. Can either of you hear me? Matt, I reckon you've got a better chance because your microphone's on.
Yeah, I can. Good morning.
Awesome. How are you?
What? You know, I just woke up, so feel like $1 million bucks.
Well, I know that's the only thing. So we started the day in Australia with people just sort of heading towards bed. So yeah, you're it's morning for you, isn't it? Nice and early. So,
yep. So good morning from Texas.
Hi, good morning. I couldn't quite remember where you were from. You know, that was the thing. I blindly said, "Oh yeah, come on at this time, it'll be fine." Because in my head it's East Coast, but yeah, Texas isn't. But hey, you're fine. You're like an early morning. You always have a nap later on. You're not busy.
Yeah.
Torin, I can see you're halfway in. He says, "This is the only thing with technology, isn't it?" We watched. Hung Lee did 24 hours of this type of stuff the other day. And his technology continuously broke all the way through the 24 hours of it. So I feel like we're quite optimistic. I'm now listening to Jim clump around and do some of the things. I'll tell you what, I'm going to assume that Torin's going to come in a bit, and he's bounced out. He's there, you're there, Torin. Can you hear us?
I can, absolutely. How are you?
I'm good. Look at that. That's marvelous. Then we're just going to say that technology is a magical thing. As I was saying to some people, because we've been really crap at time management today, I've been running behind a little bit. Normally what we do is we bring people in individually. They tend to talk about themselves for a little bit, and then we sort of segue them further down the sofa. But awkwardly, we have to bring people in sort of clumps of 2s and 3s. So we've done that with you and Matt Charney, the American contingent, as I'd like to describe you as now. Maybe Matt and Torin, you could introduce yourselves so people know who you are who don't know who you are already.
Actually, what I'd like to do is I want to introduce Matt, and I want Matt to introduce me.
Oh, we'll do that instead, because I'd love to hear what you think about Matt and what he thinks about you.
You understand what I'm saying? We're going to do this thing. We're going to have a good time this morning. I'm going to introduce Matt.
That's right. Actually, I will be Torin Ellis, and you can be Matt Charney.
Now, that's a hard shoe to fill, my man.
Give us a hat for a start. Come on.
So I'll introduce Torin Ellis. Let me start with your game, because I like this. I was actually going to propose the same thing, which is really weird. This is Torin Ellis, and Torin is probably the world's most sought after diversity speaker. He really likes making rooms full of people who look like me, feel very uncomfortable and guilty about themselves, but then has a tendency to turn it around and bring a really positive message to everything. He's one of the most solid guys in the business, and he also keeps it real and is one of the very few people who's worth following, present company excluded. So that's Torin.
It's a great introduction. I don't disagree with any of it either. That's awesome.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Matt. And Matt is an individual who, if you want him to be snarky but truthful, make sure you give him a pass to your event. Like literally, he's the individual that I would want to cover an event, because I know that I'm not going to necessarily get the pomp and circumstance, but I'm actually going to get the essence and the meat of what it is that individuals should or should not be there for. I think my funniest experience with Matt was last year. I can't remember the event, but wow. I mean, when I looked at the tweet, he was talking about people walking around with poodles in like dog cages and all of these other things, and it was just absolutely hilarious. And basically, I just appreciate the fact that let me just say it like this, Martin and Jim, and to everyone else, Gareth and Jared. You know what I love is being around people that are authentic. I don't like bullshit. Period. I just feel like we have too many people in our space that play. We don't have time for playing. So that's who Matt is.
That's fair. And that, by the way, the conference with the dog cages was the last time Sherm will ever ask me to attend an event. So I hope you enjoyed those tweets as much as I did.
This is the disadvantage of people starting their morning with us. Have you noticed that me and Jim have been awake for a while? Where do we go with this then? Where's a good thing? I don't want to fix people into a particular conversation. It's really about me and Jim trying to sit back and just bring you together so we can hear, I guess, where you are currently, as in what's going on with you locally around the pandemic, what's good, what's bad, what's indifferent. And I feel like today we've covered many things. Whilst it started off with the sort of recruitment chat, it's definitely extended into how people deal with life, how they feel about work, how they feel about work of the future. And we've got such a varied experience, I guess, about people. Some people, being furloughed, and again in the US, it's similar. You've either had people being furloughed. In the US, you've had more people being laid off because it's so much easier to get rid of people. It's an instant process almost. So maybe get your take on that. I mean, how it feels different now to maybe it did 6 months ago, that the world obviously has just shifted on. But I guess also today we're trying to be a bit more sort of optimistic about what the future looks like, and about whether when we come out of this, is the world going to be a slightly better place? What will we learn from that? And whether some of these sort of, the nicer things we found about people, about interactions and empathy and kindness, whether they will roll out into the workplace of the future. Cynical me says they won't. I think the minute that we go back there, it will just go back to type, because historically we've always sort of gone back to type. But maybe get your views on it, and then I can shut up. And it won't be such an awkward question.
Yeah, it's not awkward, actually. Is Gareth and Jared joining us? I see them on mute, so I just don't want to disrespect their presence.
No, so what we've done is think of the sofa. So they've all just taken a slight shuffle along the sofa. Awkwardly, eventually they fall off the end of the sofa.
Okay, got it.
But it's their choice. It's their choice when they want to get finished off the sofa. And what we found by doing that actually helps, because it helps segue between conversations about a particular thing, and you sort of hold it, don't you? So it sort of helps a little bit, rather than going, right, this section is about this and this section is about that. I also, if you want him now, your choice, I have recruiting animal in the wings, and I don't know if I bring him on now or not.
At this point,
this is your show, man.
I'm going to say goodbye.
All right, Claire. Lovely.
Thank you so much,
really
guys.
Cool, really cool.
Yeah,
and you didn't sound salesy at all,
it.
which is good. You've been really cool. Yes, we will.
Hopefully do it again.
Yeah, no, we'll do it again. Yeah, we'll do it again.
Right.
Really good. Yeah, thank you.
Enjoy, guys. See you later.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
I'm going to leave Mr. Animal, as I'd like to call him, for a little bit longer, and we'll bring him on in a minute, maybe, or 10.
Yeah, well, let me just jump in real quick. I don't want to delay it. Personally, it's a duality of a response. And when you say, where are we right now? And how is it different from 6 months ago? It's not.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if in fact we're honest with the conversation, many of the ills that have been brought to the surface, the fissures in our healthcare, the inequity in compensation, the prejudice, the bias around having people work remotely, including people with disabilities in our workplaces. We can go on and on and on. The scenario is being amplified now because we're all looking at it, but these folks were struggling going to work 6 months ago. These people were in pain and living paycheck to paycheck a year ago. This is right now, people are saying that the virus, the pandemic, has leveled the playing field. No, it hasn't. It hasn't leveled the playing field. And who the fuck wants to be on this playing field? Like, this is not.
Yeah, it depends on the field you're in, doesn't it? Yeah,
this is not the playing field where we really want to be. People don't want to be on a playing field where they are quarantined to their home, where they cannot coalesce with their colleagues. I've taken more calls in the last couple of weeks, and from those people with despair in their voice, what they're missing is cohesion and synergy. I'm missing my routine. I'm missing being able to grab morning coffee and then get in the office with Martin and Jim and Jared and Matt and, talk around the water cooler. They're missing that comfort. But what I'm hoping is that in this period right now, people will recognize, folks have been hurting for a very, very long time. How do we make it so that while we don't have everyone earning the same amount because they're not doing the same thing, I'm not asking for that. But what I am hoping is that when we exit out of this pandemic, that more people are willing to have an honest conversation around, for real, that right there that's not the way we should be doing it. We should not be happy about, like I just pulled up an article, people in America that are married to an immigrant without a social security number will not get the stimulus payment. One flag under all, that's the thing that we say. So if I'm married to an immigrant that does not have a social security number, I've lost my job, I'm not going to get a stimulus check of $1,200, which is it's not enough money to really do anything anyway, but I'm not even going to get that. So I just feel like we really need to have some very honest conversations and hold these sorry ass politicians that we have their feet to the fire, period.
So I'm going to pick up where I actually agree. I don't think anything has changed. I think what you see in this time is a lot of trends being accelerated. So virtual work, for example, always an inevitability. I think that people exposing things like company culture is such a magical thing that I should devote 100% of my life to working for less to sit in this office. I think you have a lot of these tropes that are likely going to be eliminated. I think from a recruiting perspective, what really actually excites me and refreshes me a little bit, unfortunately, we're facing this exact opposite dynamic in terms of supply and demand as we have in the past. But what I'm hoping, and to Torin's point, what I think I'm seeing is people are finally getting back down to the realization in this business that what we do is really about people, and it's about making hires, and it's about getting people back to work. And I think that focus on simplicity, and rather than adding complexity of how do we make this more technologically enabled, or how do we introduce AI, which if you recall was going to be the thing that cost us all our jobs, but AI obviously didn't see this coming, so probably some limitations. But
it's a bug in the algorithm. It'll be tweaked, it'll be fine.
You know, irrational actors have a tendency to do that. So, but what I do see is that it's reminding everyone from a critical perspective that our work is important. It's about connecting people to jobs. And to Torin's point, I've talked to so many of them. And I was frustrated in the past. We talk about a lot of the stuff that has nothing to do with people getting hired, all of the fluff. That's where I became snarky. I just don't think it matters. But I think now you realize both what we do as a purpose and what we do has to come back down to putting a human being in a job. And I think once we get back down to that simplicity, everything is actually going to be better than it was, because we're not making that harder than it needs to be.
Okay. I don't know if, yeah, okay. I hope that you're right. I do wonder, I do think that the UK perspective is different. I think we're a different, we've got a different set of politics. The way that we elect, the way the people that we do have elected, it is different, but then equally it's the same. I think there's a scale thing that kicks in. You know, whatever we think about the impact of the pandemic here is going to be greatly magnified in the US, and I think that probably makes a huge difference as well. Just about the scale of your country, full stop, but also it means your death rate is so much higher. Your bunch of other things are so much higher. You know, we're reliant on our national health service, which we pay a fortune for, but at least we've got it. You know, that access to medical care for all is still a given here, and that's so much simpler. That no matter where you are in the hierarchy, rich or poor, you will get medical treatment, and the medical treatment will be the best that we can afford, whatever that means. But it means that, you know, that makes a huge difference, I think. I wonder if, and again, this is probably trying to sort of quite a segue between different types of workers have been badly affected. And we talked about this earlier this morning, Jim. Yeah, so we've got, you know, organizations that we love. We've got their software companies. They hire lots of software engineers, and they've just sent those guys home, and it's all fine because it doesn't really make an awful lot of difference. They're still getting paid. They're still spending the money that their VC gave them. Life is just a bit different. It means they maybe cycle a bit more, and maybe they can't get the pasta that they once used to like. If you're a key worker on minimum wage, you've got no job. Your life is just completely the other end. And I wonder if that's the difference again between the US and here. Our state is more protective of the more vulnerable in society, and we don't get it right. But we're better than the US.
What do you mean when you say that? You know, that you all are more protective. So when I think of hospital workers, I think of, you know, retail, like a grocery store.
So that's the awkwardness. So I think about, specifically was around, so people have been made unemployed. They will have, so they've got, number one, they've got access to medical care no matter what. If they're employed or not employed, that's easy, and that's simple. And that is one of the sort of stalwarts of being British. They will have social security payments. It's not perfect. I'm not trying to say, oh, it's great, they've just got loads of money. They haven't at all. But the state does provide, and there's a system for doing that, and it's there in place. You're right, key workers who are still employed. Yes, we've got key workers in the health service, we've got key workers in retail and in supermarkets, and it's supermarkets only now. We've still got supermarkets open, and our health workers. Yeah, and if you look at the death rate in health workers, you can see that we're not doing enough to protect those people in frontline medical situations. I have no idea what it looks like in retail. I think it depends from store to store. I think some stores are interesting. So here in the UK, we have different tiers. Just to pick a higher end, so something like a Waitrose. If you walk past a Waitrose store, you'll see that they're all wearing gloves. They've got masks. They've got face guards. They feel like they've done that. The queue outside the store is beyond that sort of 2 meter gap that we've talked about, and they're absolutely regulating how many stores people go in the store. It's not perfect, clearly, but at least you can see that they've taken those steps and measures. And I suspect other retailers just haven't. There's a small other retailer, Tesco, but a small store, there's no queue, everybody's a free for all. Yeah, you can see there's going to be some challenges around that.
I'm really sorry, guys. My kids are in the background waking up and screaming. I'll have to shoot. It's not the company, really honestly. It's not the conversation. I tell you.
The reality of things, Gareth. Really, that's how we all live now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll have a beer later when they're asleep. Yeah. But actually, thanks so much for this, guys. Really appreciate it. It's great to meet everyone, and we'll touch base soon.
Cool,
Take
guys.
care. Cheers.
Take care, mate. Bye.
So I wonder if is there a difference between the UK and the US in that respect? Because we have, I said this, we are more socialist. I mean, I use that word deliberately. That's that socialist ideal that we're not more.
You were, until we started handing out fireworks and gun checks, as I call them, right? But so here's essentially the difference: is it happens on taxation. Essentially, your tax rate's much higher than ours. That buys you access to a lot of social safety net things, whereas our tax rate for individuals is much lower. And essentially what we've done is we have taken all of our corporate tax cuts that we've done over the past few years and essentially reinvested those into a workforce that should have been invested in the first place. But then again, you have most of our biggest companies. I have paid more in income tax in the last couple of years than they have. I guarantee I've paid more than Amazon, Facebook combined in US income tax.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a disparity that you wouldn't see as much, I think, in the UK between benefits to the corporation, which by United States law, a corporation is actually considered an individual. It's treated as a person, as opposed to the UK where all policies are much more focused on helping the individual. You wouldn't see ASDA, which is a Walmart subsidiary, probably get a giant tax break to open a store in an area where you have a Tesco across the street.
No,
over here, that would happen because that would incentivize business, theoretically. So I think that's the difference between the collective and the individual is probably the most significant of the way that we handle things. And obviously over here, I think that it shouldn't come as any surprise what's happening, given that classism has always been one of the biggest drivers in what Torin studies, which is diversity. And the fact is that since 1977, commute time has always been the single greatest indicator of economic mobility, which is to say the longer you have to commute, the less likely you are to be able to have some sort of income class mobility, find a better job. So I just think that those are becoming exacerbated. But here, obviously, you wouldn't have the social safety net of, I missed my bus, I'm going to lose my job. That happens over here and it's continuing to do so.
Yeah, and he's right. I mean, I think that, hopefully when we exit out of the backside of this pandemic, I hope that, that's a consideration that employers say, look, we've been able to adjust. Keeping in mind that this has only been 60, 70, 80 days, something like that, depending on how long you'd like to count it. And so I know I may come in a bit abrasive and rough, but the optimism in me and the bright side of me says, wow, look what we were able to do in 60, 70, 80 days. Like, we've adjusted in ways that we've been talking about future of work, and we've been talking about AI and blockchain, like Matt said, and all these other things that I'm sure your guests have alluded to. We've been talking about these things for 12, 18, 24, 36 months. And while we're not focused on those things right now, in a 70-day period, organizations have upended themselves and still remained productive. You know, wherever that sacrifice had to come from, wherever that modification or that edit had to come from. And so my hope is that, you know, again, as we exit out of this, how do we reconsider the individuals that have remained on the fringes, the ones that have been excluded from the workplace? You know, look, I'm not trying to chase down everyone. For the people who don't want to work, fine. You don't have to work. Working is voluntary. I get it. So if you don't want to work, I'm not worried about you, if so to speak. But for those individuals who really desperately want to be a part of this ecosystem, because right behind health, work is a very important number 2. And so how do we include those individuals in the conversation?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that Matt was saying. We've accelerated so far in many things. Companies have pivoted, companies have changed, companies are using different technology. Zoom has been embraced, but there are fundamental things that, as you say, I love these exit the backside from this. You know, that relates a lot to the shit we're in, really. You know, that the really key things that we were talking about that you've been championing are carried through. And that's realised, because we don't want them to be forgotten. We want them to be included all the way through.
Here's open.
What?
Here's hoping we can.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if we're seeing anything now that we didn't see in 2008 beyond the physical separation, but I hope that it's quicker, right? And I think that this may be the first time you've actually seen the difference between millennials and everyone else, or millennials and Gen Z, because, like, you know, there's a certain cutoff of I've experienced this before, and there's a certain cutoff between like, oh, that would never ever happen again. And so I think that's actually going to be interesting to watch in the future, how the next generation that we've been stressed about finally, you know, puts a stake in the ground and helps to either create change or exacerbate the problem.
Yeah.
So I think that'll be interesting to watch.
And how over there, over here, guys, I know you see the news that our key front workers, you know, the NHS, the people on the front lines, there's a lot of unity, there's a lot of support for those people, a lot of people volunteering as well. More 650,000 people, I think it was. I think that number
in the UK
volunteered in the UK to join the NHS to help out. How's that reflective over there? Your frontline workers who are still putting themselves at risk, who are still, you know, while we're sat up in home, self-isolating, looking after ourselves, those are the people who are putting themselves on the front line to care for people. Is that the same over there? Is this the support for them, or, you know, has that been forgotten as well?
So, yeah, I think, you know, we have like Time Magazine every year, they will put Time Person of the Year. They will put this image up, this image that captured the essence of what was happening. When we had the uprising here in Baltimore 6-7 years ago, one of my friends actually caught that image of the young man running from the police, and that image was Time's Image of the Year. I believe that on Time this year, Matt, you may have saw this, but did you see the hospital workers that were blocking traffic a couple of days ago over the weekend? I believe that, you know, I won't be in the cutting room. I won't be in the room of deliberation, but I absolutely believe that there are going to be a number of people voting for that image right there to be Time's Image of the Year, because those frontline workers they're risking everything, like everything. And so I don't know, you know, to your point, Jim, of being able to say 650,000 people have volunteered to be with them. I can't say that around about us here in the US, because I don't know that number. I know I'm not out there volunteering. I'm not a person who does a lot of marching. I haven't even thought to go and volunteer, but I have, you know, offered up food. I've made donations. I've done things in that particular way to try to help and support people that are on the front line. You know, my wife has given gloves to workers at the grocery store that were not wearing gloves. So we do different things that we feel can help and support in that regard. You know, what I'm afraid of is that, again, many of the frontline workers are people that are poor, people that come from under-resourced communities, people that don't have the luxury of social distancing, the 2 meters, the 6 feet, working remote. And those people, in large part, poor, Black, brown, and they're the ones that are really, really at a precipice of the calamity that can happen in this, you know, whether it be in losing their job, whether it be in having to do their job, whether it be in just all kinds of ways. So again, I don't think that our scenario here is much different than the scenario over there. I just think it's in how it's being treated, how it's being triaged, if you will.
I think it's.
I'm gonna.
Sorry, Matt.
I was just going to say, I do think that there's a really significant difference. So the one thing I do want to point out is that unlike the UK in a lot of ways, the United States is not a monolith. So where I live, guess what? We're coming out of quarantine this weekend, whether we're ready or not, which coincidentally we're not, but God bless Texas, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, I think that you're going to start seeing a very different reaction between states, something that our fine federal government has essentially created the competition for. So I want to just put that out there. But in the United States right now, because it's the first time they've ever been actually eligible for unemployment, you have tipped labor, who, by the way, have had the minimum wage of $2.15 US an hour since 1977, since the Gerald Ford administration. That's the sector with the largest loss. For the very first time, they're eligible for unemployment, which is also a big reason why our numbers are up. Nobody's respecting, I think, those people who are, to Torin's point, the other side. I think first responders, healthcare workers, you're obviously, there's a lot of respect for an RN. A whole lot less people, I think, are thinking about the people who are still making $2.15 an hour, and hoping that the people who come through a drive-through are going to leave them a large enough tip. I really hope that that changes, because that's the majority of people who are risking themselves on the front line. And unfortunately, right now, they're making more on unemployment than they are working, and that's got to change.
Yeah, it's accelerated. I think you were saying, Torin, at the start, the position that was bad for people has actually accelerated their position to make it even worse for them, really, because those people on that low wage, those people on the front line are still having to go to work and now facing, you know, not just the fact of losing the job, losing their lives as well. I think that's the fundamental thing through all of this, that people are losing their lives, and people are out there, like, you know, going out there, low wages, tough working home environment, but they're put on the front line to care for people in very different sort of care sectors. Well, we have a lot of, you know, the support for that over here, but we you know, the care workers in the care homes are not getting all the care equipment they should have. You know, the frontline NHS staff, but there's still people there, still vulnerable, still dealing with elderly people, still putting themselves at risk. And there's total admiration for those people. And hopefully that respect and admiration will continue at the end of this. And hopefully people will start to support them. You know, the health sector has always been a struggle to find people, you know, not just because of the wage, but people actually to do the jobs that they do. And maybe out of it, people will start to put something back into that. Hopefully. That's me looking optimistic and saying all through this, we're learning bits, there's positive bits that we just, as you say, cross our fingers in some small respects that we get out of. You know, even conversations like this, we're learning, we're listening, we're getting that voice out. You know, some of the guests we've had on today, we're using this as a bit of a platform for them to go out and say things, you know, be honest. That honest conversation is really important. And that's been a common thread throughout the day, Martin, hasn't it? That
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Feeling, what are they doing? What are they saying? You know, it is tough. It's tough for people in a whole raft of different ways. But as you said, Torin, for people, some people, it's got even worse. We don't even see that, you know.
On that moment then of me trying to keep this thing reasonably to time and running a little bit behind, I've got two more people in the wings. So I'm going to do is pop them onto the sofa. I noticed we've lost Matt, but that's okay. I'm sure he'll come back. I didn't get rid of him. If everybody's still cool to sort of stay on, let me just bring the next two in, because then it'll just be.
I'm going to slip away in the meantime. So
no problem at all. Perfect time to shuffle off the end of that sofa. Thank you so much.
Take care, buddy. Look after yourself.
And Liz, hello. I can see you.
You have to excuse me, guys. My headphones are completely lost. My battery ran out. My other ones, I can't get these connected, so I can hardly hear some of the stuff coming through the speaker here. So I'm leaning in closer and closer.
Is that why we get to see your face so close to the screen? It's a frightening thing for all of us.
I know, it's very scary, buddy. Very scary. You're lucky it's virtual and not in real life. I tell you that.
Excellent. So we've got Liz. Say hello, Liz, to prove that the sound works and you can hear us and your microphone is on.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, cool.
Microphone's on.
Now, Michael, do I call you Michael or do I call you recruiting animal? Which would you prefer?
Recruiting animal, okay.
I thought it might be. The joy of bringing you here. So currently we've got Torin Ellis on. We've got Liz Dowling, who's going to introduce herself. We do have Matt Charney, who's just popped off. I think he just fell off. I think his connection just went, but I'm sure he'll come back in again. I might actually, do you know what? I'm going to bring in somebody else who's waiting in the wings. He doesn't have to sit in the outside room. And then we can perhaps do the next stage. We're almost at the end of our show today. It's currently time is, what time do I make it, Jim? It's 2:39. We're running till 3:30 UK time today. Throughout the day, we would have had, at the end of this, 20 or so guests, and it's been brilliant. It's the second time we've done this. We will come back again on the 13th of May, and we'll come back again on the 3rd of June. It will be a similar 6-hour format. We're also going to do a pub quiz at some point. Jim doesn't know this, but we're going to do a pub quiz where we ask lots of recruitment-based questions. As I said, I think I started the day off with this. We'll show up things like, whose logo is this? And it'll be like a Workday logo, and we'll say it's a shitty ATS, and it'll be funny because I've done the joke twice. I thought it was funny the first time. It means we can never get sponsorship from Workday.
Do you think you'll get more watchers?
I don't know. It's an interesting thing. So the first time we did this, I'm a geek about the flow. It's not about being popular. This was partly driven from Jim sitting on his own in a room. It was partly driven by my desire to not sit in a room on my own and to have noise in the background for people where they could dip in and out, like a sort of old school chat show.
I think we should avoid product placement at all costs.
Oh, double deckers. Other Cadbury's products are a bit Christ. The worst thing in the world. Cadbury's throw chocolate at us. But the reality was, it was the idea of this having an ongoing chit chat in the background. A load of people have done hour-long things, and we've got. I know Stephen, you've been involved in that. Just popped you in there as well. We've also got we've got Claire Bush and Louise Triance coming in to talk about UK Recruiter. They've been doing an hourly lunchtime, just to see what's going on. Not all communities that we invited wanted to come along and play. I'm not going to say who again, because I really want to, Jim. I've sent, actually, Jim, as an aside, pretending that we're not actually live on things, I've sent you an email. I want to do something with that, but I won't do it today.
Everyone else is looking and going, what the hell?
It's just mine being an idiot. It's just mine. It's a sense of community. I don't know what that means anymore. Most of my stuff has been at some point inherently about me, and this awkwardly, clearly I'm sat here hosting it with Jim, so by default becomes about me, but hopefully isn't about me, and is not about selling stuff and doing some other things.
One interesting thing about Martin is that his name's not Martin Dangerfield. Danger is actually his middle name.
There's a brilliant Eddie Izzard joke about that, which is my middle name could be Danger, but it's John, and my middle name is John as well, so it works really well. Anyway, can I get Recruiting Animal and Liz and Stephen to introduce themselves, and then we'll probably go around a conversation for a bit longer, and then slowly but surely you'll shuffle off the sofa of chat, and we'll close at 3:30 with Claire arriving on the last space of the sofa of chat, and we'll shuffle them along. Animal first. Liz, you go first. Liz, introduce yourself, and then Liz, Stephen, then Recruiting Animal.
Okay, so thanks so much, guys, for inviting me. My name is Liz Dowling. I am a talent people consultant. I started off in recruiting and then went into HR generalist role. I worked for several global advertising agencies, the last permanent role being based out of Seattle. And left that in 2014, and since then have been running my own consultancy, working for I call them startups, scale-ups, and stay-ups. So companies that are either going through massive growth or transformation. And that's myself.
Excellent. My name's Stephen O'Donnell. If anyone doesn't know me, then shame on you. I remarked on Facebook earlier that I've never had a CV. I've never written a CV for myself or a resume, if anyone watching outside of the UK. And the last time I applied for a job was 1990. So anything to do with recruitment since 1987. I was 12 when I started. Owning recruitment agencies, tech companies, online products and so on. But mostly people will know me for this here, the National Online Recruitment Awards and RecX events, which you'll see some stuff behind me for. So anything to do with recruitment, online recruitment technology. In the past couple of years, I've worked with a couple of tech startups, Pocket Recruiter and Video My Job. I don't really do it for a living, but I've accidentally built up about 50 websites on my server that I've built over the years. So as I say, anything and everything is all recruitment related.
Recruiting Animal, over to you. I feel like
I'm going to compliment. I'm going to say something for someone who doesn't like me, Stephen O'Donnell. He placed the brother-in-law of his client, okay, and got paid for it. Now, anybody who can do that, grudgingly, I have to admire him, okay? So before I introduce myself, I just want to give him credit for that. This is a guy who knows how to do business, okay? So just, there's that. Recruiting Animal, I run the Recruiting Animal show. You can listen to my archive at recruitingshow.com. And what can I tell you? You know what? My business is dead right now. I have a hernia. I'm waiting to have an operation. I have to wear this when I do strenuous activity. What else is there to say?
That's a great introduction. Mr. I was lucky enough to be on your show about 18 months ago. I followed the week before was Adam Gordon. I always promised myself I should now listen to things before I go onto it. And I thank you for that experience.
I remember that you were on, but I don't remember from one week to the next.
No, I realised that. No, I know. You almost got to say something.
Yeah, I shaved before I came on, but I'm not sure that I should have. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I'm done.
All experimenting facial hair.
I don't dislike Animal One, but if anything, I'm ambivalent.
Yeah, there you go. That's quite a compliment. Thanks.
Fine in my book.
Pal.
Jim,
I'm just giggling at the dynamic of Stephen and Recruiting Animal here. I just think it's just let you guys.
I feel like it's a segue between the conversation we were having earlier, Torin. That's all I will say. Torin, I love listening to you. If you want to run away now, I do feel that's also appropriate. It's up to you entirely.
Leave me, Torin.
Yeah, I want to hear one of these responses. So I want you to throw a question out there. I want to see how the new cadre of talent responds to that. And in Recruiting Animal, what the hell is that on your head? What's that?
That's my hat. I live in Canada. It's still winter here, just so you guys know.
There you go.
It's cold.
From Wuhan markets.
What?
Is that from Wuhan markets?
From the Wuhan market? No.
No, I don't think it's from Wuhan. I don't think it's still alive.
People from the Wuhan market came over here. That's why we don't have any business. Okay? I'm not from the Wuhan market. Hold on. Torin Ellis is here. I think it's racist now to say that anything about the Wuhan market. Am I right, Torin? Come on.
Actually, let me tell you what I'm struggling with. I'm struggling with the fact that here in the US, there was the period where but people of Asian descent were experiencing an increase in racial, incidents, if you will, acts of racism. And now you have over in Guangzhou, someplace in China, they are doing exactly the same thing to people from Africa. They are not serving them. They're kicking them out of apartments and places where they live. They won't, they literally won't give them, allow them to buy groceries. It's absolutely incredible. This just the dynamic of racism and xenophobia that happens from continent to continent. And so you're right, Stephen. If I'm here, I don't like it. I absolutely despise, it. I just feel like we can do a better job of being human, period.
Cool. I don't know what's going on with this now.
Liz, you started that there, but it's your right point. What's happening around the world is just crazy in different places, and the effect on that is just outside of recruitment. And there's one thing we wanted to try and do today. We want to try and bring different people in because we are in a little bit of a micro bubble in what we do. You know, we're a little microclimate. We talk to each other and we listen about recruitment. But, you know, we had Liam on this morning, who's a quad amputee. You know, we had different people coming in to understand their perspectives so we can reach out to those communities and understand what's going on. So we can learn, we can listen and understand the positive points, but also the negatives so we move forward as well, you know.
I think what's quite interesting in the UK is that normal individuals that we would have classed as like manual, low-skilled labourers are now our heroes. And that's really lovely to see that kind of like dynamic change.
How much does being a hero pay? Nothing. Someone bangs a pot on their front lawn for you. Big deal.
Yeah, you can't just pay people in goodwill. My son is a doctor, and he's pretty bemused by the everyone on a Thursday evening at 8 o'clock gets out of the front door and applauds the NHS, and he's pretty bemused by it. He said, you know, we're not doing it for the applause. He's paid fine, but nurses and lots of other staff are seriously underpaid for the things they have to go through. But they always have. It's only been thrown a light on now, and these people are more vital than they were given credit for before. Teachers, police officers, and so on as well. But yeah, as soon as an emergency comes around, then the focus is on them. Back in 2001, firemen were the heroes of the world, and what happened then? Have their salaries been brought up to the standard they should be? Not at all.
They probably make good money in New York, fire people. They probably do. So there, you're wrong. You're wrong. Okay. Good, I got you.
So Stephen, going back to your point, so yes, I know your son's a doctor. Do you think that we'll change? I mean, forget economics or whatever else. Do you think because we've put a greater value now on health and the health professionals that are helping us through this crisis, do you think when we come out of it that our perception will change, or do you think we'll just conveniently forget that and go back to our old ways and our old world?
To be honest, market forces will bring us back to exactly where we were before. There might be a temporary remission in how we consider and treat people who are working in the NHS. But the NHS is populated by huge. There's over 1 million people working in the NHS in the UK, and very large proportions of people working there have come from abroad, have very wide ranges of backgrounds. We hoover up doctors and nurses from all over the world to come and work here. So we take away skills and talent from other countries to come and work here. So those countries are the worst for it. But
what does that say about the candidates who come? Not just the countries or the recruiters who bring them. What does it say about these guys? According to you, they're betraying their own countries. Okay. So you can't take all the responsibility. You didn't force them to move to Scotland.
No, absolutely. It's a free market. They can come, and people will look out for themselves, of course. But when you have campaigns on the go, such as Australia does on a regular basis, to bring over doctors and nurses and skilled people from elsewhere, then I think there should be something more formal to recognise or compensate the countries from which you're taking skills. The brain drain has always happened, but my point about the multicultural nature of the NHS is that people who otherwise might have biases one way or another and prejudices. Are you looking up at me? Am I looking down at you? I'm looking the wrong way. But those prejudices might be confounded by the fact that they're suddenly in a hospital, and the people who are looking after them are the people that they would otherwise say, get out of our country.
Boy, that sounds pretty self-righteous. Okay.
That's me all over.
Congratulations. Yeah. I was going to say something, but I can't remember what it was. Yeah. So what do you want to talk about? Just tell me. You tell me. This is it. This is it. To Matt, it was way over my head, and I said, "What am I doing here? I'm not like them."
You're not. You're not.
What do you want to talk about?
You want to talk?
Go ahead.
No. So it's not meant to be about me. The whole point was said we were trying to get people to get a different perspective on life, the mess, and everything.
Torin. What happened to Torin?
He left.
I've never had a chance to talk with him. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't. Actually, give me a perspective. Give me your view of where should we go? Should we go world of work? Should we just go world of life? Whatever. Let's make it back to recruitment.
World of life. I'm studying Kaizen yoga because to keep myself from freaking out, and I can teach you one of the basic moves right here. I don't know if anybody else is watching, but we'll learn it right here.
We got a unanimous yes from Stephen, and I'm intrigued. And what's the worst
idea
thing?
is
I'm just going to hover over the
you know about
the kick out
Kaizen,
button.
the Japanese manufacturing process that was
I need to
introduced
limber up.
by Demings. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's the idea is to do easy stuff, right? Because then you want to do it again, not take on big projects that you really aren't going to pay attention to. So the first thing is jaw clenching, right? So you have to do it about 20 times, and then you want to do it every day. So we can do it here. It just goes like this. Come on, do it with me. We'll do 20. Come on, loosen up. It's the end of the show, okay? It's a marathon. You guys should be dizzy already.
Someone's going to screen grab this, and we're going to be blackmailed.
Come on.
You feel that peer pressure that I've never felt.
Come on.
You really want to be doing that then?
And what benefit does that give you? What benefit is that? How is that gonna?
You do it 20 times, and you'll feel it. Your face is looser. Everything's looser. Ask Liz.
We've been talking for 6 hours, so our jaws have been moving for longer than that. So I think
you'll be surprised. Okay, look, you brought me on the show. I'm telling you something practical that you can do right here that no one else has done. And you say, no, don't tell me that. I'm not going to do anything. Okay, I'll tell you something else. I remember what I was going to say. You two guys are so parochial. You sent me a note that I'm on at 14:30. Okay, so I figured that's 2:30. I thought I was smart. I could figure out what 14:30 means. 14:30 London time. Okay, why didn't you tell me that? I thought it was 14:30 my time. Okay, and I realized it about 8:30 today, this morning. I said, hey, did they mean BST or whatever their time is? And I had to check.
We work in our own time zone. We can't help it. We're just the way we
No,
are.
if I have someone on from London like you, I tell you that it's like New York time, so you'll understand. Okay, just for the future. You said you're going to do this in the future. I'm giving you a tip as an experienced person. Okay, Liz,
Liz. Yeah, I've got a question for you, Chrissy Animal. What's your joy story from COVID-19?
I can't hear you.
What's your joy story?
Joy story from 2019?
No, from COVID-19.
What's made you happy today?
You know what? I'll tell you something. Okay, this is just before COVID-19. I have such a hard time finding a coffee I like. I don't know, something's happened to my taste buds, and I have to use like 4 scoops in a French press to just taste it, okay? And then I was at this discount store here called Winners, and I found they were selling Starbucks. I wanted to start buying decaf, okay? So they had Starbucks House Blend Decaf, and I bought it without any expectations at a discounted price, and it was absolutely fantastic. I said, wow, I got to get more of this. And so I went to Starbucks, the actual store on the corner, to get it, and it's closed. It's closed. And I checked the number of them all over. They're all closed here. Starbucks is open 365 days a year. Who could believe that anything could force it to be closed, right? So on the one hand, Liz, it's that I've discovered this coffee I really like. It's going to give me pleasure. On the other hand, I can't get it, okay? That is a real practical, granular effect of COVID-19. I answered.
That was a big sigh, Stephen. That was a real. You empathize with that pain.
I've been working on some face yoga myself. I mean, everyone after me, can everyone do some eyebrow raises?
I can do that in very English.
Individually.
So, right, I feel like this is where the thing. I'm not suggesting for 1 second.
He was a smart. I told you he's a smart guy. I mean, here I am talking about Kaizen yoga. What's easier than raising your eyebrows? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
What about the world of work? So what about the world of recruitment? When we all get back to normal, if normal is normal, what's going to happen next? Are we just all going to go back to how we used to be, that recruiting agencies are going to be the same as they are, that in-house recruiters are going to be the same as they are, or is it going to be a shift change?
We can't go back to normal because normal.
Apparently, oh, sorry, you go ahead. Okay, you're on the same side of the ocean.
No, after you.
I have something to say. Go ahead.
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm just going to get some popcorn, guys. Let you carry on. Let me get some popcorn. Watch this.
I read I read yesterday, and I posted it in my Facebook group, that Germany is leading the way for the Western democracies, and that they're going to start issuing immunity cards. Then you have to get one that you're, immune. You've had it, and you've got the antibodies before you can go out and socialize or go to work or anything like that. I mean, it's hard to believe. So if you're a recruiter, you're going to have to do a background check and make sure that this person produces a card.
So Germany will probably produce a badge, and the last time that Germany put out badges so that people would identify what group they were in, it didn't go so well. So I'm not. But that said, Germany are handling the crisis better than most, probably because in our background, their leader is a scientist. She understands the science.
What difference does that make?
The woman.
Bill Gates isn't a scientist. Doesn't he know enough? Sorry, Liz. Go ahead.
I wonder the new world for Liz. Liz was telling me the other day she's selling stuff online now from a kitchen table. The thing you're doing at the moment, Liz, you've pivoting in this time. Liz is completely pivoted into a Q sector. Selling different jewelry and stuff online. Oh, this is
well, you know what? One man's trash is another man's treasure. So, I have been keeping myself busy and doing lots of upcycling projects. And like spending some time away from the recruitment and HR scene, so to speak, and using this time to get creative, learn new skills, and apart from nearly electrocuting myself, it's all been going swimmingly well.
I got a tip for you. Okay. In China, the baby formula is tainted, right? And so in Australia, the Chinese community in Sydney, there's lots of people buying up all the formula and selling it online to mainland China. It's huge. So people are getting mad because in Sydney, but that's probably hasn't got to the UK yet. You can start buying baby formula and selling it in China. Think about it, okay? I'm just suggesting, since you're in that business already.
That sounds like such fake news.
That's real. I've seen videos. Of the fights. Does anyone? If anyone's listening to this, okay, there's lots of videos of fights of people, attacking Chinese people. Too bad Torin's not here. Chinese people in line to cash out at supermarkets in Sydney. Okay, look it up if you don't believe me. And it looks pretty real to me. Okay, I got stopped for hoarding. I didn't go to the supermarket for 3 weeks. And it was okay. The last time I went on Sunday. And when I got to the cash, they said, you can't buy that. I had too much yogurt and too much crushed tomato sauce. Okay. I had to, put my hands up and they took it away from me. 4 cans. That's it.
All that yogurt.
Jim, right, reel this in because otherwise it would go on. It'd be a rant about yogurt.
Yogurt was actually funny. They let me buy 4 of 6% and 4 of 3%. They classified that as 2 different categories of product. Okay.
It's 3 o'clock. What I'm going to do, I'm going to bring in the last 2 people, and we're going to shove them onto the sofa of whatever. You'll know them, Stephen, very well. Jim is going to, while I'm doing that, is going to think of a question that we're going to ask everybody as they're all in together, and then we're going to run for the last 30 minutes, and we're going to, you and me, Jim, we're going to boot everybody out about 20 past 3, I reckon.
Kick me out. You want me to
okay, no. If I kick you out, then that doesn't work either, because then I kicked you out and I didn't kick you out. If your technology fails you at some point, then don't be surprised, but I'm not going to kick you out.
Excuse me while I comb my face.
I'm going to kick you out. Mama says
you're showing off now, Stephen. You're showing off with that Tash. It's growing and bigger and that kind of thing. So
Louise should be 20 past 3. There's Louise. How are you? You're going to save us. You don't realise this. And Claire is going to be there momentarily. She's
Hi, Louise.
Your technology fails you.
Hello.
Somebody's got me on.
I'm going to kick.
Are we all in?
Someone's got the YouTube open. I had the YouTube open when I signed in. I'm sorry. I was listening to
that's okay. I don't mind you just hear your own voice over and let me go makes you mental. Claire, how are you? Louise, how are you? We've got Stephen O'Donnell, who you know very well. We've got Liz Dowling, who you know very well. We've got Recruiting Animal, who you may or may not know as well. Jim and I are just trying to hang it together now and trying to work out the 2 viewers that remain. what we're going to give them to talk about for the next half hour. So with that in mind, it's coming up to, it's 3 o'clock UK time. Obviously, it's a different time in different places. And in
remember for next time.
Nice. Do the UK bit every now and again, because we started off in Australia and we came through to Texas with Matt, and then Matt went away. And then we got to Torin. I'm not even sure where Torin lives, actually, but we got to Torin and we got to you. Some of this conversation today was about recruitment. So let's try and segue it back to recruitment. Maybe Claire and Louise, you could tell us what your lunchtime show has discovered, been talking about, anything you'd like to share with the 2 viewers we've got left about things they could be doing in a positive way, or just a fact of life. And then at some point, Recruiting Man will also do the same thing. I'm trying to get back to, what does the future look like of recruitment? There you go.
I'm strictly professional from now on. Go ahead.
Brilliant. I was going to say, I'm hoping Louise has still got a voice, because you've just been literally back to back for like all of the day. So maybe if I just give you a quick sort of rundown of who we've had on since we last saw you a couple of weeks ago.
And who was the best? And that's the other thing I want to know. We want the best one.
Who was the best? The best this. I think we've had the best this week. I really, I'm very excited by what we've actually since last week, and then through. I think like on my top 5 in the last 5 days. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I've had really great insight and heard really great insight from Graham Palfrey-Smith. And he was talking about using past downturns to basically help you kind of think about the strategy to get out of this one. Mm-hmm. And that tied in really nicely with what Peter was saying yesterday, which was preparing for the unknown. So Peter Gold was on, he was talking about all of his ridiculous extreme marathon type training.
He runs for like 3,000 miles in one sitting or something, doesn't he?
Yeah. And all we see is his feet on, for days on Facebook. But his ideas around planning out a strategy based on what you don't know is going to happen, and also having contingency plans. So he doesn't just have plan A, he has plan B and plan C. And I've kind of really taken that to heart. So I've now mapped out a 10-week plan, which I'm getting quite excited about, actually, in terms of what's going to happen for the next 10 weeks. I've also got, a 6-week plan. So if we start coming out of COVID in 6 weeks' time, I know what I can be doing. And then I've also got the 12-week plan, which is the plan C, which is just in case all the shit stays stuck to the fan and we don't get out of this when we imagine we're going to get out of this.
You've taken it very seriously, Claire, haven't you?
You know what, actually, it's given me this sort of additional, I almost want to say a cattle prod of like energy to get going. Because it's just like literally, giving me a bit of a wake-up call, maybe a bit of a slap around the face, I don't know, maybe. And just, the kind of wallowing self-pity thing was one thing, but to do it every day of my week isn't, it's not conducive to good things. The other thing that I really thought stood out and something that I'm really passionate about is working with Real Links and the Real Links community, which we launched last week or the week before. I think we're like 2-3 weeks in now. We've just reached over 200 members. So that's HR, recruiters, talent professionals, all helping to serve up jobs for each other, referring people into jobs and also applying for jobs themselves. So we've done about 24 referrals, and there was about 28 applications over those 200 members. So it's a really big sort of self-serve thing that I think the community has done a really great job at. Yeah, so thanks, Liz. I know that you've been really instrumental in getting that up and out for us as well. And then I thought Tracy's report as well was really great. That was the view from AppsGo. I think Cube was in there, and there was another company as well. Can't remember who that was, Lou. But the report on data in terms of actually what's the reality of what's happened over the last 4 weeks through March into April, in terms of the number of jobs out there, the number of organisations who are doing the recruiting, and also just Tracy's view of what she thinks is going to happen on the upside of all of that. So a kind of almost a deluge of new sort of mom and pop recruitment shops opening up.
God. Really?
I know we've been there a couple of times.
Oh God, that's the last. We don't need more recruiters. Christ, I thought you were going to tell me the good news. It said everybody's going to give up. Everybody's going to decided that they just opted out, and they're going to go and find a cure for cancer, a cure for something else, or open a coffee shop, or anything other than more people in recruitment.
Well, I kind of think that it's a good thing. I mean, besides,
no, you misunderstood. No,
it is a good thing because people are going to go, you know what, actually those processes that we were tied to, they don't need to be the shackles that we recruit by now. And actually we've got such a different perspective on liking people and engaging with people. And I think that we're actually in a much kinder world right now.
There won't be more people
springs out of that.
There won't be more people in recruitment. There'll be a net fall of a sizable amount in the over 20% of people in recruitment 3 weeks ago. In the next month or two, we'll be doing something else. There'll be, I don't know, estate agents or something. But there'll be a net drop. Some people will leave big agencies set up on their own. Big agencies will lose people that they furloughed. Big agencies will lose people that they didn't furlough, but thought that they should have gotten a holiday. All the plates are going to be up in the air, and we don't know how they're going to fall. So anyone who's guessing ahead of time is doing exactly that guessing. And it might be educated guesses, it might be well-informed guesses, but we won't know because things are so intertwined that one thing happening affects all other things. So there will be a net drop in the number of people recruiting. There won't be more, and it's the natural cycle of things with recessions and downturns every 7 years or decade. Then people in big agencies leave, set up their own agencies. Big agencies merge one with the other. People who owned an agency started it, they sell it out, and so the cycle begins. It's the circle of life.
Yeah,
I do think though that we'll see a wave of like new recruiters that are, people coming into the market that haven't recruited before, that are seeing it as an area that's like ripe for disruption. They're going to come in and completely tip it upside down.
Haven't we been there before? Though everybody wants to disrupt recruitment. I'm just devil's advocate. It's like the rise in HR technology and all the money that they got from VCs. There's a hope that will stop, because then there won't be. No disrespect to anybody who's got an ATS, Jim, but there won't be 1,000 new ATSs every week. That suddenly people are actually focusing on the thing that does make the difference. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm playing.
Go on.
I think that'd be more holistic recruiters, if you like. They'll come in and they'll actually be looking at everything, like the technology, the products, the whole candidate journey. And the divide between like agency in-house, I think that we're going to see that change.
Mm-hmm. I hope so, because that sounds like that's what you and me do, Liz, already. So that'd be good.
What we saw in the last recession 10 years ago, 12 years ago, was that agencies at the time dropped back considerably. A lot of people in agencies went in-house because a lot of employers decided that they were paying too much on agency fees. So there were a huge number of people went in-house with an agency background. Follow on to maybe from about 5 years ago, a lot of people went to in-house recruitment who had never been in agency. So there's a new culture has grown there. But the tricky situation for any working in in-house recruitment is that there's very little job security. People in those sectors, they either of their own volition or encouraged to, they don't tend to stay in post that long. So they'll cycle through jobs very, very quickly. And it's surprising even to me to see how frequently people will move on from one employer to another in in-house recruitment.
It's partly because of the job title change, though, because people get rewarded for being somewhere. So if you're in a tech company in London, for example, and you've got a good name behind you, and you can do a year as a talent acquisition bod, whatever the word we can use, then it's quite easy to then become a manager, because you can then convince your next tech company, I did all this hiring, I'll bring people with you, and so on. You become the head of TA quite quickly. So that's why. But I agree with you completely. There's loads and loads of movement. But it sort of runs out of puff, doesn't it? You get to a point of heads of TA not necessarily having had the widest management experience, probably a very good recruiter still, and managing teams, it all goes a bit tits up at that point. and they ran out of puff. I'm not going to say an age thing because it sounds like I'm being a silly old man, but there was an age plateau where they become a head of tier and just ran out of puff.
Do you think the current situation is going to have an effect on recruiters' salaries? You know, with the remote working, the challenges, the number of recruiters out there looking, you know, all the work you're saying with, you know, real links and the amount of jobs and, you know, people looking out there. Do you think it's going to have an effect on what they're being paid?
I don't think it will.
I don't know. I'm just asking a
I've
question.
Looking, you know, just even for my own sort of sanity, just keeping an eye on what the marketing jobs are doing out there. And if I look at the jobs that I would be comparable for, the salaries certainly aren't increasing or weren't increasing even before COVID. So I don't think that there's going to be that element of, I mean, marketing is probably not as comparable to a recruiter's salary as something like sales might be, for example. But one thing Kim was mentioning today, because that was a really good session we had today with Kim and Gordon, and they were talking about the things that they might see, that they're thinking that they might see is actually base salaries might drop, but bonuses might increase, because you've got that kind of almost requirement for organisations to bring people on with specialist skills, but you can't necessarily outlay that amount of cash to bring them on to start with, and actually project-based work can then be, you know, given bonuses and things like that. So I don't know, I think maybe that happens. I'm wondering whether or not, Liz, you'd see an increase in the amount of fee charging that's going on. What about that? What do you think?
I think it's going to completely change, actually. I think contingency recruitment is going to have to do a massive pivot. I think we're going to see it going to like offering products and more of like offering continuous service, almost like a SaaS model, and that value add. I think, you know, kind of like saying 20% for bringing it to the table, I think is long gone. I think it's on its way out for quite a while. And I don't think you can easily replace that with RPOs, but I think it really does require some shake up.
We know that so many of the problems in agency recruitment derive originally from contingency-based billing models. And every time there's a recession or a setback, then we hope, oh, this will be the time when everyone moves away from that kind of billing system, because the fee that you charge for someone earning £100,000 compared to someone earning 50 or 20 has no bearing on how hard it is to find that person. So, you know, moving to another model where you're either billing a proportion of the fee up front, still working out the percentage based on the salary, but it's not contingency, you something up front, or even, you know, onto you know, billing for the days and hours that you spend on a particular assignment, or if your company is contracted to recruit for whoever the client is, and you're on an annual retainer. We always wish that things are going to change and people move away from contingency. But when people get a bit desperate, when recruitment companies are starting up, if I was a brand new agency today, I would call Mr. Client and I'd say, there's no commitment. You don't have to pay me anything now until I come up with a star candidate. It's contingency. And of course, the cycle begins again. So I'd love to see the end of contingency recruitment, or it diminished greatly, but this sort of time is what feeds contingencies of recruitment, what makes it happen and sustains it.
One of the things about these new startups, which we just talked about today and then the last couple of weeks, and I did just the thing Claire was referencing is I did a show with Firefish. They've got a new tech offering for startups, and that's the percentage of them who will be doing contract recruitment. Which is, I think, definitely going to be higher and higher. But I guess that the IR35, when that comes in, that's you know, all these people now are going to potentially get a year. They've been furloughed, then they decided to do something else. They were made redundant, and contract seems quite attractive. These might be people who are entering the contract market for the first time. A year of maybe having their own limited company and trying to swing the system. And then the IR35 will hit again next April, and that will possibly be even more of a shake-up than it would have been this year if we've got a ton more new contractors and new contract recruitment agencies who probably haven't got a clue what they're doing.
So that's only if inside IR35, if you're truly operating as a consultant.
Most people are, and again, if huge general statistic there, but 85% of people are. If you actually look at what they're doing, there's a tiny percentage that are outside of IR35. Recruiting animal. It's a very English conversation about IR35. I'm conscious of our time.
I have a comment though. Stephen said he was referring back to the recession in 2008, but there is a huge change since then that I haven't heard of anybody talk about. It's that there's a lot more automation. There's a lot more recruiting tools right now, like Hire Tool. They're a sourcing tool they sponsor my show, but there's a lot of others like them, Contact Out or Seek Out, et cetera, et cetera. So won't this, after they've laid off or supposedly furloughed a lot of these recruiters, won't that spark a move towards this automation so they can cut out recruiters more and more? So just have a moderator to run these machines essentially?
I don't disagree. I think you're right. I think it's an opportunity for people to put, the thing they've been putting off because they've got existing people and process, having got rid of, stopped hiring, so they stopped the process, got rid of their people. When they come back, they might just say, let's go and buy a new product. Let's go and buy a recruitment marketing tool that does all the outreach, does all the rest of it.
Like Candidate ID. That's all.
I was going to say them, like them, but others as well. But there's genuine load out there that are even more sophisticated than that. They do some analysis as well. They're going to use a bit of AI, etc. It could be.
I'm going to jump out.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Liz.
Don't forget about the baby formula. That's a great tip I gave you, okay?
I'll listen to it. Thanks for recruiting animal. Bye, guys. Thank you.
Do you think then, really, if we're talking about the salaries, we're talking pivoting roles, we're talking technology, that the actual recruiter's role, we've talked about it changing. I think there was a thing saying the new recruiter is now more marketing and more PR. We're having more tech. I mean, the recruiter skills are going to change. There was a thing talking about recruiters not being 360 recruiters anymore, and just elements of the process and journey where firms will help. Do you think that will change? The roles are going to change as a recruiter, where they come in that journey to help, because we're still recruiting human beings. So while there's great tech out there, and we know that great tech will help and ease the journey, there are different skills along that journey as a recruiter. So you think those skills are going to change slightly and adapt? The
organisations that I've seen are really already, I suppose, upskilling or changing the baseline skills of recruiters as they're coming in. So, thankfully gone are the days where you come in, you go kind of into one of four main recruiters and you come out in a certain style. I think there's a lot more of a blend now of what I would call traditional marketing techniques, which haven't been just marketing kind of, sort of almost like the receptions type job. It's actually everybody now has the capacity and skills to do the social recruitment. They've got engagement strategies. They know and understand what copy is. The more of it is happening than we actually see. Obviously, it's really easy to pick out on the really shit looking job adverts. It's really easy to pick out them compared to the good ones, because they kind of naturally filter to our eyes, right? So I think that there's been a lot of work already done there. I think to Recruitment Animal's perspective and to Martin's perspective, the use of automation will continue to enable recruiters, agency side, to recruit faster and to be smarter. But I think they still need the recruiters to be those operators, because
you're wrong. Okay, you're wrong. But let me ask a question before we go. Okay, what you said something about ads, good ads and bad ads. You use a lot of unprofessional language, dear. I have to tell you, I won't repeat it. Okay, now maybe that's typical over there, but it's not here. Okay, but let me ask you. You said good ads and bad ads. What's the difference? I mean, it's a job. Thank you, my dear friend Louise disappeared when I start talking. Okay.
Sorry,
well,
I'm back.
What's the difference between a good ad and a bad ad? You're listing a bunch of skills and requirements. I never understood it. And Mitch Sullivan said he's coming on my show. And last time he was on, he didn't have any examples. So I'm going to have to do the research myself. So maybe you guys could help me. What's the difference between a good ad and a bad ad? I don't know.
I'll send you a couple of links. I've been.
No, we're on the show now. Tell me now, okay? Why can't you tell me now?
I think it's just, for me, it's like just general formatting issues. Like having a group of text that doesn't actually have any full stops or capital letters, and just even basic stuff like that really, really infuriates me. And these are jobs that are a senior level job, like director jobs that I'm looking at the moment going, I'm not even going to look at that twice now, because, you know, the title, the location, the salary all runs into one. I can't understand what my responsibilities would be, let alone whether or not I like the idea of the company or the culture. And also as well, I suppose you've got different degrees, and Mitch would be brilliant at being able to kind of decipher all of this. And I totally
came up with nothing last time he was on. That's why I'm asking you. Okay, I got to do the research. And I have to say something. I run Jobs for Recruiter on Facebook. Jobs for Recruiters. It's a group where people can say, I'm looking for a job, you know, or we're hiring recruiters. 90% of these people are so stupid. They are recruiters. They can't post. They can, just like what made me think of it, as Claire said, the formatting. They don't know. It's all garbage. It's a bunch of text just jumped in there. Most people aren't bright enough. They're asking for a job. They don't put a link to their LinkedIn profile. Okay, so I'm with you in that, the format. I was just wondering about the actual content. You know, you're supposed to use exciting adjectives or what? I mean, I don't see how it could change. I mean, it's requirements, designations, and certain kinds of skills. What else can be in it?
I think that's one of the points, is that actually quite a lot of recruiters that or posts that I've seen for jobs, whether they've taken the time or the care to review what they've actually put, or the formatting skews it either which way, they haven't actually stopped to think, have I given an example of the organisation, the culture, the business that this person is going to be working for?
What would you say for culture? Liz, you can disappear. Not Liz, I mean Louise. I was just joking. If you want to turn off your camera, I don't care. I wasn't insulted. But Claire, you know, hold on. When you say, well, what if work hard, play hard, what else is there? Okay, you know, what do you mean? We like to go bowling on Friday nights. If you're not into it, don't apply for this job. Is that what you're talking about? Because again, I've been talking about culture for 10 years. I don't know what it means in an ad. Okay, go ahead, please tell me.
I'm not sure I have the answers to what it is in an ad, but if there's some recognition around the organisation, then that's what I want to know about it.
We pray every day at 9 a.m. I mean, there are companies in Texas or something like that do it, okay? I want to know,
for that job,
you are an expert. You should be able to tell me right off the bat, you know, this is how you explain culture in an ad. Okay, I'm going to have to research that now, because I know if you don't know, Mitch probably doesn't know either. Okay.
I think if Claire actually said it, it'd spoil Mitch coming on your show. You have his you know, out to dry.
I'm in trouble with him. Okay, I am in trouble. That's the only reason I'm asking. Okay, go ahead. So I'm okay. Thank you, Claire.
I would say one word for better, more effective, not bad, good job adverts, but effective adverts. Video, use video.
Yeah, no, that is cool. That is a good point as well. And actually,
I would second that. Definitely second that.
Oh, Jim, if only there was somebody I knew that could put video in their job adverts.
Yeah, I don't know how you can do that, guys. No
ID.
Maybe you should go on Louise's show and talk about that a little bit more, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't, because I think the first couple of, I didn't think that was that kind of show, and I looked and going, everyone's really said what they were doing, and I just like, hi, I'm a work from home buddy if you want to work from home. But yeah, different situation. But I actually wonder with will there be more people looking? And actually going back to Recruiting Animals' point of view, yes, we're really conscious of how we write, what we say, the psychology of the advert, the wording that makes it attractive, the easier it is to apply, highlighting culture. But will that make a difference to some people? People now be coming out going, needing a job. Will we have more people applying and just hitting apply? Like we had at one period of time where I just had an abundance. So the needs are going to be different,
Jim, that's another interesting question. And maybe now that I'm here with all these experts, they could explain it to me. There's two extremes. Make it easy, like one click, and then you get all the pizza drivers calling in or applying for director jobs. Or I've seen recruiters complain, I have never applied for a job before until now. Now I've gone to websites where it takes me a half an hour to do a an application when all the information's already on my resume? Which is the best way? Okay, I'm confused about that.
I think if you've got a lot of people, it's going to be really important to get the right people. It's a bit authentic. All these job adverts that are Burton, this is the best job in the world. I mean, hey, what is the best job in the world? That whole title has always been, to me.
No, but I'm now talking about the application.
Yeah, but it's an application.
Let's boil it down. When you're talking about putting bumps in the road, making it difficult to apply or making it easy to apply, it should always be very easy to apply. But and I'll qualify that. So I could apply for, maybe not today, but generally speaking, I could apply for 100 jobs in the morning. Click, 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 and they're gone. So a company gets hundreds of irrelevant applications. If a company is much more open and explicit and transparent about the job, if they explain what the job is, who the job is going to be working with, who you're going to be working for, what the prospects are in the job, what the training is, the onboarding, and so on, the more you're open about what the opportunity is, and the more candidates are able to self-select themselves much more accurately. You'll find fewer people applying for the job because they realize it's not for me, and you'll have more passive, softer candidates applying because they realize I could work with that person that I can see there. I can work in that environment. I can see that I would fit into that role. So the more you're open, the more you share the content about the vacancy itself and the opportunity, the more a rich seam of candidates are going to be applying, not necessarily in volume, but in quality.
Okay, and I remember that you're a big exponent of putting in the salary range. So that would be a big divider for you, right?
I like salary range. I like location. I like putting the name of the company in. I like, frankly, telling the candidate, if you're applying through a recruitment agency, tell them how much of a fee you're going to be charging the employer to introduce them. I'm all for openness in all regards.
I agree with Stephen. I think that's a really, it's the minimum standard of jobs that I want to be seeing as a candidate as well. I want to know where it is, how much I'm going to get paid. I want to know who's dealing with that whole job in its entirety, so that I can actually make a call as to whether or not I want to bypass the recruiter, because I don't know whether or not they're going to actually add value to me going in, or if I want to go straight to the organisation, that what am I missing out on from the recruiter's representation?
Neither of you are standard candidates.
No.
You're not the average candidate. Neither of you are.
No,
the average candidate has to suck it up. The average candidate applies for jobs without reading all the job adverts, Stephen. So they might put all this rich information in there, but the average candidate doesn't. They see something in the title, or they like the idea of the organisation and they apply. And they do apply for 40 jobs, and they don't expect to hear back from all of them, and they don't self-select out. I totally agree with you. In an ideal world, they would read the advert and they would deselect themselves in the process. They don't.
You will still get that, but not to the same extent.
What's that?
You will still get that, but I don't think to the same extent, or it's one way to mitigate against.
So men on average will only care that they meet, is it as little as 40% of the job advert?
20% normally. If you did bullet points, it's 2 out of 10 normally, something like that.
So men haters, go on.
I might be a man hater, but that was not evidence of it. And women need to match 80%.
Yeah,
so all that extra
roughly, 8 out of 10
information,
bullet points. Yeah.
all that extra information immediately starts to exclude women from responding to your advert, and meaning that you'll still get a shed load of crap people respond, but they'll all be men. And they won't give up because they will be persistent.
And on that bombshell, guess what time it is, everybody? It feels like it's home time with this particular live feed that we're doing today. Jim, it's been a pleasure as always. So
Thank you, sir.
For the few viewers that remain, don't forget to tell your friends to come in next time and subscribe. But obviously, anybody is watching, you don't have to watch till this point.
But you shouldn't save the best part for the last 15 minutes.
No, but it's okay. So what we do, because nobody else is watching now, what we do is you can chunk it. And I'm a crap video editor, but I can make these little chunks. So I'll make this chunk first. I normally start at the beginning rather than the end, and make this little chunk an easier to consume thing. And you can promote that one thing. So the last 30 minutes, say, well, here's the last 30 minutes. And actually, that's sort of useful.
He's going to edit us out of context.
Yeah, I'm going to. Stephen, I've got stuff here galore now. You're going to have all sorts of things. But anyway, genuinely, joking aside, thank you ever so much, everybody. Thank you to the few viewers we've got.
Thank you for teaching me. Thank you, Britt.
Thank you, Recruiting Animal. We'll do this again, but in a different format with you, I think. There's something we need to do. I'm not quite sure. We'll get Mitch Sutherland to explain.
I ask these people good questions. This is the best format for me where I don't have to say that I don't know anything. I can ask the people who claim to know something, okay? That's what I like doing.
And then for those of you that haven't seen or heard, obviously, Louise and Claire run the working lunch every Friday. Sorry, every day during the week, and go and join them. Recruiting Animal, you can catch him live on, which was the website again?
Recruitingshow.com.
Recruitingshow.com. Get to hear me from the past, not that he remembers. Adam Gordon's on the week before.
You're welcome to come on again.
Oh, I don't want to go on again. It was a horrible experience.
Anybody here is welcome to be a guest.
I'm always begging. I'm always
begging for guests.
Yeah. Anyway, by the way, but anyway, boys and girls, loves and family, this has been a second Our Tribe live stream, and we will close that. Thank you very much. See you all very soon.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for coming on. Take care.